organizations as instruments of imperialist foreign policy. The imperialists increasingly use non-governmental organizations, NGOs, as instruments of their policies, because these are less discredited among the broad masses than the organizations of the monopolies, state institutions, or foundations of bourgeois parties. While the official state development aid had been reduced systematically since the 1990s, the number of NGOs increased constantly. In 2001, according to estimates of the World Bank, 30,000 internationally operating NGOs were active worldwide. These organizations are more and more often directly financed by churches, party foundations, and multinational corporations, but particularly by national or international imperialist institutions like the EU or World Bank. Most of the NGOs therefore cannot at all be as independent of governments as their name suggests and as they want to make it appear. NGOs alleviate here and there the immediate distress of the masses with their relief projects. Their essential function, however, is to undermine the self-organization of the masses and to prevent revolutionary struggles for the liberation from imperialist exploitation and oppression. During a visit to Germany in March 2010, representatives of the Nouveau Parti Communiste de Haïti, New Communist Party of Haiti, NPCH, reported how the policy of the NGOs affects the masses. These NGOs do not just come as ordinary helpers, they systematically track down independent initiatives in order to absorb them. For instance, one day a lady from the United States visited us in a school built by the people's own efforts in a small provincial town, and offered aid from a cultural fund if we would allow her to examine our curriculum. Though we naturally have only very little money, we rejected this. On principle we pursue a policy of self-reliance at the school. The parents who cannot pay the school fees are obliged to provide food for the pupils and teachers, we train them in agricultural production, run courses against illiteracy for them, etc. In Haiti one cannot do revolutionary work without coming to grips with the NGOs. Those in power are more than ever dependent on showing consideration for the masses and winning them for their goals. However, this can only succeed partially and temporarily, because the aim and content of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking are incompatible with the interests and the experiences of the working class and the broad masses. Since mass unemployment and poverty, environmental destruction, and armed aggressions also erode the material basis of the petty bourgeois living conditions among the masses, the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking can at best demoralize, disorganize, and disorient people. It can no longer achieve a positive attachment of people to the system of capitalist exploitation and oppression, leave alone offer positive ideas of a social alternative. The fundamental weakness of the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking is its negative method. When the proneness to crisis of the imperialist world system further intensifies in an all-around way and the struggles of the industrial proletariat and the broad masses develop, the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking too must get into a crisis. With the help of the Marxist-Leninists, the masses are learning better and better to see through the international system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking and to cope with its effect. This is an essential precondition for the development of revolutionary struggles for the international revolution. 32. United Nations Development Fund for Women. 3. The Marxist-Leninist Strategy and Tactics of the International Revolution. 1. On the Foundations of Proletarian Strategy and Tactics. Marx and Engels said in the Manifesto of the Communist Party, "The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles." Marx and Engels, selected works in 3 volumes, Volume 1, p. 108. Since the dissolution of prehistoric communal land ownership, it has been the class struggle that pushes history ahead. In 1965, Ludwig Erhard, 33, made the absurd assertion, "German society today is no longer a class society, die formierte Gesellschaft, Ludwig Erhard's Gedanken zur politischen Ordnung Deutschlands, the aligned society." Ludwig Erhard's Ideas on the Political Order of Germany, p. 8. A society with the programmatic name Die Waage, scales or balance, replaced the term capitalism with social market economy and popularized it afterwards. Almost all German monopolies were members of this society. This underscores the importance of the strictly anti-communist publicity campaign, the cost of which went into the millions. On posters, in ads, films, and comic strips, the social market economy was contrasted to the Eastern Command economy and also trade union demands. An advertisement at the turn of the year 1957 rejoiced, "Class struggle is over." In Free Germany a historic change is taking place, the class-conscious worker of old becomes the self-confident, free citizen, quoted in Ralph Tuck, Mythos Soziale Marktwirtschaft, Aussietzkai, No July 2002. www.sapos.org/aufseidza/3cc9a4fe2b1.1.html. Archived at www.webcitation.org/5uwtki07n. It's that easy. The ruling monopolies and their parties initiate a propaganda campaign, and the class character of capitalist society vanishes. Everything is reversed, the wage workers become takers of work and the capitalist exploiters become givers of work. 34. Whose chief task is the creation of jobs? The essential thing naturally remains in the dark. As reward for their good deeds, the God-fearing givers of work privately appropriate the overwhelming portion of the labor of the takers of work. This is the basis of the constant growth of their wealth and of the simultaneously increasing poverty of their takers of work. Gradually all bourgeois parties adopted these obscuring terms. The big lie of the social market economy became the primary guideline for the economic philosophy of state monopoly capitalism. From then on the bourgeois media celebrated the social market economy as standard for modern political economy in general. Even the reformist trade union leaders, who initially had vehemently opposed the term social market economy as misleading, tacitly included it in their vocabulary when they integrated themselves into the ruling state monopoly system. Since the time of the dismantling of social reforms, these reformist trade union leaders see themselves as defenders of the social market economy. This way they try to justify their policy of class reconciliation to the union members. Reforms from above in the 1960s and the decades-long relative calm in the class struggle in Germany after the Second World War made it possible for this manipulation to have the desired effect and lastingly hold back the development of class consciousness among the masses. It was only with the emergence of an international trend to the left since the turn of the millennium that mass criticism of such manipulative expressions developed and the terms of scientific socialism slowly began to resurface in the working class movement. In capitalist society, class struggle takes place objectively and permanently, independent of the subjective will, the level of class consciousness and the degree of development of the struggles of the working class. It is based on the exploitation of wage labor and the division of society into classes. The majority of the people must sell their labor power to the capitalists for a living in return for wages or salaries. The capitalists privately control the means of production and are therefore able to exploit the wage workers' labor power. The wage workers fight against this exploitation. This is the fundamental content of the class struggle objectively taking place, which is a characteristic feature of all capitalist societies as long as they exist. When the working class becomes conscious of its condition, it can conduct the class struggle also subjectively. Willy Dickhut explained the connection of the objective and subjective aspects of the class struggle. Political strategy and tactics are rooted in the fact that in capitalist society the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie takes place daily, independently of human will. This, however, is only one aspect of the matter, the objective aspect. The other aspect is that this struggle, this war, is conducted consciously. This is the subjective aspect. Without this conscious conduct one cannot talk about class struggle in the proper sense. Will Dickhut, Strategy and Tactics in the Class Struggle, p. 14. Class struggle in the proper sense takes place when the struggles of the working class assume a society-changing character and the working class begins its strategic offensive against the dictatorship of the monopolies. This requires a developed class consciousness, a socialist consciousness of the decisive majority of the working class. Proletarian strategy and tactics must arouse and develop class consciousness to this level for the conduct and development of the class struggle. The objective and subjective aspects of the class struggle form a dialectical unity where sometimes the one aspect, sometimes the other aspect is in the foreground. Marx wrote about the foundations of this dialectics in the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy. In the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. Marx and Engels, selected works in 3 volumes, Volume 1, pages 503. The fundamental correspondence of being and consciousness is achieved only in dialectal processes of the unity and struggle of opposites. Class consciousness and social reality can also develop in different directions. This is all the more valid since individuals now are able to experience less and less of class reality directly as a consequence of the growing complexity of societies, while at the same time bourgeois propaganda manipulates the way direct experience is digested. Since, moreover, bourgeois ideology is always dominant in capitalist societies, today more than ever before non-proletarian influences affect the spontaneous class consciousness. This is why the proletarian processing of indirect experiences, of the generalized experience of the working class, has become extremely important for the development of class consciousness. This is identical with the critical and self-critical study of Marxism-Leninism, with the creative concretization and further development of Marxism-Leninism, and its lively implementation in practice. Strengthening and advancement or dampening and undermining of proletarian class consciousness, a fierce struggle rages over this problem where all spheres of societal life are involved. The book, The Struggle Over the Mode of Thinking in the Working Class Movement, explains this. The concrete development of the class consciousness of the working class and of the individual workers depends on various factors such as the economic and political changes, the workers' personal experience in struggle, the mass influence exercised by the bourgeoisie, the extent of the confusion spread by reformists and revisionists, and the influence exercised on and the support extended to the working class by a revolutionary party. Consciousness develops best in struggle, the workers get to know their class enemy, his means and methods, and can accordingly take effective countermeasures. But in view of the great complexity of matters, direct experience and knowledge are never sufficient for grasping the essence of state monopoly capitalism and finding the way to the international socialist revolution. For this, the workers need the indirect experience and knowledge of the international working class movement more than ever. These are summed up in Marxist-Leninist theory. Without a minimum knowledge of Marxist-Leninist theory, it is impossible today to acquire a developed class consciousness. But with Marxist-Leninist theory alone, class consciousness cannot develop either. Practical fighting experience of the masses and basic theoretical knowledge are 2 indispensable foundations which can only bring forth a developed class consciousness in dialectical interaction. Only with the proletarian mode of thinking is it possible to consciously permeate practical experience with Marxist-Leninist theory and so bring the consciousness of the working class into correspondence with constantly changing objective reality. Pages 121 to 122. Proletarian strategy and tactics as conscious application of the dialectical method. To successfully work out correct proletarian strategy and tactics, the revolutionary party of the working class must study the general and particular laws of the class struggle. The material basis of these laws is the social relations in which the classes are active. In 1914 Lenin wrote in his work Karl Marx. The fundamental task of proletarian tactics was defined by Marx in strict conformity with all the postulates of his materialist dialectical Weltanschauung worldview. Only an objective consideration of the sum total of the relations between absolutely all the classes in a given society, and consequently a consideration of the objective stage of development reached by that society and of the relations between it and other societies, can serve as a basis for the correct tactics of an advanced class. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 21, p. 75. Working out and implementing the proletarian strategy and tactics of the class struggle require the conscious application of the dialectical method, for which Lenin gave this guidance. What Marx and Engels called the dialectical method, as against the metaphysical, is nothing else than the scientific method in sociology, which consists in regarding society as a living organism in a state of constant development, and not as something mechanically concatenated and therefore permitting all sorts of arbitrary combinations of separate social elements, an organism the study of which requires an objective analysis of the production relations that constitute the given social formation and an investigation of its laws of functioning and development. What the Friends of the People are and how they fight the Social Democrats, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 1, p. 165, emphasis added. Proletarian strategy and tactics must examine the class struggle as a dialectical process, understand its inherent objective dialectics and bring the consciousness of the working class into correspondence with objective development in order to train its militancy, up to the point of the overthrow of capitalist rule. Lenin wrote. At the same time, all classes and all countries are regarded, not statically, but dynamically, i.e., not in a state of immobility, but in motion, whose laws are determined by the economic conditions of existence of each class. Motion, in its turn, is regarded from the standpoint, not only of the past, but also of the future, and that not in the vulgar sense it is understood in by the evolutionists, who see only slow changes, but dialectically. At each stage of development, at each moment, proletarian tactics must take account of this objectively inevitable dialectics of human history, on the one hand, utilizing the periods of political stagnation or of sluggish, so-called peaceful development in order to develop the class consciousness, strength, and militancy of the advanced class, and, on the other hand, directing all the work of this utilization towards the ultimate aim of that class's advance, towards creating in it the ability to find practical solutions for great tasks in the great days, in which 20 years are embodied. Karl Marx, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 21, p. 75. In today's fast-moving age, social reality is subject to constant change. The revolutionaries must therefore continuously develop their abilities further to comprehend these changes in time and draw creative conclusions. Willy Dickhut's great merit was to have defined the strategy and tactics of the Marxist-Leninist Party as conscious application of the dialectical method, because only in this way can strategy and tactics be adequate to the complicated relations of matured state monopoly capitalism. Strategy and tactics are terms from military science. The Marxist-Leninists also use them in the political struggle. The strategy is concerned with the ultimate aim and the purpose of class struggle, the tactics with the concrete form and contents of the struggles in the particular situation. The strategy and tactics of the party is the method of theoretically working out all aspects of the class struggle and of party work, as dialectical unity, and realizing them in practice. It is the conscious application of the dialectical method for leading and advancing party building and the proletarian class struggle. Revolutionärer Weg, number 28, Class Struggle and the Struggle for the Liberation of Women, p. 267, italics by author, underlined words emphasized in the original. The harmfulness of petty bourgeois idealism and metaphysics for proletarian strategy and tactics. Dialectical and historical materialism characterizes social systems primarily according to how the means of material life are produced. The production and reproduction of immediate life determine the mode of production. The production and reproduction of material goods and the production and reproduction of human beings, the forms in which they live, propagate, and develop, always constitute a concrete historical unity. With the further development of the social productive forces. 35. Which again receive their decisive impulses from the process of production and reproduction of immediate life as a whole, the production of material goods also is developed higher. Simultaneously, the relations of production. 36. The relations between the classes change. The material preconditions for revolutionary changes of the production relations, for the overthrow of the old and the building of a new society emerge. Lenin criticized the subjective sociologists who called themselves friends of the people in Russia at that time. They were of the opinion that the aim of society is to benefit all its members, that justice, therefore, demands such and such an organization, and that a system that is out of harmony with this ideal organization, is abnormal and should be set aside. What the Friends of the People are and how they fight the Social Democrats. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 1, p. 137. There are a great number of Friends of the People also today who lecture the masses that the recently erupted predator capitalism cannot be accepted, that the speculators on the international financial markets got out of control and must be curbed by rigid rules. This method of simply replacing the reality of the imperialist world system by bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideals obscures the dictatorship of international finance capital. Strategy and tactics built on such idealism can lead to nothing but entreaties, fervent and futile at the same time, that the social relations should be improved, with the result that they are cemented. Contrary to the pipe dreams of petty bourgeois idealists, proletarian strategy and tactics does not aim at realizing utopias and creating a society without conflicts which does justice to everybody. Instead, it uncovers the material preconditions and contradictions, and mainly the driving forces of social progress, which have already matured within the capitalist social system, to consciously help them break through. 33. Minister of Economic Affairs from 1949 until 1963 under Chancellor Konrad Adenauer, and from 1963 until 1966 Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. 34. Literal translation of the German terms, Arbeitnehmer, taker of work equals employee, and Arbeitgeber, giver of work equals employer, translator's note. 35. To the productive forces belong the working people with their abilities and experience, the means of production, mineral resources, factories, means of transportation, machines, tools, and the organization of production, division of labor. 36. To the relations of production belong the ownership of the means of production, the relation of the working people in production, and the distribution of the produced goods. To the strategy and tactics of the international revolution. The character of the international revolution. A basic question of every revolution is its socio-economic character. It is derived from the classes confronting each other in the struggle over power and from the strategic goal of the revolutionary struggle. Since the beginning of the reorganization of international production in the 1990s, the capitalist mode of production has taken on a new, international quality. In the worldwide production systems, the main carrier of the perspective of the United Socialist States of the world has emerged, the international industrial proletariat. This stratum of the working class is rapidly growing. With 400 to 500 million, it currently amounts to more than 10% of the total worldwide labor force of approximately 3 billion. It is the decisive force of the international revolution, because it is in the center of the most highly developed international productive forces. In its mode of working and thinking, the international industrial proletariat represents the most advanced mode of production. It is therefore the only force capable of leading the other strata of the working class and the broad masses in the historical transformation from capitalism to socialism. This international industrial proletariat and solely ruling international finance capital with its international supermonopolies and imperialist state machines confront each other as principal adversaries of the worldwide class struggle. Because of this class antagonism, in future the revolution will assume the character of an international socialist revolution. The tendency to a revolutionary world crisis. The crisis-proneness of the imperialist world system has considerably grown in scope and depth since the reorganization of international production. It has become the main feature of its mode of existence. On the basis of this crisis-proneness, the tendency to a revolutionary world crisis is emerging. Willie Dickhute wrote in a letter on May 25, 1985, about the preconditions for the transition to a revolutionary situation. The revolutionary situation requires two factors, the objective and the subjective factors. They form a dialectical unity and must not be torn apart. In the objective factor, we distinguish between the universal and the concrete aspect. According to the general objective factor, capitalism has long since matured to be replaced, on the one hand because of the increasing decay and decomposition of the imperialist system, and, on the other hand, because of the complete material precondition that state monopoly capitalism has produced for the transition to socialism. But the concrete objective factor constitutes an instrument of power still working relatively well. The dialectical unity of theory and practice, p. 339. On the whole, a revolutionary ferment is not yet visible among the broad masses of the world's population. Neither in the individual countries nor internationally has the fragmentation of the revolutionary forces been overcome. The Marxist-Leninist parties and organizations are still relatively weak. In a few countries they are already stronger, but in general they are not so developed there that they could be regarded as mass parties firmly rooted in the working class. So far, worldwide the subjective factor of the international socialist revolution stays behind the development of the objective factors. Latent and overt political crises of the imperialist governments, of bourgeois parliamentarism and its institutions determine the social development today. Despite all the differences existing in the individual countries, class consciousness has awakened on a broad scale and a universal trend to the left has emerged among the masses. But only when mass struggles weaken the imperialist power apparatuses will a universal process of revolutionization begin and drive the inner corrosion of the states to a critical stage so that they become ripe for the revolution. The different character of the revolutionary movement in the various countries. The concrete conditions for the proletarian class struggle differ greatly from country to country, because the internationalization of capitalist production has also resulted in the intensification of the uneven development of capitalism. Never before has the weight of the different imperialist powers or power blocks shifted so rapidly, have great powers and alliances fallen behind or gained new predominance so dramatically. In the ebb and flow of these changing relative strengths, the social contradictions within the countries and sometimes even these countries' character change. The relative strengths in the international competition over economic and political supremacy are shifting, with transitions from oppressing to oppressed countries and vice versa. The development of highly modern structures often is sharply contrasted by the continued backwardness or ruin of entire countries and regions. A few imperialist countries still own remnants of old-style colonies from the time of the old colonial system. Former empires like Spain and Portugal have sunk to the level of secondary imperialist powers or even dependent capitalist countries. In former colonies, semi-colonies, or neo-colonially dependent countries like India, Brazil, the Republic of Korea, South Korea, or South Africa, set off by capital export from the imperialist metropolises, independent international monopolies have emerged. At first these international monopolies grow into a regionally dominant role, later, pushed by economic compulsion, they go over to capital export themselves and an imperialist policy of plundering other neo-colonially dependent countries, more and more competing with already existing imperialist countries. In Venezuela or Bolivia, anti-imperialist governments fight against the dominance of international supermonopolies in their countries. They are striving for economic independence, but have yet to take the decisive step of overthrowing the state apparatus, with its manifold dependencies on the old exploiting classes and international finance capital, by a revolution and of establishing a new, people's democratic power which takes the road to socialism. Former socialist countries or people's democracies like Vietnam, the People's Republic of Korea, North Korea, or Cuba, which initially took the socialist road of national liberation, transformed into bureaucratic state capitalist countries after the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China. Today, China presents itself as a rising social imperialist rival in the struggle for world hegemony and seriously challenges the established imperialist powers. In former socialist countries only the masses can create the preconditions for another proletarian revolution in a democratic struggle and build a socialist society again after their victory. In fascist dictatorships like Iran, the next strategic goal must be overthrowing the fascist dictatorship and regaining bourgeois democratic rights and liberties through an anti-fascist popular front. This is also the case in most Arab countries. Only then will the class struggle for the overthrow of capitalist rule be able to unfold. All countries have their geographic, historical, cultural and other peculiarities which the strategy for the power struggle must take into consideration. Solely ruling international finance capital has made the suppression of any revolution, regardless in which country, a common cause. It no longer respects national sovereignty whatsoever, constantly interferes in the internal relations of other countries, and, in case of an emergency, will pay no heed to democratic legitimization or international law. It is inevitable under the conditions of the universal crisis-proneness of the imperialist world system that any revolutionary culmination will rapidly develop into an interregional or even global conflict. The decision for or against the revolution is thus also transported into other countries. The international revolutionary and working class movement must be prepared for the inevitable coming of such situations so that it can resolutely fulfill its historic tasks. The imperialists still have the power to temporarily stop, lead astray or crush revolutionary uprisings. They will try to do this with all means of deception and violence at their disposal. But because their rule is becoming increasingly unstable, they cannot cope with all forthcoming revolutionary struggles on all fronts simultaneously or permanently. Their counter-revolutionary machinations only promise to be successful as long as the international Marxist-Leninist, revolutionary and working class movement has not yet overcome its weakness and the division of the revolutionary forces in the individual countries and worldwide is still effective. Therefore, the success or defeat of the proletarian revolution is the common responsibility of the international Marxist-Leninist, revolutionary, and working class movement. The international socialist revolution will have a universal proletarian character which cannot manifest itself in any other way but by the interaction of particular revolutions in individual countries. These revolutions will break out at different times and will differ in respect to their character, principal forces, and concrete goals. 1. The proletarian revolutionary movement in the centers of the imperialist world system is confronted with the historical task to wage the decisive battles against the principal forces of imperialism. Under the leadership of its revolutionary party and in alliance with the petty bourgeois intelligentsia and the broad masses, the working class must directly overthrow its own monopoly bourgeoisie by an armed uprising and establish the dictatorship of the proletariat. 2. The anti-imperialist liberation struggle in the neocolonially dependent and oppressed countries has the goal of overthrowing the government subservient to imperialism and of smashing the neocolonial state machine in order to achieve independence from imperialism. In many of these countries this will also take place primarily through an armed uprising, especially when the working class is the main mass base of revolution. As a rule, the dictatorship of the proletariat will initially have the form of an anti-imperialist, new democratic people's power, an alliance of working class and petty bourgeoisie, in particular the small and middle peasants, also of parts of the national bourgeoisie, under the leadership of the international industrial proletariat. In a number of countries agrarian revolutionary tasks still have to be fulfilled, and also feudal remnants and a backward and unbalanced economy must be overcome. Only if and when the new democratic people's power successfully masters the stage of the proletarian revolution can the new democratic system organically grow into the socialist social system. The strategic orientation toward the international socialist revolution does not at all imply that these countries could skip the new democratic system. New democracy must rather be understood and developed as an organic component part of the international socialist revolution. For the time is long past that individual imperialists or small groups of imperialists and their governors in such a country, the compradors, have to be defeated, as was the case in the days of the old colonialism. The direct adversary today is the entire imperialist world system, of which the neocolonial system is only a part. Nevertheless, the revolutionary struggle must always, in each concrete situation, direct its main thrust against a particular imperialist power or group and make the best possible use of inter-imperialist contradictions. Less than ever before can national independence today be realized only by achieving formal national state sovereignty while the economy remains dependent on international finance capital. Genuine national liberation can only succeed in unity with the struggle for social liberation. Ultimately, it can only be the product of the jointly advanced international socialist revolution and the overthrow of world imperialism. The road to establish the dictatorship of the proletariat in the socialist states of the world is the socialist road to national liberation. Quite a few capitalist countries dependent on and oppressed by imperialism belong to imperialist alliances like the EU, Portugal, Greece, Ireland, Cyprus, Malta, and Eastern European countries like Slovenia, Romania, Bulgaria, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Hungary, the Czech Republic, Slovakia. These countries participate themselves in the oppression of weaker capitalist, mainly neocolonial countries. They are simultaneously oppressed and oppressing countries. The revolution of the working class and the broad masses aims directly at the EU imperialists and the monopoly bourgeoisie, which is dependent on the EU imperialists and through which European finance capital rules indirectly. These countries have a developed class separation with the working class as the main force. Armed uprising in the centers will be the principal form of revolution. The revolution in these countries is very closely linked with the revolutionary process in other EU countries. It aims at the establishment of initially independent socialist states followed by the alliance of the United Socialist States of the world. The proletarian revolution in these countries is characterized by the fact that it also includes an element of the national liberation struggle. For in former neocolonial countries which are aspiring to imperialist power, like India, Brazil, and South Korea, the international revolution must resolve particular contradictions and therefore has a particular character. Inside the special economic zones, where national and international monopolies operate highly advanced production facilities and agricultural production for export on a large-scale industrial level, the industrial proletariat is growing, but next to them the millions of the rural masses live under most backward, even semi-feudal conditions. Since the beginning of the new millennium, the former one-sided dependence of these countries on imperialism has transformed into mutual economic and political dependence. This is why the revolution of the working class and the broad masses there will not only aim directly at international finance capital operating in these countries, but likewise directly at the national monopoly bourgeoisie collaborating with it and at the remnants of feudal and semi-feudal large estates. To create the preconditions for the building of socialism, the revolutionaries in these countries must also, under the leadership of the international industrial proletariat, and in alliance with the broad masses and parts of the non-monopoly national bourgeoisie, solve agrarian revolutionary tasks, overcome backwardness and unbalance in the economy and feudal remnants. It may be that subjective factors require the establishment of an anti-imperialist, new democratic system, even if the revolution in such countries already has an objectively proletarian character. The more the imperialist character of these countries asserts itself, the more will revolutionary uprisings in the industrial centers determine the proletarian character of the revolution. It is possible that a temporary people's war of the indigenous people or the rural peasant masses accompanies the armed uprising in the centers. Also in countries where the peasant masses are still the main force of the revolution for a certain period, under today's conditions a people's war will have only supporting character and it is not possible for it to take on the form of a protracted people's war, as had still been the case in China or Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. In the neocolonially dependent countries of North Africa, mainly in Egypt, developed industries exist and accordingly a strong industrial proletariat. On the Arabian Peninsula, the ruling oligarchs hardly ever invested their capital in building capitalist structures in their own countries. They are interlinked with international finance capital, for instance in Saudi Arabia, and as a result have developed imperialist characteristics. Generally determinant is their parasitic character. In some of these countries the working class consists almost exclusively of migrant workers. Since Arab states have at best very limited bourgeois democracies, but are often ruled by despotic or fascist regimes, the establishment of an anti-imperialist, new democratic system is necessary there also. The democratic popular uprisings at the beginning of 2011 must be advanced to a new democratic revolution if they are to assume a society-changing character. 5. In the former Socialist People's Republic of China, acting aggressively on the world market and as a social imperialist power in world politics since the restoration of capitalism after Mao Zedong's death in 1976, the strategic starting position is characterized by special economic zones dominated by national and international monopolies. Special features are a developed working class led by a stratum of the international industrial proletariat, and a bureaucratic state monopoly bourgeoisie, which veils its revisionist betrayal and justifies its rule fraudulently as the continuation of Mao Zedong's socialism in China. It grants only very restricted bourgeois democratic rights to the masses and does not even stop at the employment of social fascist methods of suppression, as the Tiananmen Square massacre in 1989 showed. Since the restoration of capitalism, the Chinese revolutionaries can no longer set themselves the task of another cultural revolution, but must aim at a proletarian revolution to overthrow the new bourgeoisie in the leadership of the party, economy, and state. The industrial proletariat, the entire working class and the more than 1 billion strong Chinese masses will rise up in the cities and countryside in an armed rebellion against the bureaucratic monopoly bourgeoisie and will directly establish the dictatorship of the proletariat at the stage of socialism. 6. The particular character of the international revolution and the content and form of the struggle for power in the individual countries depend on many circumstances. In the Philippines, the geographic conditions are important. Thousands of islands mold the economic and political structure and are the basis for the tradition of the successful guerrilla struggle. To liberate the country from imperialism, the guerrilla struggle must be connected with the struggle of the industrial proletariat in the big centers like Manila. In Nepal, a country with hardly any industry, where the masses only a short while ago liberated themselves from the feudal ruling conditions, the building of a democratic society independent from imperialism is the next goal on the road to socialism. Finally, there are some African countries which are completely ruined and terrorized by fascist warlords or competing clans. They have become easy prey for neighboring reactionary regimes or imperialists, which rob their mineral resources, and recently even their arable land. In such countries, self-run organizations of the masses must first secure the most urgently needed livelihood. The revolutionaries are confronted with the task to develop new kinds of strategies for national and social liberation. It cannot be the task of the Marxist-Leninists in Germany to work out concrete strategies for particular countries. This must be done by the local revolutionary parties. If several revolutionary parties are active in one country, it is imperative that they come together in a revolutionary united front, combine their different experiences for mutual benefit and agree on a common platform. Instead of emphasizing their contradictions, which delays the progress of the revolutionary cause, they should unite as soon as possible, based on principles, to form one single Marxist-Leninist party. The international Marxist-Leninists are confronted by a common historic task, which Lenin described as follows: to seek out, investigate, predict, and grasp that which is nationally specific and nationally distinctive, in the concrete manner in which each country should tackle a single international task, victory over opportunism and left doctrinarism within the working class movement, the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, the establishment of a Soviet republic and a proletarian dictatorship. Such is the basic task in the historical period that all the advanced countries, and not they alone, are going through. Left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 31, p. 92. Every stereotype, every leveling of differences, not to mention petty bourgeois competition or division, but most of all denial of the inseparable connection of the national and international class struggle, will inevitably lead to defeat. Spontaneous working class and people's movement and revolutionary leadership. The process of coordination and mutual revolutionization of the class struggle can only unfold and develop further when the spontaneous movement of the working class and the broad people's masses interpenetrates as closely as possible with the conscious leadership through the Marxist-Leninists. The hunger revolts in 11 countries of Asia, Latin America, and Africa, which concentrated around April 2008, with 2 to 3 million people taking part, were harbingers of a spontaneous revolutionary rebellion of the masses. They broke out when speculative capital temporarily concentrated on raw materials and food, and the poorest of the poor in the countries exploited by imperialism were not able to buy food anymore because of exploding prices. In the beginning of 2011, when there was another sharp increase in food prices, mass demonstrations and strikes against the government developed again in Algeria, Jordan, Egypt, Yemen and Tunisia. They took the form of a cross-border, democratic popular uprising involving more and more Arab countries. In Tunisia, Egypt, and Jordan it led to the overthrow of the government. A letter to the newspaper Road Fani gives this report on the democratic popular uprising in Tunisia. Everywhere the people are getting organized in revolutionary committees. These committees want to cooperate. Some local committees demand the convening of regional revolutionary committees. From these a national revolutionary committee is to be formed at the top, which is supposed to elect the revolutionary government later on. The committees in the cities and villages include all strata, workers, farmers, intellectuals, lawyers, doctors, shopkeepers, etc. They have begun to organize supply, but the compradors want to continue their rule in a new form. Prime Minister Mohamed Ghanouchi now has put himself at the top, supported by the Provisional President Fouad Mbazat. They want to prepare elections to take place in 2 months. Both are figureheads, come from the leadership circle of Ben Ali and also receive the support of imperialist governments now. Very intense and also very vehement debates are now taking place in the revolutionary committees. There is no dominating party or trend in these committees, but people from the entire range of the left and revolutionaries, from social democrats, anarchists, Trotskyists to those who call themselves Maoists and Marxist-Leninists. The building of a revolutionary party is just beginning. Wrote Fani, No. 5, 2011, p. 10. The struggle against hunger is only one of the struggles for survival conducted by the masses worldwide. They are fighting against the threatening climate catastrophe, against the destruction of farmers' livelihoods or the abuse of arable land for the monoculture production of biofuel. The hunger revolts of 2008 were spontaneous and very diffuse, so it was easy for those in power to influence them. For the same reasons they could not be developed into a revolutionary situation and a struggle over power. There existed no battle-tested revolutionary mass movements and also no leadership through a steeled, ideologically and politically clear revolutionary party. Every spontaneous struggle, however large the participation of the masses and their willingness to make sacrifices may be, is more or less subject today to the corrosive and disorganizing influence of the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. It cannot spontaneously develop into a successful struggle for socialism. The increase of hunger revolts is a new phenomenon in the historical period of transformation from capitalism to socialism. The working class must include the struggle against hunger in its strategy and tactics and utilize the revolutionary potential of these struggles for developing them further to the struggle for socialism. It is a widespread and dangerous error to believe that the building of the revolutionary party could be deferred or even would lose significance when the spontaneous mass struggles increase. In his famous work, What is to be Done? Lenin warned as early as 1902 against this basic error of worshipping spontaneity. The greater the spontaneous upsurge of the masses and the more widespread the movement, the more rapid, incomparably so, the demand for greater consciousness in the theoretical, political, and organizational work of social democracy. 37. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 5, p. 396. It is the other way around. Revolutionary parties must utilize every single outbreak of spontaneous struggles as a school of class consciousness and class struggle, and advance the building of their parties with determination. To let such situations pass by without fighting for the leadership and developing the level of organization higher objectively amounts to betrayal of the interests of the working class, of the goals of the working class movement. To mobilize the masses for a struggle for which neither the objective nor subjective preconditions exist, on the other hand, is leftist adventurism and also an expression of bowing to spontaneity. If blindly acting Marxist-Leninists attempt to provoke the masses to a struggle for which class consciousness has not matured yet, they will isolate themselves from the masses and the struggle will end with unnecessary losses and in defeat. This can throw back the revolutionary movement for years and bring the Marxist-Leninists into severe disrepute among the masses. The worship of spontaneity is the reflection of the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking in the strategy and tactics of the party. It is precisely in a situation of transition, when the class consciousness of the broad masses has begun to change, that its impact becomes strongest. The worship of spontaneity means separation of the working class movement from scientific socialism. Such a policy is molded by the metaphysical conception that class struggle advances in a straight line, without unforeseeable events, without vacillations, without setbacks, and without possibilities for the bourgeoisie to repeatedly calm down the situation if only temporarily. The worship of spontaneity prevents that the strengthening of the class consciousness keeps abreast of the spontaneous development, prevents chances for developing and advancing the proletarian class struggle from being utilized. It inevitably leads to setbacks and defeats. Organizing the dialectical unity of the spontaneous struggle of the masses and the conscious leadership through the Marxist-Leninist Party is a central task in preparing and carrying out the international socialist revolution. 3 stages of the class struggle on the road to the international socialist revolution. To distinguish the stages of the class struggle is basic for the successful strategy and tactics of the Marxist-Leninist Party. The book, Strategy and Tactics in the Class Struggle, by Willy Dickhut, an issue of the series Revolutionärer Weg published in good time before the MLPD was founded, explains. Communist strategy and tactics do not follow subjective wishes but must account for the real circumstances. This requires distinguishing the respective stages of the class struggle. This is the only way to develop really successful strategy and tactics without serious errors and fatal misjudgments. Pages 68 to 69. The preparation and implementation of the international proletarian revolution also proceed in stages, which have their law-governed basis in the development of the objective and subjective factors of the class struggle, from the first stage of the strategic defensive of the working class to the second stage, when the working class goes over to the strategic offensive, to the third stage, when it fights to bring about the strategic decision to overthrow the imperialists and establish socialist states, with the aim of unifying these states to build the united socialist states of the world. The class struggle is developing in very differentiated ways in each of the individual countries, but on a worldwide scale the revolutionary working class movement is going over from the first to the second stage. The relative social stability of capitalism, predominant in the first stage of the class struggle, already began dissolving in the first decade of the 21st century, although one cannot yet speak of a general revolutionary ferment on a worldwide scale. The world economic and financial crisis of 2008 has undoubtedly accelerated this development. The length of the different periods essentially depends on how the factors of the class struggle mature, the objective economic and political factors and the subjective factor, the masses' class consciousness and will to fight. The subjective factor is decisively influenced by the correct ideological and political line and the initiative, firmness, and determination of the revolutionary organizations and parties with which they put it into practice. In the first stage, the imperialist world system is still relatively stable. The working class is still relatively strongly affected by the petty bourgeois reformist, petty bourgeois revisionist mode of thinking, with their policy of class collaboration. Opportunist forces are still relatively successful in avoiding struggles or keeping the struggles within the framework of the bourgeois social system. The Marxist-Leninists do not yet have the necessary mass influence. In regard to their party building, it is a matter of first becoming party of the masses. A non-revolutionary situation prevails internationally, For this reason the revolutionaries have the task to prepare the international revolution and create the necessary common ideological, political, and organizational preconditions. At this stage the struggles generally do not yet have a society-changing character, the struggle is focused on economic and political reforms. The revolutionary organizations of the working class and the broad masses in the individual countries must lead the reform struggles as a school of the class struggle and as a school of cross-border coordination and cooperation. Here the building and strengthening of new type Marxist-Leninist parties have fundamental significance. In the first stage, class struggle and party building generally develop very slowly, demanding greatest patience, unfaltering spirit, and firm confidence in the masses on the part of the revolutionaries. In what quality the revolutionary parties fulfill the demands of this stage decides how successfully they will be able to cope with the bigger tasks of the second and third stage later on. Many historical examples teach us that insufficient preparation of the revolution made it easier for the counter-revolution to defeat the revolutionary struggle. Cross-border practical cooperation in party building and class struggle begins with common international projects of the revolutionary forces. Such projects have different contents and require different methods, have different forces participating. Coordination begins at the regional level and is extended to worldwide activities and struggles. In the second stage, a general revolutionization of the working class and people's movement develops internationally. The destabilization of the imperialist ruling system leads to overt political, even revolutionary crises in many countries. Those in power can no longer rule in the old way, and the broad masses are no longer willing to be ruled in the old way. The impact of the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking on the masses decreases considerably. Economic and political mass strikes dominate the scene. Revolutionary uprisings and violent clashes with the state apparatus increase sharply and in a growing number of countries. The opportunists lose their prevailing influence on the working class movement to the Marxist-Leninists. Marxist-Leninist parties become revolutionary mass parties and are now able to organize mass struggles with the working class and growing parts of the broad masses. Forms of direct democracy develop among the masses as school of the exercise of power in a people's democratic, anti-fascist democratic, or socialist social system. The struggle for transitional slogans, which lead up to the issue of power, gains importance. The general situation of the revolutionary world crisis enlarges the possibilities of cross-border cooperation. It becomes necessary to lead more and more struggles in close connection with internationally active mass movements. The revolutionary world crisis will continue for quite a long time. It will be characterized by a revolutionary upswing which will be interrupted over and over again by counter-revolutionary attacks and setbacks. A broad international united front against imperialism and reaction must emerge, and the international industrial proletariat must become the leading force in it. The international revolutionaries will gradually unify in respect to all essential ideological and political issues in party building and class struggle. It will become necessary and possible then to go beyond coordinating methods and create structures of direct cooperation. In the third stage, the revolutionary world crisis has fully matured. The revolutionary working class movement completes its strategic offensive and begins with the direct revolutionary transformation from capitalism to socialism. The system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking has lost its superiority in the struggle against the proletarian mode of thinking. The proletarian mode of thinking now determines the thinking, feeling, and acting of the broad masses. Armed struggle becomes the principal form of class struggle. Revolutionary and counter-revolutionary violence fight for victory. The focus is on slogans of action, overthrow of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie and of international finance capital, establishment of a new social system. The fundamental goal at this stage is the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat in as many countries as possible. With the overthrow of the imperialist great powers, the imperialist world system breaks apart. The third stage of the acutely revolutionary situation on the international scale will be a prolonged, differentiated world revolutionary process in which revolutionary struggles for power in different nation-states follow one after another. Capitalism is not so harmoniously built that the various sources of rebellion can immediately merge of their own accord. without reverses and defeats. On the other hand, the very fact that revolts do break out at different times, in different places, and are of different kinds, guarantees wide scope and depth to the general movement. The discussion on self-determination summed up, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 22, p. 358. In the third stage, the revolutionary struggle against the old ruling power is already in full swing in some countries, and the strategic decision in the proletarian revolution is maturing. In some countries the revolution has already been victorious, in others the revolutionary crisis has not yet fully matured. Revolutionary uprisings and seizure of power end victoriously in some countries, in others with setbacks or defeats. If the revolution fails, the revolutionaries must retreat. Alexander Lazovsky. 38. Answers the question whether a retreat is permissible as follows: yes, it is. One can withdraw to maintain the army's living force, to regroup the army and train it better, to stop a beginning demoralization. Der Streik als Schlachtstreik as a battle, p. 52, our translation from the German. In the event of defeats, areas of retreat or base areas are particularly important, where it is difficult for the enemy to penetrate. In such areas the revolutionary vanguard must find protection from attacks and be able to recruit new forces. The international cooperation of the revolutionaries must create and expand such opportunities for withdrawal. In the third stage, cross-border cooperation and revolutionization of the class struggle must succeed in bringing about an international united front against imperialism and reaction. All revolutionary workers' parties bear responsibility for carrying out the jointly adopted tasks, for the lively concretization of strategy and tactics to the conditions in their countries. Now it becomes necessary that the united revolutionaries unify in all essential questions and in their mode of thinking and working. Clarity concerning the essential common tasks of the international proletarian revolution is expressed by a common general line. To accomplish the operative leadership in the revolutionary struggles and to coordinate the interrelations of the different parties, it is imperative at this stage to build a revolutionary world party. Only then will the international revolutionaries be able to work together with determination and for mutual benefit, overcome the imperialist world system and realize the united socialist states of the world. To bring the objective and subjective factors of the class struggle into correspondence, it must be taken into account that the stages of the revolutionary process vary from country to country. It will then be possible consciously to utilize the mutual support for developing the national and international class struggle of the proletariat to higher levels. Precondition for this is the conscious cross-border mutual revolutionization of the class struggle. This requires a new quality of proletarian internationalism. The revolutionaries in different countries can only develop their concrete strategy and tactics by merging the revolutionary tasks in the national class struggle with the tasks of preparing and carrying out the international revolution. For this purpose it is necessary to correctly identify the stage of the national class struggle as well as the stage of class struggle at the international level, precisely because both may differ. 37. After opportunism and social chauvinism had resulted in the collapse of the Second International, the revolutionary Social Democrats changed their name and called themselves Communists. 38. General Secretary of the Red International of Labor Unions from 1921 until 1937. 3 changes in the strategy and tactics of the national and international class struggle for the preparation of the international revolution. Winning over the international industrial proletariat. From the beginning of its party building, the MLPD has concentrated its strategy and tactics on the Marxist-Leninist work in factories and trade unions. Willy Dickhut wrote in 1973. The importance of the factory as the basis of the class struggle must be absolutely clear to all communists, because a revolutionary workers' party must center its political and organizational work on winning over the industrial workers for the revolutionary struggle. Willy Dickhut, Trade Unions and Class Struggle, p. 242. In line with this, the MLPD determined the winning over of the decisive majority of the working class for socialism to be the principal strategic task in the stage without a revolutionary situation. This definition must be extended today. Now the principal strategic goal is winning over the decisive majority of the international industrial proletariat for the struggle against imperialism and for genuine socialism. The responsibility for this task exists in all countries directly integrated into the reorganization of international production, irrespective of a specific country's national particularities. How well the principal strategic task in the first stage of the class struggle is fulfilled in the different countries decides over the progress of the joint preparation of the international revolution. The book Twilight of the Gods, Götterdämmerung over the New World Order, expounds the composition of the international industrial proletariat, to which belong the following workers. 1. Workers directly employed by the international monopolies. 2. Workers of enterprises directly integrated into the production process of the international monopolies, outside firms. 3. Workers at independent enterprises producing for the international monopolies, which tell these enterprises what to do. Pages 74-75. The petty bourgeois thesis that the working class is disappearing or continuously shrinking is nonsense. The truth is a sharp growth of the international industrial proletariat. The number of core workers employed by the 500 largest international monopolies and integrated into the international production systems almost tripled from 37.2 to 108.8 million between 1990 and 2009. In addition, there are the workers employed by independent companies, the approximately 20 million agency workers and a section of the 214 million migrant workers. Most employees of the major logistics corporations, the biggest ports and airports also belong to the international industrial proletariat in the narrower or broader sense. All in all, 400 to 500 million workers, male and female, belonged to the international industrial proletariat in 2010. The international industrial proletariat has crucial significance because it is that section of the international working class least burdened by backwardness and national narrow-mindedness, and most mature culturally, organizationally, and politically. Only the international industrial proletariat with its cultural level and open-mindedness, its energy and discipline, strength and perseverance has the qualities needed to drive forward the revolutionary class struggle in alliance with the petty bourgeoisie, mainly the small and middle farmers, until imperialism is overthrown. It also possesses the best qualifications to successfully deal with the corrosive effect of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. Only the international industrial proletariat is able to take the lead in the international struggle for a world without exploitation, without social and national oppression. This is the reason why the MLPD concentrates its work in the factories and trade unions on the 500 largest factories in Germany, with a special focus on corporate cooperation, the coordination and cooperation of the party groups in the plants of the international supermonopolies. The 160 to 200 million female industrial workers employed in the international production systems of the leading supermonopolies have great significance for the preparation of the international revolution. They not only contribute a great deal to the fighting strength of the international industrial proletariat and the entire working class, they can and must also play a leading role in the militant movement for the liberation of women. The proletarian women's movement must educate the working class and the broad masses so that the struggle of the working class to overcome the system of wage labor becomes identical with the struggle for the liberation of women. While previously competition and division among industrial workers mainly existed on a national scale, today an international competition has emerged among industrial workers. It is based on the adaptation of modern industrial production to international standards, which facilitates the transfer of production locations and the replacement of workforces. The former National Industrial Reserve Army of workers superfluous for the capitalists has become international. International finance capital uses the open capital and labor markets to apply pressure to cut wages and salaries and split the working class. In many countries the stratum of the international industrial proletariat, especially the core workforces in the big factories of the international supermonopolies, enjoys the highest wages and best working conditions of all workers. Ordinary workers, agency workers, or day laborers employed in non-monopoly industries of India, for example in Delhi, receive monthly wages from 25 to 50 euros, whereas qualified Honda workers in Gurgaon or miners in West Bengal report of wages between 125 and 250 euros. Their housing and living conditions also appear to be privileged compared to those of the broad masses. The non-permanent workers have to fight also against the severest restrictions of their rights. The right to organize in trade unions is often denied to them, but this could not prevent fiercest independent strikes taking place among them in recent years. In India, the tradition of the caste system further aggravates the division of the working class. Working class unity is weakened also by the fact that Indian trade unions are organized along the lines of political parties and occupational groups. Splitting up the workforces into core workers, agency workers, and workers with part-time and fixed-term employment is standard in today's international production, just like competition between the factories all over the world for orders and investments. This is reflected in the workers' consciousness as division within the working class. To overcome this division is one of the central tasks in winning over the international industrial proletariat for the struggle for socialism. The extent to which this is achieved decides over the level of maturity of the internationalist class consciousness. The various forms of splits undoubtedly impede systematic Marxist-Leninist work in factories and trade unions among the international industrial proletariat and other workers. But precisely this work is necessary for preparing the international revolution. The international Marxist-Leninist and working class movement today is by no means unified on the principal strategic task of winning over the international industrial proletariat. Several revolutionary parties, even experienced parties firmly rooted among the masses, neglect revolutionary systematic work among the industrial proletariat in modern industrial centers, in monopoly plants and special economic zones. They objectively leave the field to the reformists and revisionists. The policy of class collaboration practiced by the international supermonopolies makes it easy for the reformists and revisionists to get established in the big factories, and makes the revolutionary rank and file work of the Marxist-Leninists more difficult. Anti-Marxist concepts question the leading role of the international industrial proletariat. Disregard for the proletarian class struggle and the leading role of the working class in the national and social liberation struggle is also ideologically rooted in petty bourgeois theories coming out of the two-line struggle of the Communist Party of China during Mao Zedong's lifetime. Even though today almost nobody seriously refers to these theories, they continue to have an influence. In 1974 Mao Zedong developed the tactical conception of the three worlds. It was the foundation for an anti-imperialist united front which took account of the international situation at that time. It gave the movement of the neocolonially exploited and oppressed countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, the Third World, a correct anti-imperialist thrust against both superpowers, the USA and the Soviet Union, the First World. At the same time, this tactical conception skillfully took advantage of the contradictions between the primary imperialism of the superpowers and the secondary imperialism in Japan, Europe, and Canada, the Second World. Deng Xiaoping fabricated out of Mao's tactical proposal a theory of the three worlds as strategic conception. He maintained that the oppressed peoples of the Third World constitute a revolutionary motive force propelling the will of world history and are the main force combating colonialism, imperialism, and particularly the superpowers. Peking Review, No. 15, 1974, Supplement P2. This sweeping assertion of the revolutionary role of the peoples of the Third World, without distinguishing between reactionary and progressive governments, between the exploiting classes and the broad masses, and without regard for the revolutionary proletariat and its class struggle, is essentially class reconciliation and means betrayal of the international proletarian revolution. Numerous Marxist-Leninist parties newly founded in the beginning of the 1970s were taken in by this right opportunist forgery of Mao Zedong thought for a long time. Even later on, when they no longer openly supported the theory of the three worlds, they did not analyze and criticize it in a principle-based way. Some parties had uncritically taken over Lin Biao's 39. Left sectarian line dating from 1965, according to which Mao Zedong's strategy of protracted people's war and the encirclement of the cities from the countryside was not only valid for China but of outstanding and universal practical importance for the present revolutionary struggles of all the oppressed nations and peoples. Lin Biao, long live the victory of people's war. www.marxist.org/reference/archive/lin-biao/1965/09/war/ch07.htm. In a polemic contributing to the preparation of the 7th International Conference of Marxist-Leninist Parties and Organizations, the MLPD wrote, Lin Biao's analysis of the imperialist world system is reduced to distinguishing urban and rural areas. He does not speak of the international proletariat and the proletarian class struggle which, however, takes place not only in the imperialist countries but meanwhile in the countries dependent on and oppressed by imperialism, too. The core of Lin Biao's strategy and tactics is the denial of the leading role of the working class and of Lenin's analysis of imperialism as the era of the international proletarian revolution. In this core, there is an identity with Deng Xiaoping. With his counter-revolutionary strategic conception of the so-called three worlds. Deng did not speak of the proletarian class struggle either and was condemned for this by Mao Zedong in a principle-based way. p. 19. Today there are only very few disciples of Lin Biao left, thriving more or less nowhere but on the internet actually. Since a couple of years, though, so-called Maoism/Third-Worldism, a current originating in the USA, moves from victory to victory, as claimed by these people. Their theory, quite modestly characterized as the fourth and highest stage of revolutionary science, slanders the modern industrial proletariat as generally corrupt and reactionary, as a degenerate labor aristocracy. The creators of this distinctly petty bourgeois theory impute a bourgeois standard of living to the working class in the imperialist centers, which allegedly cannot but be the result of anything other than super-exploitation of the Third World. They go so far as to make this extremely anti-people statement: to advance the material interests of the First World worker is social imperialism and social fascism. 40. In their class analysis, the Third-Worldists incorrectly quote Lenin who, in his theory of imperialism, explicitly dealt with the labor aristocracy as a manifestation among an insignificant minority of the working class. The Collapse of the Second International, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 21, p. 242. Lenin absolutely did not conclude from his analysis of the highly advanced capitalist countries that the leading role of the proletariat was to be questioned. Instead of subordinating the working class to the peoples of the world, he called for intensifying the struggle against opportunism to develop and strengthen the leading role of the working class. Apart from that, the problem of the labor aristocracy manifests itself differently today. Labor aristocrats are found only among privileged, mainly full-time works council members, at the lower trade union levels or in city councils. In the upper echelons of the trade union apparatus or in the Social Democratic Party, for the most part petty bourgeois intellectuals have replaced the labor aristocrats. Through the mechanism of so-called codetermination they rise partly as far as the management of corporate groups, become well-paid members of supervisory boards, personnel managers, or bourgeois and even monopoly politicians. The principal problem in developing the class struggle today is the petty bourgeois mode of thinking which has deeply penetrated into the working class movement. This problem can only be solved when the patient persuasion work of the Marxist-Leninists and the masses' own fighting experiences combine, never through hostility to workers and contempt for the masses. In a concentrated way, the rejection of the leading role of the international industrial proletariat is also evident in the petty bourgeois concept of the so-called post-industrial society and the precariat. The term precariat was created by groups like the French Sans Reserves in the 1980s and the anarcho-Bourdigist. 41. Italian Precariati. It was eagerly picked up by the petty bourgeois anti-globalization movement. Precariat is derived from the Latin word precarium, It means property which is granted to someone after begging for it and which can be revoked at will. The criteria for belonging to the precariat are not class origin and class situation, mind you, but a person's current life circumstances. Precarious life circumstances mean the uncertain, unprotected situation of poor people, caused by marginal part-time or flexibilized jobs, or unemployment, extremely low income and debts. Not only more and more workers and salaried employees sink to such a low condition, but also growing sections of the petty bourgeois strata, even members of the bourgeoisie affected by bankruptcies. The concept of the precariat thus blurs the class character of the capitalist social system and denies that the proletariat is the revolutionary subject for overcoming it. The concept of the precariat follows the anarchist and vulgar materialist line of worshipping spontaneity. According to this line, the worse off the masses are, the sooner and the more fiercely they fight. In the final analysis, this concept is directed against scientific socialism and the revolutionary class struggle to overcome the capitalist wage system. Instead, it aims at improving the condition of the precariat through social reforms in the framework of capitalist society. 4 fundamental tasks to win over the decisive majority of the international industrial proletariat. The industrial proletariat in the imperialist countries must link up with the anti-imperialist struggle in the neocolonial countries in its thinking, feeling, and acting. It must support the struggle without reservations, give up any kind of arrogance and fight against the social chauvinism advocated by the reformist trade union leaders. On the other hand, the industrial proletariat in the oppressed countries has to cope successfully with reservations and skepticism in respect to the working class movement in the imperialist countries. To win over the decisive majority of the international industrial proletariat for socialism, the Marxist-Leninist parties have to fulfill 4 fundamental tasks which form a fundamental unity. 1. Propagation of scientific socialism, of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, among the masses in connection with convincing criticism of reformism and revisionism to help them understand the strategic goal of the class struggle. Systematic persuasion work against modern anti-communism which seeks to stigmatize Marxism-Leninism with expressions like Stalinism and Maoism and to isolate the Marxist-Leninists in the working class and people's movements. 2. Agitation and propaganda among the workers and the people's masses and help in all practical problems of daily life. Both sides must be realized as a dialectical unity. Whether the revolutionary goals appear to the masses as unrealistic slogans or as lively conclusions from their own experiences, this depends on the ability of the Marxist-Leninists to consciously apply the dialectical method to analyze the masses' thinking, feeling and acting and conduct a concrete struggle over their mode of thinking. 3. Promotion of Überparteilich. 42. Self-run organizations of the masses for the struggle on behalf of their most important interests. In the self-run organizations, the Marxist-Leninists link up as closely as possible with the broad masses, learn from them and help them cope with the effect of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. They promote independent activities and initiatives of the masses to develop the masses' proletarian self-confidence and class solidarity, and they work towards the establishment of a special relationship of trust with the Revolutionary Party. Revolutionary Party building and promotion of the self-run organizations of the masses must be realized as a dialectical unity. 4. The preparation and conduct of struggles must be connected with Marxist-Leninist agitation and propaganda. Struggles for economic concerns must be combined with political strikes and demonstrations and converted into a political struggle against the government. In this way, such struggles for reforms can be used as a practical school of the class struggle, which is identical with coping with the influences of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. In the situation of the transition from the national to the international class struggle, all struggles must be used to promote an internationalist consciousness and to organize international solidarity. These 4 fundamental tasks, the dialectical unity of agitation, propaganda, and organization, of party and masses, of national struggle and internationalist obligation, must be oriented toward the central strategic task of winning over the decisive majority of the international industrial proletariat, of its class-conscious core, and for this reason must always combine proletarian strategy and tactics with the strategy and tactics in the struggle over the mode of thinking. All revolutionaries are confronted with these four tasks, not only in the countries where the working class is the main force of the revolution, but also where it is only the leading force in an alliance with the masses of the small and middle peasants, where they are still the main force of the struggle for national and social liberation. In all countries where solely ruling international finance capital has penetrated into the national economies and created an international industrial proletariat, these four tasks must be fulfilled. Involvement of the broad masses in the struggle against the monopolies and the government. Winning over the decisive majority of the international industrial proletariat is the principal strategic task in preparing the international revolution. But in all countries the broad masses must simultaneously be involved in the struggle against the monopolies and the government, and this struggle must be linked as closely as possible with the liberation struggle of the working class. The composition of the broad masses differs a great deal depending on the different countries and struggles. The core of the broad masses are the wage workers and their families. The masses also include the petty bourgeois strata of the self-employed in professional occupations, storekeepers, small producers and craftsmen, the small and middle farmers, the great majority of intellectuals in dependent employment, of the employees in public service or in the state apparatus, as well as creative artists and others active in the cultural field. It is essential that people of proletarian and non-proletarian origin and class situation work together. In this way mass protests and mass struggles for everyday demands against the monopolies and the government can unfold in the stage without a revolutionary situation. They can assume the form of rallies and demonstrations, strikes, and blockades. Such struggles have great importance for the development of the international industrial proletariat's class consciousness because they concern all problems in the lives of individuals as well as of social life. By dealing with the entire system of the production and reproduction of immediate life in capitalist society and by getting involved in all affairs of state, the working class strengthens its political consciousness. When the factory-related and trade union struggles of the working class interpenetrate in an all-round way with mass struggles for economic, social, and political demands, its class consciousness is enriched and its importance for society is highlighted. Reducing the role of the industrial workers to struggles at the factory and union level is an expression of a narrow-minded economist and trade unionist mode of thinking. The participation in mass struggles against the government must become a school for the international industrial proletariat to assume its leading role in respect to the broad masses. The industrial workers get to know their allies, teach them proletarian forms of struggle and organization, reject opportunism and blind actionism, and raise their own cultural level in dealing with the non-proletarian masses. For the broad masses, mass struggles are a school of active people's resistance, above all in the transition to the second stage of the class struggle. The masses learn that the government is the managing board of ruling finance capital. They personally experience the state as finance capital's instrument of rule when laws severely restrict their rights and liberties, when violent attacks are carried out by the state power and class justice becomes evident. They realize that the monopolized mass media take the side of those in power by ignoring the protests, by making them look pointless or even by spreading untrue reports. But they also learn that exclusively symbolic actions are ineffective and at best can be useful to mobilize for real struggles. What is most important, however, the masses develop confidence in their own strength. They experience the determination and fighting strength of the working class and take its forms of struggle and goals as model. They develop pride, self-confidence and a collective spirit. They adopt a proletarian mode of thinking when they no longer employ their special knowledge for the profits of the monopolies but for the common goals. The criterion for judging the development of their consciousness is how much their understanding grows that they must fight together with the working class for their social and political rights and liberties, and how willing they are to commit themselves lastingly and definitely and get organized in self-run organizations or in the Revolutionary Party. The struggle of the broad masses against the monopolies and the government is a decisive strategic reserve of the proletarian class struggle of the working class. The Marxist-Leninist Party must conduct the struggle over the mode of thinking among the masses and help them to take the road of struggle and come to grips with modern anti-communism. To achieve this, the party must organize the correct interrelationship of its basic units in the factories and neighborhoods under strategic aspects. The most important basic party units are the factory groups in large-scale industrial plants and in logistics centers crucial to the international organization of production. The MLPD concentrates 50% of its forces on the Marxist-Leninist work in factories and trade unions. The party's groups in neighborhoods organize systematic rank-and-file work aiming at revolutionary areas of influence, mainly where workers live. At the same time, every neighborhood group must link up with Marxist-Leninist work in factories and trade unions, must support party work in the heart of the industrial proletariat or create the preconditions for building new factory groups. Only the dialectical unity of the Marxist-Leninist Party's factory and neighborhood groups, of groups at universities and groups under construction guarantees that the winning over of the decisive majority of the international industrial proletariat and the involvement of the broad masses in the struggle against the monopolies and the government become a unity. The reasons for the struggles of the broad masses against the monopolies and the government are manifold. They will increase with the growing crisis-proneness of the dominant relations. In Germany, the Monday demonstration movement began in August 2004 under the slogan, "Away with Hartz IV, we are the people." It is independently organized and überparteilich. Taking up the experiences of the Democratic People's Movement in the German Democratic Republic, the MLPD had developed the tactics of the Monday demonstrations already at the end of the 1990s. Through such public forums it was possible to conduct the struggle over the mode of thinking of the masses at rallying points of the social debate. In the summer of 2004 the protests against Hartz IV sharply increased, with several 100,000 participants all over Germany. They temporarily took on mass character. In 2006 the trade union THIRD-WORLDISM organized struggles in the health system. With more than 200,000 participants they became the longest strike ever in the public service sector of the Federal Republic of Germany. The fighting spirit was particularly strong where the strikes were also directed against privatization plans for public institutions. The high proportion of militant women and the close bonds between ordinary workers and salaried employees on the one hand and the doctors of the large university hospitals on the other were two of the special features of this labor dispute. Since the summer and fall of 2010 the struggles against the railroad project, Stuttgart 21, have been developing into a test of power with national significance. Here the change in mood among the masses in the aftermath of the world economic and financial crisis that had begun in 2008 culminated for the first time. Tens of thousands of people put up massive resistance, for a while with several weekly mass demonstrations. The protest was directed against the profit interests behind this project, whose cost goes into the billions, and against the arrogance of power evident in the manner in which it was to be pushed through against the will of the majority of the population. More and more people rejected the one-sided promotion of high-speed passenger traffic because this would entail restrictions to local passenger and freight traffic and also lead to even more car and truck traffic. Stuttgart 21 was also attacked as another climate killer project. When the actions assumed mass character and forms of active resistance were increasingly used, the monopolies and the government felt impelled to use violence against the demonstrators. On September 30, 2010, police from several German states used water cannons, tear gas, and batons against thousands of mostly young demonstrators. But this police brutality only increased the determination and fighting spirit of the protest movement. The response on the very next day was the largest demonstration in this region since the Second World War. More than 100,000 people demanded not only an immediate building freeze, but also the punishment of those responsible for the police action, the resignation of the state government and a referendum. The protest against Stuttgart 21 was a nationally and also internationally noted signal for active people's resistance against the policy of the monopolies and the government. The revolutionary and working class movement in Germany can and must learn from international experience. This task is especially urgent in the EU, where the masses are confronted with reactionary crisis programs coordinated by the governments, and where in the first decade of the new millennium the tendency to mass struggles against the governments and monopoly capital has grown, assuming an international character. In France, protest erupted in the spring of 2006 against legislation abolishing protection against the wrongful dismissal of workers and salaried employees under the age of 26, CPE 43. School children and university students, unemployed, young workers, among them many young migrants, united and fought together. On February 7, already 300,000 to 400,000 people were taking part in this struggle, but the rightist trade union leadership wanted to call the struggle off after the law was passed by Parliament. However, the working class and people's movement thwarted this attempt. The occupation of universities and continuing protests of school children were combined with strikes in the public service sector and in industry. A series of nationwide days of action with approximately 10 million people taking part plunged the Chirac/Philippine government into an overt political crisis. The government had to withdraw the detested law to prevent any further escalation of the struggles. This successful mass struggle in France was like a signal influencing other European countries. "Fight like in France" became a familiar slogan in the struggles of the working class and masses of Europe. In Greece, a new quality of resistance against the crisis programs in the EU developed in 2010 after a series of general strikes. Pressured by solely ruling international finance capital, the Greek government moved from political crisis dampening to open plundering of the masses. It was intended to set a warning example, since in the past the resistance of the Greek people had repeatedly thwarted cutback programs initiated by the EU and the International Monetary Fund, IMF. In all of Europe and beyond, the rebellious Greek spirit became a model of unbendingness and irreconcilability in the face of anti-people government programs. On May 5, 2010, the country saw the largest demonstrations of the past 30 years. In France, new elements of the transition to the class struggle in the true sense have emerged since September 2010, mainly in the weeks-long mass protests against the raising of the retirement age. On October 12, 2010, 3.5 million people participated in the fourth nationwide day of strike and action against the pension law planned by the Sarkozy government. They plunged France into another overt political crisis. On October 19 alone, there were 277 demonstrations all over the country. Strikes in all refineries of France, in important ports and haulage companies were combined with blockades. Strikers blocked access roads. The struggles were only partly under control of the reformist union leaderships. The young fought with a special tenacity and became an asset to the movement. Violent measures of the state apparatus and thousands of arrests only heightened the determination. Nonetheless, the law was railroaded through the Senate and the National Assembly at the end of October. The Sarkozy government demagogically slandered the mass protests as allegedly undemocratic after the decision of the parliament, although polls showed that almost 70% of the French rejected the pension reform. The call became more and more widespread: Sarkozy must go. It could be observed that such struggles against the government contain a tendency of the transition to a revolutionary ferment. In neocolonially dependent and oppressed countries, mass struggles against the governments increasingly have an anti-imperialist thrust and are also directed against the IMF, the World Bank or the WTO, World Trade Organization. The growing number of starving people in the world despite sufficient food reserves, the expulsion of small farmers from their land, the overexploitation of the natural foundations of human life, the privatization and commercialization of the health systems, of energy and water supply, the militarization of society, all this deeply affects people's daily lives. The struggle against these everywhere encroaching manifestations of the capitalist crisis proneness must inevitably turn into a struggle by hundreds of million people for survival. It prepares the ground for broad masses to be involved in the struggle against imperialism under the leadership of the international industrial proletariat. In Asia alone, From 2000 to 2007, many millions of people participated in mass struggles against the privatization of former state institutions and enterprises. In these struggles, miners, employees of the oil industry and workers in the so-called services sector played a major role. In India, widespread mass protests have developed during recent years against the expulsion and expropriation of small and middle peasants organized by the state for the purpose of putting land at the disposal of corporate groups for the establishment of new industries and the exploitation of mineral resources. A positive example was the successful struggle of tens of thousands of farmers, agricultural workers, and other workers through which the Special Economic Zone planned for the Tata Corporation's nano car production site. 44. In Singur, West Bengal, could be prevented. The international proletariat, in the imperialist countries as well as in the countries dependent on and oppressed by imperialism, must involve the broad masses in the struggles against the monopolies and the government. It must make these struggles a school of the anti-imperialist and ultimately of the revolutionary, society-changing struggle, a school of the cross-border preparation of the international proletarian revolution. The vital importance of the struggle for the protection of the natural environment and against the threatening world climate catastrophe. The struggle to save the natural foundations of life from international finance capital's greed for profit becomes the most important task of the international socialist revolution besides the struggle for social and national liberation. Today the environment cannot be saved anymore with long-term effect without overcoming the capitalist mode of production. Up to now, most environmental struggles focused on local or regional problems, for instance the toxic gas disaster in Bhopal, India, the Naples waste disposal scandal in Italy, the oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico, the criminal storage of life-threatening nuclear waste, or the threat to habitats and natural resources in many countries. In the meantime, however, the consciousness among the broad masses is growing rapidly that the environmental and climate crisis has global dimensions and that its root cause is the capitalist mode of production at its present level. At the World People's Conference on Climate Change and the Rights of Mother Earth in Cochabamba from 20 to April 22, 2010, more than 30,000 participants demonstrated and discussed, among them 20,000 peasants, indigenous people, workers, women, and scientists from Bolivia alone. The People's Agreement of the World Conference declared, capitalism requires a powerful military industry for its processes of accumulation and imposition of control over territories and natural resources, suppressing the resistance of the peoples. It is an imperialist system of colonization of the planet. The model we support is not a model of limitless and destructive development. All countries need to produce the goods and services necessary to satisfy the fundamental needs of their populations, but by no means can they continue to follow the path of development that has led the richest countries to have an ecological footprint 5 times bigger than what the planet is able to support. Currently, the regenerative capacity of the planet has been already exceeded by more than 30%. If this pace of overexploitation of our Mother Earth continues, we will need 2 planets by the year 2030. http://pwcc.wordpress.com/2010/04/24/peoples-agreement. March 23, 2011. The central problem in the struggle for the protection of the natural environmental is the separation of the environmental movement from the working class movement, as well as a narrow-minded emphasis on local problems or individual projects. In the petty bourgeois environmental movement, a certain arrogance towards the working class movement and anti-communist influences were able to develop. This was furthered by the fact that the consciousness for environmental problems has been underdeveloped in the working class movement. The 10th International Conference of Marxist-Leninist Parties and Organizations in 2010 discussed this problem critically and self-critically. A conference resolution reads, "The environmental question has become a subject of grave concern for all of humanity because of the irreversible damage caused to Mother Earth by the imperialist powers in realizing their greed for profit." The International Conference stated that there have been shortcomings of the Marxist-Leninist and working class movement in the environmental issue. The working class must take on its leading role and, at the same time, Work together openly with all serious environmentalists. The solution of the environmental question lies in the re-establishment of the unity of humankind and nature through socialism/communism, where not profits, but the interests of humanity are the center of interest. The Marxist-Leninist strategy and tactics of the environmental struggle requires overcoming a narrow-minded emphasis on regional or local problems and temporary projects in environmental struggles, and creating an international front of resistance to save the environment from the greed for profit. Currently, the most important common goal of such an international front of resistance is to prevent the climate catastrophe. Understanding the struggle for pushing through advanced production methods of a cycle economy as a field of the class struggle of the international working class, and waging it in alliance with all mass movements which can be won on its behalf. Connecting the struggle for the most urgent immediate measures for protecting the environment with the preparation of the international socialist revolution. The revolutionary working class movement must put itself in the vanguard of the struggle for the protection of the natural environment. Extension of proletarian strategy and tactics by the strategy and tactics of the struggle over the mode of thinking. In the stage without a revolutionary situation, the ideological struggle stands in the foreground of social conflicts and debates. The general Marxist-Leninist strategy and tactics of party building and class struggle must be concretized and extended through a strategy and tactics of the struggle over the mode of thinking. The struggle over the mode of thinking became the necessary condition to enable the masses to embrace the proletarian strategy and tactics of Marxist-Leninist party building and class struggle. The strategy and tactics of the struggle over the mode of thinking of the masses is the conscious application of the dialectical method to advance the unity of party and masses. Its special task is to organize the struggle over the mode of thinking on a mass scale to arouse and advance proletarian class consciousness in the struggle against modern anti-communism. Its goal is winning over the decisive majority of the working class for socialism and involving the broad masses in the struggle against the monopolies and the state. Its principal method is organizing the superiority of the proletarian mode of thinking in struggle against the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. In general, it is only possible to strengthen and develop further the proletarian mode of thinking if the interaction between practical experience, its theoretical assimilation, and conscious practice is organized. Because of the effect of the internationally organized system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking, rapid leaps such as occur in the growth of class consciousness in times of unfolded struggles or sharp class conflicts are hardly to be expected in the development of the mode of thinking. So that the masses can cope successfully and lastingly with the petty bourgeois mode of thinking, an entire system of patient, long-term cooperation with the Marxist-Leninists must be organized. Suitable forms of organization and struggle are needed to achieve this. The book, The Struggle Over the Mode of Thinking in the Working Class Movement, explains the comprehensiveness of the mutual relations of the Marxist-Leninist Party with the various self-built, self-run organizations of the masses in the most varied fields is the key to developing the masses all-around fighting ability, the key to actually freeing them from reformist and revisionist tutelage, and the key to a revolutionary party which is firmly rooted among the broad masses and can rightfully call itself party of the masses. It is the key to overcoming the relative isolation of the MLPD. Pages 226 to 227. Over many years the MLPD has developed and tested essential interrelations between the party and the masses and essential tasks of the strategy and tactics of the struggle over the mode of thinking and gained experience with them. Trade unions are the most important mass organizations of the working class. They must become fighting organizations so that the millions of trade unionists can be won over for the class struggle. They will only become genuine fighting organizations of the working class, however, if they assume the character of Überparteiliche general labor unions. The international working class movement must cope with the petty bourgeois reformist, petty bourgeois revisionist, and also petty bourgeois chauvinist modes of thinking and must overcome any division. The international industrial proletariat above all must increasingly think, feel, and act in a way which transcends corporations and national borders and must learn from each other in the struggles. Rebelling youth becomes the practical vanguard in the class struggle. The rebellious youth movement needs a revolutionary youth league which is organizationally independent, is guided ideologically and politically by the Marxist-Leninist Party and cooperates closely with the party in practice. Being a Marxist-Leninist mass organization, the Youth League must organize a life school of the proletarian mode of thinking for young people and help them cope mainly with the petty bourgeois anti-authoritarian mode of thinking. The militant women's movement is the most important link between working-class offensive, active people's resistance and youth rebellion. Überparteiliche women's action groups and women's associations, open in respect to world outlook, will, if they fulfill this function of linking the different movements, become women's mass organizations and organized mass movements. They grow strong in the struggle against the patriarchal, petty bourgeois sexist, and petty bourgeois feminist modes of thinking, against the poor self-confidence of the masses of women and girls and against bourgeois society's big lie of the equality of men and women. In the preparation of the international revolution, the special struggle for the liberation of women combines with the universal struggle for liberation from exploitation and oppression. For active people's resistance to unfold, it is necessary to strengthen the action groups and self-run organizations of the masses which concern themselves with all political and social issues, mainly with health, education, and local politics, with the struggle for peace and the rescue of the environment, with anti-fascist or anti-imperialist struggles. They must be politically independent and work on the basis of struggle, defend the principles of an überparteiliche status and openness in terms of world outlook, of democracy and financial independence. Proletarian internationalism can only become reality in the struggle against the petty bourgeois nationalist and petty bourgeois internationalist modes of thinking. The Marxist-Leninist Party promotes the development of an internationalist consciousness in all mass movements, mainly in suitable solidarity and aid organizations, by organizing the most diverse interrelations between the party and the self-run organizations. 39. Then Defense Minister of the People's Republic of China. 40. Source: The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, January 1, 2008, Maoism Third-Worldism leads the way, a recent history of struggles in the international scene, February 20, 2010, First Congress of the leading light communist organization, LLCO, July 5, 2010. http://monkeysmashesheaven.wordpress.com. Archived at www.webcitation.org/5ubri5mz9. www.webcitation.org/5ubrsznb6. And www.webcitation.org/5ubrhertzwv. 41. Amadeo Bordiga, 1889–1970, was the first General Secretary of the Communist Party of Italy, CPI. He opposed the building of socialism in the Soviet Union and in 1930 was expelled from the CPI because he supported the Trotskyists. 42. Überparteilich, literally, above party, means working together in equality, on the basis of struggle, for common goals, without regard for party affiliation, translator's note. 43. Contrat premier embauche, first employment contract. 44. Nano is a small car produced by the Indian auto company Tata, the world's cheapest car. 4. Strategy and tactics for forging the Proletarian United Front. In Germany, the MLPD supports militant activities of the masses and develops a special strategy and tactics for all social sectors decisive for the progress of humanity. The goal is to combine the activities of the broad masses with the struggles of the working class and develop them higher into a comprehensive united front led by the working class and directed against monopoly capital and its political instrument of rule, the state. Building the Proletarian United Front will be successful if equal and common forms of struggle and organization are created in interrelation between the party and the militant women's movement, the active resistance of the people and the rebellion of the youth. Program of the Marxist-Leninist Party of Germany, p. 52. The Proletarian United Front progresses in a process of ideological political discussion, in interaction with practical fighting experiences, from unity in single issues to unity in all essential issues of the class struggle. Struggle for social achievements. For decades, with the illusion of the social market economy, the masses were promised relative social security. In 2003, with the Agenda 2010, the then SPD/Green government started on a course of smashing the existent social insurance system step by step. The broad masses reacted with protests. In their center were the defense of the health insurance system financed by equal contributions of employers and employees, resistance against the extension of working life, against the cutting of pension levels and the smashing of the unemployment insurance. Since the EU countries' crisis programs are geared to the same goals, all countries are supposed to shift the burdens of the crisis onto the shoulders of the mass of the population. They are an important reference point to coordinate the struggles across Europe. In these struggles, the MLPD establishes demands suitable for advancing active people's resistance in connection with the transition to the working class offensive. Away with the Hartz laws. Higher unemployment benefits and continued payment for the entire period of unemployment. Higher social assistance payments. For a legal minimum wage of, at present, €10 an hour. Lowering of the retirement age of men to 60 years and of women to 55 years with full pension compensation. Introduction of a state-financed minimum pension independent of individual occupational history. Creation of sufficient housing at reasonable prices. Thorough precautionary checkups, medical care and treatment free of charge. Involvement of old, sick, and handicapped people in societal life and complete payment of nursing fees by the monopolies and the state. Lower taxation of the masses, abolition of indirect taxes, progressive taxation of big income earners. Social insurance contributions are, from the Marxist point of view, wage elements which are to be paid completely by the capitalists. Contrary to the bourgeois argumentation that the costs for the equally shared financing of social insurance are skyrocketing with no end in sight, the MLPD demands changing the social insurance contributions to a system where they are completely paid by the enterprises through a sales-related social tax. The current practice that the total social insurance contributions of an enterprise depend on its total wages and salaries puts the heaviest financial strain on wage-intensive small and medium-sized companies, while monopolies are relieved in comparison. A sales-based social tax of approximately 6% would have the result that all social insurance contributions, which in Germany amounted to €312 billion in 2009, have to be paid to a large extent from the profits of the monopolies. The working people would then have higher net incomes, the burden on small enterprises with relatively high wage costs compared to their sales would be significantly reduced, corporate groups with high sales, whose wage costs are usually considerably lower relative to their sales, would have to bear the brunt. The MLPD combines this struggle with patient persuasion work against the effects of the petty bourgeois reformist and the petty bourgeois revisionist modes of thinking, against all attempts to keep alive the big lies of the social state and of social justice in capitalism. Struggle to protect the natural environment. The fight to save the natural environment today must be directed at the capitalist mode of production and the dictatorship of international finance capital and be developed into an international resistance front under the leadership of the working class. It cannot make the acknowledgement of the socialist goal a precondition, but the Marxist-Leninists must lead this struggle as a school of organized international action in the struggle against imperialism and for socialism. Besides the working class movement, in the last few years the environmental movement has become the movement in which the issue of the system has been raised most intensely. This is an important condition for making active resistance for the rescue of the environment a part of the society-changing struggle for socialism. At the same time, active resistance to save the environment is not confined to class struggle. It draws broad sections of the non-proletarian strata into the struggle, which calls for all-sided alliance-building work. In its rank-and-file work the MLPD furthers the conscious handling of nature by the masses. It promotes the unity of ecological and social movement, the joint struggle of the workers and the broad masses, progressive scientists and environment-conscious forces of the non-monopoly bourgeoisie, the support of the environmental policies of anti-imperialist governments or the governments of particularly affected countries like the Pacific Islands. With its strategy and tactics of the struggle over the mode of thinking, the MLPD helps the masses to strengthen their environmental awareness so that they can resist the disinformation campaign of the monopoly-paid climate skeptics, corrosive gloom and doom fatalism, and other influences of the petty bourgeois environmentalist mode of thinking. International unions for the protection of the natural environment must be überparteilich and open in terms of world outlook, work on an anti-fascist basis, be democratically organized and financially independent. They must fight against any form of petty bourgeois claim to leadership. Owing to the many years of dominance of petty bourgeois activists in the environmental movement, the struggle against modern anti-communism has special importance. In 2008 the MLPD published its Climate Protection Program. It contains and explains the proposal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 70 to 90% by the year 2030 through 100% use of renewable energies and at the expense of the monopolies. The MLPD successfully works to bring about the international cooperation of revolutionary forces also in the struggle to save the environment from greed for profit. It supports international unions like the Environmental Council that was held for the first time in Gelsenkirchen, Germany, in 2009, with international participation, and systematically espouses such activities in the working class movement. The joint struggle in the environmental policy field under the leadership of the working class, with publications and mass discussions on environment-friendly technologies or production processes and their enforcement, is also a school of socialist construction and the development of the leading role of the international industrial proletariat, the carrier of the most advanced productive forces. Strategy and tactics of the struggle for peace and the anti-militarist struggle. During the past decades, the German Bundeswehr was gradually converted into an intervention army active worldwide. Military budget cuts or even the abolition of general compulsory military service also served to sharpen this aggressive instrument. In October 2010, already 88.1% of the active Bundeswehr soldiers were either professional soldiers and soldiers with fixed-period service or conscripts with longer voluntary military service. Since applications for fixed-period service have gone down since 2002 by 25%, the Bundeswehr intensifies its militarist propaganda. With events at schools, music festivals, and appearances in employment offices, signing up for military service is advertised as a way out of youth unemployment. This considerably extends the influence of reactionary militarist ideas on young people. The MLPD supports the worldwide peace movement and its demands against military aggressions of whatever imperialist power. It rejects any imperialist military cooperation, also if carried out under the legal umbrella and guise of the UN. The Marxist-Leninists advocate that the peace movement takes on an internationalist character and maintains its independence from rivaling imperialist powers. The Marxist-Leninists support revolutionary movements for national and social liberation, like currently those of the oppressed masses in Afghanistan and Iraq, in the Middle East, Palestine, in North Africa and in the Philippines. A distinction must be made between just and unjust wars. Imperialist wars must be fought against resolutely, but wars of liberation movements against reactionary powers or wars of oppressed peoples to preserve their national sovereignty against imperialist intervention or annexation must be supported, provided these countries refuse to be misused as lackeys of imperialist or reactionary powers. The MLPD supports struggles against national oppression and for democratic and social rights, like those of the Kurds or Chechens. It also organizes solidarity with anti-imperialist governments, while it opposes wars of reactionary or fascist regimes. In case of war, the oppressed masses in such countries must fight against the imperialist invasion as well as against their own regimes. The most important demands and slogans in the struggle for peace are: ban and destroy all ABC weapons. Immediate shutdown of all facilities of the nuclear fuel cycle and facilities for the production of weapons of mass destruction. Dissolution of NATO. Dissolution of the intervention forces of the EU and Bundeswehr. Fight any kind of hate-mongering against peoples, racism, and anti-communism. Propagation of friendship among peoples and international solidarity. Respect the right of self-determination of peoples and nations. Immediate and unconditional withdrawal of all German troops from other countries. No export of arms to reactionary regimes. The struggle for peace is closely linked with the anti-militarist struggle. Militarism is the core of imperialism's reactionary power apparatus. The struggle of all democratic and progressive forces must be directed against it. The MLPD supports the famous slogan already advocated by August Bebel and Karl Liebknecht, "Not a man, not a penny for the system." Marxist-Leninists also take a stand protecting young people in the anti-militarist struggle. They help the masses of youth to cope with the influence of the petty bourgeois pacifist mode of thinking. It is a dangerous illusion to believe that the capitalist system could be fundamentally changed through peaceful resistance, that through parliamentary influence the Bundeswehr could be democratized, or even instruments of the state power apparatus like the Bundeswehr, the federal police. 45. And the police forces of the Länder stopped from applying reactionary violence. The MLPD opposes the pacifist tactics of conscientious objection, but defends the bourgeois democratic right to conscientious objection. It abides by the rejection of transforming the Bundeswehr into a professional army. The Marxist-Leninist Party and its Youth League work together with pacifists on the basis of the struggle for world peace and against militarism, but in this cooperation they debate pacifist illusions objectively and convincingly. The MLPD's main slogans and demands in the anti-militarist struggle are: fight the militarization of state and society. Fight the militarization of educational and cultural institutions. Bundeswehr get out of schools and universities. Free trade unionist and political activity in the Bundeswehr. Fight the fascistization of the Bundeswehr. Strategy and tactics of the anti-fascist struggle. Since the reorganization of international production, activities of neo-fascist forces have increased in several European countries, tolerated by the governments. Since German reunification in 1990, in Germany alone, at least 149 people died as victims of neo-fascist terror, according to an investigation of the Amadeu Antonio Foundation. While in the 1990s this terror mainly had a racist character, it is now more and more directed against leftists, trade unionists, and Marxist-Leninists. The neo-fascists are increasingly used as shock troops against the revolutionary working class movement. In Germany the danger of fascism lies mainly in the future. Neither is a fascist seizure of power imminent, nor is there a general shift to the right in the population. Wherever the fascists appeared at rallies and carried out attacks, they were confronted by a broad anti-fascist movement. This characterizes the deeply rooted anti-fascist consciousness of the masses in Germany. They have drawn their lessons from Hitlerite fascism. The struggle against neo-fascist terror is closely connected with the struggle against the fascistization of the state apparatus, for the defense and extension of bourgeois democratic rights and liberties, and for the active promotion of friendship among peoples and international solidarity. The MLPD and its Youth League Rebel carry out a systematic anti-fascist education against the fascist poisoning of the young. They work for young people to develop a firm anti-fascist basic outlook. For many years, the MLPD and Rebel were the only organizations which established the ban of all fascist organizations and their propaganda as the main demand in the anti-fascist struggle. During recent years this demand gained more and more acceptance in the militant anti-fascist movement and among the masses. It was adopted at the trade union congresses of the IG Metall and Verdi and became a mass demand of the unions. A qualitatively new development in anti-fascist resistance were mass protests and blockades. On September 20, 2008, approximately 50,000 anti-fascists protested against an anti-Islamization congress in Cologne. In Dresden, on February 13, 2010, a rally by neo-Nazis with up to 6,500 neo-fascists arriving from all over Europe could be successfully prevented. 22,000 counter-demonstrators, 12,000 of them organized blockades through a broad unity of action, asserted themselves also against an anti-communist campaign and provocations by the state apparatus and against open suppression of the anti-fascists. However, the neo-fascist tendency, tolerated and even promoted by the state, must be taken seriously against the backdrop of the further growing crisis-proneness of imperialism. The capitalist crisis chaos prepares the ground for the demagoguery of ultra-reactionary, proto-fascist, and neo-fascist Pied Pipers, as verified by election victories of ultra-right and neo-fascist forces in Italy, Hungary, Belgium, Denmark, Sweden, Austria, or the Netherlands. The neo-fascist ideology today cunningly takes up moods critical of capitalism to gain ground against the trend to the left and the widespread rejection of fascism among the masses. There must be particular vigilance in respect to the so-called National Socialists, who attempt to exploit the lack of experience of young people. In their clothes and public appearance, their language and symbols they demagogically adapt to the left and autonomous anti-fascist movement. In the center of the anti-fascist struggle today is the struggle over the mode of thinking of the masses which, above all, must deal with the social demagoguery of the fascists. This is an important lesson from the experience of the 1920s and 1930s when the communists underestimated the ideological struggle against the fascist demagoguery. In the anti-fascist movement the influence of anarchist tendencies must also be opposed. Young people under anarchist or autonomous influence often justly and resolutely confront the fascists and reject inconsistent bourgeois anti-fascism. Simultaneously, there is the danger that they get involved in adventurous actions against the state organs and cut themselves off in a sectarian way from the anti-fascist masses. The struggle over the mode of thinking among the masses must also be conducted against opportunist tendencies, for instance against capitulation out of fear of the neo-fascists. The anti-fascists must successfully deal with anti-communism as otherwise a broad, militant anti-fascist united front cannot be established. If in the future a situation develops where the danger of a fascist dictatorship is acute, or if such a dictatorship could not be prevented, then it is necessary to unite the anti-fascist forces into an anti-fascist popular front, the core of which must be the proletarian united front. The anti-fascist Popular Front sets itself the task to fight the fascist measures of terror, assist the victims of fascism, protect the prosecuted. Its purpose is to overthrow fascism as the most brutal, most aggressive, most imperialist form of rule of finance capital. The majority of the petty bourgeois participants in the anti-fascist Popular Front will content themselves with the reintroduction of bourgeois democracy as a natural form of rule of the bourgeoisie. The proletariat, however, striving for socialism, will not. Strategy and Tactics in the Class Struggle, p. 54. Parliamentary Struggle and Local Politics. Bourgeois parliamentarism is the main method of the ruling forces to bind the masses to the capitalist system. The MLPD realizes a proletarian parliamentarism for which its Sixth Party Congress in 1999 gave this clear direction. Above all, it must systematically raise the activity of the masses. It makes good use of the parliamentary stage to represent, make known, and disseminate the cause of the militant opposition. It makes good use of all parliamentary possibilities to support the struggle of the masses and Marxist-Leninist education to self-liberation. Selected documents of the Gelsenkirchen Party Congress Sixth Party Congress, p. 19. Two forms of proletarian parliamentarism are to be distinguished: participating in election campaigns and using the tribune of parliament. In recent years, the MLPD has concentrated on participating in the parliamentary struggle at the local level. The municipalities are the weakest link in the state apparatus of the monopolies. Local self-government was an achievement of the democratic revolution of 1848 in Germany. In practice, the rights of the municipalities always remained limited, however. Under the diktat of the monopolies, they were completely subordinated to supervision by the central state. The policy of redistributing the national income from the bottom to the top ruined most municipalities financially, so that only a farce of local self-government remains. In several cities in Germany, MLPD members promote and support überparteiliche local electoral alliances of individuals. This form of organization is suited to raise the level of organization of the broad masses, to help them take their interests into their own hands and successfully deal with illusions in bourgeois parliaments, and to introduce them to the struggle for genuine socialism. The struggle for the masses' immediate needs must be combined with criticism of the narrow-mindedness of bourgeois local parliaments, where one usually attempts to avoid any dispute about world politics, and merely submits to the objective constraints laid down by legislation. Marxist-Leninists, however, promote aspirations to expand local self-government through public petitions and local referendums and to enforce sufficient local funding. They conduct such struggles as a school of the class struggle, criticizing all illusions in capitalism and bourgeois parliamentarism. Those in power see the danger in forms of local self-organization that the minimum consensus vital for the functioning of representative democracy based on political parties might be lost and that citizens' action groups as a whole could be led astray to oppose the system. Anderson, Uwe/Wichard Walk, ed. Handwörterbuch de Politische Systems der Bundesrepublik Deutschland, Bundeszentrale für politische Bildung Federal Center for Political Education. www.bpb.de/wisen. Archived at www.webcitation.org/5UETKBNG0. Marxist-Leninists must make good use of the parliamentary tribune despite all its inherent restraints to educate and organize the masses and break through the party's relative isolation. But they must not forget, bourgeois parliaments can never change the system. They are and will remain organs of rule of the dictatorship of the monopolies. The participation in parliamentary elections can best be used in times of an overt political crisis to gather forces for the revolutionary class struggle. The Marxist-Leninist and working class movement must be aware of the great danger which issues from the influencing and corrupting of revolutionary cadres and entire parties by the petty bourgeois parliamentary mode of thinking. Against the transformation of revolutionaries into petty bourgeois parliamentarians or degenerate bureaucrats, the MLPD developed principles to which all its candidates in elections to bourgeois parliaments and also its parliamentary representatives must commit themselves. Important principles are accountability, removal at any time by those who have elected us if we no longer act in the interest of the working people, and in keeping with these principles, close ties with the working people and support of their struggles. Also the rejection of personal gratuities and privileges, the struggle over the mode of thinking in the working class movement, p. 224. Proletarian parliamentary work must be linked with the class struggle as closely as possible and, as school of the struggle over the mode of thinking, help the masses to see through the dictatorship of the monopolies, get organized and take up the struggle on behalf of their own interests. 45. Until 2005 Federal Border Guards. 5. The unity of national and international class struggle. The essence of the preparation of the international revolution consists in connecting the class struggle in the individual countries with the international class struggle and developing it into a cross-national class struggle. International working class unity will develop as a result of a proletarian internationalist class consciousness in struggle against egoistic localism, my factory first, against bourgeois nationalism and social chauvinism. To achieve this, the proletarian internationalist mode of thinking must be made to prevail, consolidated, and raised to a higher level in the struggle against the petty bourgeois internationalist, petty bourgeois social chauvinist or petty bourgeois nationalist mode of thinking. Cross-border strikes as school for the preparation of the international revolution. Cross-border strikes in the enterprises of the international supermonopolies are a new phenomenon since the reorganization of international production. They shake capitalist production most deeply and have a tendency to spill over into other countries quickly, expanding into a wave of strikes across national frontiers. On March 7, 1997, the first Europe-wide strike took place at several Renault plants in France, Spain, and Belgium against the closure of the plant in Vilvoorde, Belgium, with 3,100 employees, and against the destruction of another 2,700 jobs at French plants. On January 25, 2001, in 5 countries a joint action day of 40,000 workers from General Motors plants took place to fight the closure of the Luton plant in the United Kingdom. General Motors had to fear an independently organized and unlimited mass strike at all European plants, and withdrew its closure plans. Such struggles point the way to the international liberation struggle of the working class and the broad masses against imperialism. In the phase of preparation of the international revolution, under the leadership of the Marxist-Leninists, they can become the most important school for the common tasks. The struggle of the European dock workers in 2006 was the most highly developed internationally coordinated strike up until that time. On 11 and January 16, 40,000 dock workers at almost all major European seaports went on strike. Not a single ship was handled at the two biggest European ports, Rotterdam and Antwerp. In Germany, some 4,500 dock workers at 8 ports participated in strikes and protest meetings. On January 16, in addition, around 8,000 dock workers from almost all European countries jointly demonstrated in front of the EU Parliament in Strasbourg. Delegations from the USA and from Australia also were present. The police took brutal action against the enraged demonstrators, without success. With the pressure created by resolute demonstrations and cross-border strikes, the European dock workers achieved their purpose. The EU Parliament had to reject the EU Directive Port Package 2 on January 18, 2006. The European struggle against the Bolkestein Directive, named after its author, was an instructive new experience. The directive provided for services to be paid in future according to the rates in the countries of origin of the blue and white collar workers. Dumping wages and the intensification of the competition among the workers would have been the consequence. In Germany, the leadership of the German Trade Union Federation, DGB, and ADUC managed to carry disinformation and disorganization into the protest movement and weaken the joint struggle of the European workers so that 3 different demonstrations took place. All the same, in February 2006 150,000 blue and white collar workers from all over Europe demonstrated in Strasbourg, France, against the Bolkestein Directive. On the initiative of the MLPD, 8 revolutionary parties and organizations from Europe made a joint appearance there. In their call, No to Bolkestein, European-wide, distributed in 5 languages, we read: The Bolkestein Directive signifies a European-wide attack upon the living and working conditions of the European working class and the broad masses of people. Together we must therefore lead a hard struggle against it until the directive is taken back. Joint Declaration of 8 Revolutionary European Parties and Organizations, February 2006. On account of the mass international resistance which formed in 2006, the EU was compelled to delete payment according to country of origin from the directive. But more significant than this success were the vivid experiences and the feeling of pride in having achieved international working class unity. Workers from Stuttgart gave enthusiastic expression to this feeling. For all of us, the greatest thing was that we met blue and white collar workers from practically all countries of Europe there. Again and again, delighted colleagues shouted to each other, I just spoke with teachers from Birmingham. Did you see those people behind us? They're Slovenes, Czechs, Poles, and Hungarians. Look at that flag from 1913 that those workers from the healthcare union in Dublin are carrying. And if language proved a problem, we made ourselves understood by signaling our mutual solidarity and respect to each other. Individual colleagues returned to the bus adorned with stickers and ribbons of other countries' trade unions. In 2 buses to Strasbourg. www.rf-news.de. February 15, 2006. Under the influence of the systematic persuasion work of the MLPD, since 2004 cross-border, corporation-wide action and strike days for the defense of jobs and wage and working conditions have taken place at Bosch, Daimler, GM Opel, Electrolux, Siemens and EADS. 46. Particularly instructive was the corporation-wide struggle at Airbus, the biggest division of the EADS group. At the end of February 2007 the Airbus Executive Board dished up to the workforces its Power 8 program, according to which 22,000 of the total 56,400 jobs were to fall victim to the intensified exploitation in the Airbus group. The bosses of EAD/Airbus did everything to carry division and discord into the international workforce of the group, between the regular workforce on the one hand and the agency workers or the employees of the suppliers on the other, and between the locations in France, Germany, Britain, and Spain. This policy received the support of the governments involved, especially the German and French. They had had a great share in developing EAD/Airbus into an international supermonopoly and had hugely subsidized this European armaments company with taxpayers' money. From the outset, therefore, the fight against Power 8 also had the political aspect of a struggle against the governments. The EADS Coordination Group of the European Metalworkers Federation, EMF, adopted a platform for the future of a technological front-runner in 2007. This platform put down in black and white the subordination of the reformist union bureaucracy to the military strategy interests of the EU imperialists. The aerospace industry is of enormous strategic importance for Europe as a base for science, technology, and industry. EADS has become the European center for both the aerospace industry and defense technology. www.emf-fem.org, platform eFinal.pdf, April 27, 2011. The Reformist Works Council members committed themselves to play the part of co-managers in realizing Power 8. In this spirit, the EMF then stirred up the rivalries between the workforces at Airbus on the one hand and Boeing, USA, on the other. The European EAD/Airbus workers gave the only correct answer to this. Between February 23 and March 1, 2007, one workforce after the other took up the struggle. They organized independent strikes and militant actions at the locations in Verrel, Nordenham and Lofheim in Germany, at the French plants in Toulouse, Saint-Nazaire, and Méalt, as well as protests in Hamburg and Bremen among other places. To strengthen this militant direction, the MLPD took the initiative to form solidarity circles at all EAD/Airbus locations in Germany and to send solidarity delegations to France, Spain, and Britain. All delegations, in which MLPD members also actively participated, encountered strong approval for the concept of a joint, cross-border struggle. The delegation to Saint-Nazaire reported, "The idea of the international, corporation-wide cooperation of the workforce was put forward only by us, as far as we understood. It met with enthusiasm among the workers, who repeatedly said, 'We are one workforce. We have the same interests, whether in France or Germany.' This was like a counterpoint to forms of a narrow locational train of thought that said the state should take the French part of EADS under its wing, or EADS should be renationalized. Against the confusing and divisive reformist maneuvers, the news sheet published by Airbus Workers for Airbus Workers, to which MLPD members also contribute, circulated the proposal for a program of action in the spirit of the working class offensive with the title, 8x Power Against Power 8. The Flugzeugbauer, aircraft constructor, called for an unlimited strike in all Airbus plants until the Power 8 program had been completely dropped. Point 2 of the proposal stated, "Equal burdens. Equitably distributed exploitation? Nothing but maneuvers for demoralizing and splitting the workforces. Instead of national rivalry and concern only for one's own supposedly more important location, solidarity, closing of the ranks in a joint struggle with the French, British, and Spanish Airbus workforces against Power 8. Let's offer our hand to the Boeing workforces as well, instead of letting ourselves be driven into a deadly competition against each other. Long live international solidarity. Workers of all countries, unite." The reformists nonetheless succeeded in choking off the strike after 5 days. But they had no choice other than to make allowance for the Europe-wide demand of the EAD/Airbus workforces for a joint cross-border struggle against the attacks of the corporation. The European Metalworkers Federation called a European Airbus Action Day for March 16, 2007. Tens of thousands of Airbus employees in Germany, France, Spain, and Britain followed the call and thus ignited a beacon for the joint cross-border struggle of the industrial proletariat against governments and monopolies. Importance of migrants for the international unity in struggle. In cross-border struggles, migrants, whose growing number is itself a result of the internationalization of capitalist production, often play an important role, especially in linking the fighting workforces in the different countries. Today some 56 million migrants, half of them still citizens of a different country, live in the EU countries. They make up almost 12% of the total population. In Germany, in 2008 the number of people with a migration background 47 was 15.6 million, or 19% of the population. The majority of the migrants in Germany belong to the working class. Young migrants account for the majority of the ordinary workers. Their share of unemployment and underemployment is higher than average. A joint declaration of the MLPD and four progressive organizations of Turkish migrants stated in connection with the participation in the federal elections in 2009. Millions of so-called guest workers have come to Germany since the 1950s and 1960s to help rebuild ruined post-war Germany. At first, many of these workers only wanted to stay here for a few years and then return home. But life in Germany turned out differently. They stayed and built a life for themselves and their families. Though they have been living here for decades, they still are treated as second-class citizens in legal and social respects. Bourgeois integration policy in Germany promotes the division of the working class according to nationalities and religions. The categorical demands for integration into German society and acculturation to the defining German culture are part of a policy aimed at subordinating migrants to new German imperialism. Demagogically, reactionary traditions of other national cultures are generalized and misused for nationalist incitement and division. At the same time, the disgusting oppression of women in Islamic feudal cultures, forced marriages and honor killings for instance, is rightly rejected by the masses and also by the great majority of migrants from the Balkans, from Turkey, or from Arab countries. On the other hand, reactionary forces among migrants advocate national separation, foment religious fanaticism and promote segregation from the German working class movement and even openly chauvinist hostility. In contrast, the amalgamation of the proletariat of different nationalities, assimilation as a voluntary process, is a progressive historical process. Lenin made this distinction. The elements of democratic and socialist culture are present, if only in rudimentary form, in every national culture, since in every nation there are toiling and exploited masses, whose conditions of life inevitably give rise to the ideology of democracy and socialism. But every nation also possesses a bourgeois culture, and most nations a reactionary and clerical culture as well, in the form, not merely of elements, but of the dominant culture. Therefore, the general national culture is the culture of the landlords, the clergy, and the bourgeoisie. In advancing the slogan of the international culture of democracy and of the world working class movement, we take from each national culture only its democratic and socialist elements. We take them only and absolutely in opposition to the bourgeois culture and the bourgeois nationalism of each nation. Critical remarks on the national question, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 20, p. 24. Because there can be no national culture above the classes, the concept of the multicultural society as advocated in Germany by the party Alliance 90/the Greens is not a model for the future. The concept of the coexistence of different national cultures does not have a proletarian internationalist character, for it does not emphasize the progressive elements existing in all cultures and does not criticize the reactionary elements. Multiculturalism in practice then has the consequence that the introduction of Islam classes at state-run schools is welcomed as progress. The Marxist-Leninists uncompromisingly demand the separation of church and state, i.e., also the abolishment of the privileges of the Christian churches to teach religion at public schools and to be subsidized each year with some 10 billion euros in taxpayers' money. Since the beginning of its party building, For the MLPD, the struggle for the proletarian internationalist unity of German and non-German workers has been an indispensable part of its strategy and tactics of the struggle for socialism. The migrants must comprehend that they are a part of the class struggle in Germany and become politically active here instead of one-sidedly concerning themselves only with the developments in their home countries. Revolutionary migrants must also get organized in the Revolutionary Workers' Party of the country in which they permanently live. In this way they can contribute to the unification of the revolutionaries. Lenin and Stalin were agreed that the working class organizations should be built according to the internationalist principle. They resolutely opposed the splitting of the working class of a country into separate national organizations. We know where the demarcation of workers according to nationalities leads to. The disintegration of a united workers' party, the splitting of trade unions according to nationalities, aggravation of national friction, national strike breaking, complete demoralization within the ranks of social democracy, such are the results of organizational federalism. Marxism and the National Question, Stalin, Works, Volume 2, p. 377. Accordingly, the book Economic Development and Class Struggle, by Willy Dickhut stated in 1974. Wage and salary workers, whether German or foreign, are all forced to sell their labor power. Jointly, they are exploited and, in case they defend themselves, they are jointly oppressed. Whether German or foreign workers, they all belong to one class, the working class. The feeling of belonging together as a class must be stronger than the feeling for their countries. Class consciousness must be prior to national consciousness. Proletarian internationalism must be stronger than all national particularities. The joint struggle must tear down all barriers between the German and the foreign workers. Their mutual solidarity must abolish everything that separates them. Revolutionärer Weg, number 14, p. 61. The importance of worldwide cooperation in tackling joint fighting tasks. The preparation of the international revolution requires not only the coordination of the struggles and class disputes of diverse natures in the individual countries, but cooperation, too, in fighting tasks which are of international importance. Coordination means above all mutual information and agreement regarding different activities in the individual countries. Cooperation is practiced in joint international projects which are planned and carried out internationally. Cooperation also can refer to long-term joint projects, for example the building of education centers in different countries. Such long-term cooperation is of special strategic significance because the revolutionary organizations and movements concentrate their respective special skills and expertise in them and begin organizing a joint school of the United Socialist States of the world. Since the beginning of the international working class movement, joint fighting tasks have played an important role in developing the workers' awareness of belonging to a common worldwide working class. The founding Congress of the Second Socialist International in July 1889 decided to make the 1st of May the International Action Day and holiday of the working class. May Day has been observed throughout the world for more than 120 years now. Friedrich Engels expressed his admiration for the joint review of the proletarian fighting forces on May Day 1890. Today, as I write these lines, the European and American proletariat is reviewing its fighting forces, mobilized for the first time, mobilized as one army, under one flag, for one immediate aim, the standard 8-hour working day, to be established by legal enactment, as proclaimed by the Geneva Congress of the International in 1866, and again by the Paris Workers' Congress in 1889. And today's spectacle will open the eyes of the capitalists and landlords of all countries to the fact that today the working men of all countries are united indeed. Preface to the German edition of 1890, Manifesto of the Communist Party, Marx and Engels, selected works in 3 volumes, Volume 1, p. 104. The Revolutionary Internationalist Youth International, which opposed the opportunist Second International, introduced an anti-militarist International Youth Day in 1915. After the war the Communist Youth International carried this on in the form of the World Youth Day. The MLPD took up this tradition in 1986 and organized an annual International Whitsun Youth Meeting. Since 1995 it takes place every 2 years as a Nieuwjaarspartijlich event. In 1910 a socialist women's conference in Copenhagen adopted the proposal of Clara Zetkin to observe an International Women's Day each year. The fight for women's suffrage, against the danger of war, for protective rights for women and their children, and for the liberation of women from double exploitation and oppression in capitalism, was to be conducted across national borders. On February 15, 2003, in response to a call of the American peace movement, and coordinated through the Internet, as many as 19 million people in over 600 cities worldwide demonstrate against the impending attack of the USA on Iraq and for the preservation of world peace. The world had not yet witnessed such an event up until then. In Berlin alone, 500,000 people gathered on February 15, 2003. They also protested against any form of support for the war on Iraq by the Federal Republic of Germany, and against the German federal government, which officially rejected the war but gave logistical support to the US troops. In countries like Britain and Spain, whose governments supported the war on Iraq with troops of their own, open political crises occurred and demands were raised for the resignation of the government. In Latin America, but also in Middle Eastern countries, in Asia and North Africa, the struggle against the war on Iraq had anti-imperialist character. The imperialist peace dictated to the Middle East under the name roadmap had been thwarted by the Palestinian people's resistance. With blockades or general strikes, an active mass resistance developed in numerous countries which partly featured elements of the transition to class struggle in the true sense. The worldwide struggle for peace helped to make the war on Iraq a moral and political debacle for the USA and ushered in the end of the globally hated US government under President George W. Bush. The imperialist wars are nothing but the continuation of the previous peaceful imperialist policy by military means, however. The struggle for peace therefore must be linked with the anti-imperialist struggle and developed into the revolutionary class struggle to overcome imperialism. In 2003, practical cooperation between the revolutionary parties and organizations was still lacking. That lack contributed to the petty bourgeois pacifist character of the worldwide protests, which then were unable to stop the aggression of US imperialism against Iraq. In the face of the deep world economic and financial crisis of 2008, the imperialists intensified their rivalry once more and abandoned even the few measures they had agreed in the years before to alleviate the climate catastrophe. In December 2009, the World Climate Summit in Copenhagen failed. That shattered many of the still existing illusions about imperialist environmentalism and gave rise to broad international mass protests with 200,000 participants from over 100 countries. Joint International Days of Action for the Improvement of the Economic and Political Situation of the Workers, Men and Women, and for a World Without Exploitation and Oppression, have a special importance for the preparation of the international revolution. They are a school for the internationalization and cross-border revolutionization of the class struggle. On such joint action days the masses can sense the multiplication of their strength, together they can test their superiority over solely ruling international finance capital and the imperialist world system. The joint action days strengthen the militant unity of action for certain demands and can be a first step on the way to an international united front against imperialism and for socialism. In one of its first resolutions, ICOR 48 resolved. The members of ICOR commit themselves to and call upon the working class and the masses of the people worldwide to observe consciously and jointly the following 4 international days of action each year. 1. May Day has been the international day of struggle of the working class for over 100 years. 2. March 8 as International Day of Struggle for the Liberation of Women. 3. In every country, in accordance with the respective traditions, either May 8 th/9 th, August 6 th, or September 1 st, shall take place as an International Day of Struggle against Fascism and War. May 8, 1945, was the day on which Hitlerite fascism was defeated. On August 6, 1945, the first nuclear bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, and September 1, 1939, was the first day of the Second World War. 4. At the beginning of December an International Day of Struggle to Save the Natural Environment should take place. International Days of Action against the Climate Catastrophe have been taking place at this time since 2005. In December 2009, in over 100 countries a mass protest took place against the World Climate Summit in Copenhagen. The International Day of Struggle to Save the Natural Environment promotes an international front of active resistance to rescue the environment. The systematic propagation of international demands and joint international initiatives also play an important role in this process. Since the mid-1990s the MLPD promotes an international initiative for the 6-hour workday with full wage compensation. The demand has to be raised and enforced in a differentiating way in the various countries. For instance, in many countries the 6-day week is still the rule, whereas Germany has a 5-day week. All the same, this initiative has international significance, especially for the worldwide union of the international industrial proletariat. Parties, trade unions, and mass movements from over 30 countries participate in it. Of particular importance was the decision of the Indian Federation of Coal Workers, IFCW, in 1996 to make the 6-hour day with full wage compensation its central economic demand. In the reasons for the decision the IFCW explicitly deals with opportunist arguments which dismiss the demands for shorter working hours for neocolonially dependent countries as utopian in view of the overlong working hours customary there. The demand for a reduction of working hours may appear beyond example for India. The great increase in labor productivity in the wake of the technical progress of the last 50 years, which has brought with it an increased intensity of the exploitation of labor power, fully justifies this demand. New Democracy, organ of the CCCPIML, Volume 2, October 1996, p. 9, back translation from the German. Criticism of the demand equal pay for equal work worldwide. Whereas in the process of the reorganization of international production, productivity and working conditions become more similar in tendency the world over, the international monopolies pursue a policy of increasing wage and salary differentiation in order to divide the workers and stir them up against each other. The wage differences especially between the imperialist countries and countries oppressed and exploited by imperialism become more and more glaring. According to calculations of the International Metalworkers Federation, the net hourly wage in the metalworking industry shows extreme variances even within the EU. In 2007 the net hourly wage in Germany was 22.05 euros, in Austria 9.36 euros, in Slovakia 3.19 euros. In the neocolonially dependent countries outside Europe, hourly wages even ranged from 3.77 euros in Honduras to 0.17 euros, 2003, in Bangladesh. The joint struggle of the international industrial proletariat against efforts to reduce the wage level is of fundamental importance for bringing about international working class unity. However, the demand for equal pay for equal work worldwide, long advocated also by the MLPD, is unsuitable for this purpose because it contradicts Marxism-Leninism. Firstly, in the question of the international wage level one must bear in mind that, apart from the fighting power of the working class and the policies of the companies, such as deliberate splitting based on wage differences, there enters into the determination of the value of labor power a historical and moral element in the individual countries. Karl Marx already referred to this necessary qualification. The workers' natural wants, such as food, clothing, fuel, and housing, vary according to the climatic and other physical conditions of his country. On the other hand, the number and extent of his so-called necessary wants, as also the modes of satisfying them, are themselves the product of historical development, and depend therefore to a great extent on the degree of civilization of a country, more particularly on the conditions under which, and consequently on the habits and degree of comfort in which, the class of free laborers has been formed. Karl Marx, Capital, Volume 1, p. 168. Secondly, the Marxist-Leninists must not create the impression that workers in capitalism are paid for the work done. The wage paid by the capitalist is only the price of the labor power that he exploits, whose unpaid surplus labor he appropriates. Payment according to work actually done would require overcoming the system of wage labor, i.e., a socialist society. The demand for equal pay for equal work originated historically before Marx elaborated the critique of political economy in his main economic work, Capital. It can be traced back to inexact conceptions. The notion of a value of labor was an expression of the influence of classic bourgeois political economy on the working class movement, which was just forming at the time. However, in 1875 Karl Marx set things straight in his critique of the Gotha program, published in 1891. Since Lassalle's death there has asserted itself in our party the scientific understanding that wages are not what they appear to be, namely, the value, or price, of labor, but only a masked form for the value, or price, of labor power. Thereby the whole bourgeois conception of wages hitherto, as well as all the criticism hitherto directed against this conception, was thrown overboard once and for all. Marx and Engels, Selected Works in 3 volumes, Volume 3, p. 23. In his writing, Wages, Price and Profit, 1865, Karl Marx had already stated, "The cry for an equality of wages rests, therefore, upon a mistake, is an insane wish never to be fulfilled. It is an offspring of that false and superficial radicalism that accepts premises and tries to evade conclusions. Upon the basis of the wages system the value of laboring power is settled like that of every other commodity, and as different kinds of laboring power have different values, or require different quantities of labor for their production, they must fetch different prices in the labor market. To clamor for equal or even equitable retribution on the basis of the wages system is the same as to clamor for freedom on the basis of the slavery system." Marx and Engels, Selected Works in 3 volumes, Volume 2, pages 56 to 57. The demand equal pay for equal work worldwide, negates not only the economic, scientific, technological, and cultural differences, which find expression in different costs of the reproduction of labor power and would be left out of account with equal wages, it also nurtures the illusion that equal or fair wages can be achieved in capitalism. This is a manifestation of a reformist influence in the international revolutionary working class movement. The demand consequently impedes the necessary international struggle against wage dumping and is no longer supported in this form by the MLPD. Initiatives of the Indian Trade Union Federation New Trade Union Initiative, NTUI, in the fight against international wage dumping go in the right direction. With the Asia Floor Wage, AFW, Alliance and Campaign, NTUI supports a minimum wage in the textile industry for all Asia, the amount of which is calculated on a uniform basis, but is established differentiating from country to country. Basis is the minimum requirements of a family in accord with the current cost of living in the respective country, adequate food, clothing, health care, rent for simple lodgings, education for the children, etc. The joint demands against wage dumping start from the real needs of families in the individual countries, from the cost for the reproduction of the commodity labor power. The MLPD promotes the struggle of the working class worldwide for higher wages with all its strength. Nationally and internationally it supports the demands against wage dumping, identical standard pay rates for regular and agency workers, universally binding character of collective agreements, introduction of collectively agreed minimum wages. These struggles will become a school of the class struggle if they are combined with the slogan, abolition of the wage system. 46. European Aeronautic Defense and Space Company. 47. People with a migration background include all persons who immigrated to the present territory of the Federal Republic of Germany after 1949 as well as all non-Germans born in Germany and all persons born in Germany as Germans who have at least one parent who immigrated or was born in Germany as a non-German. This means that Germans born in Germany also are counted as persons with a migration background. Bevölkerung und Erwerbstätigkeit, German Federal Statistical Office, 2010, p. 6. 48. International Coordination of Revolutionary Parties and Organizations. 6. Transition to the class struggle in the true sense. As long as the struggle of the working class is restricted to single companies, corporate groups, or branches and marked mainly by economic demands, one cannot yet speak of class struggle in the true sense. This only emerges when the fighting workers become conscious of being part of a united working class, and when the decisive majority of the working class of the respective country launches the political struggle against the capitalist class as a whole and its government. Lenin wrote in The Collapse of the Second International. What, generally speaking, are the symptoms of a revolutionary situation? We shall certainly not be mistaken if we indicate the following three major symptoms. 1. When it is impossible for the ruling classes to maintain their rule without any change, when there is a crisis, in one form or another, among the upper classes, a crisis in the policy of the ruling class, leading to a fissure through which the discontent and indignation of the oppressed classes burst forth. For a revolution to take place, it is usually insufficient for the lower classes not to want to live in the old way, it is also necessary that the upper classes should be unable to live in the old way. 2. When the suffering and want of the oppressed classes have grown more acute than usual. 3. When, as a consequence of the above causes, there is a considerable increase in the activity of the masses, who uncomplainingly allow themselves to be robbed in peacetime, but, in turbulent times, are drawn both by all the circumstances of the crisis and by the upper classes themselves into independent historical action. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 21, pages 213, 214. The transition from the stage of the non-revolutionary situation to the stage of the acutely revolutionary situation takes place through a qualitative leap in the class consciousness of the working class, usually in an open crisis encompassing society as a whole. The transition does not take place abruptly, but as a longer-lasting process of fermentation. In the stage of the non-revolutionary situation, the starting point of this transition lies in the awakening class consciousness. Willy Dickhut characterized this dialectics. Between the lowest level of the proletarian movement, the period of passivity, of a lack of class consciousness without signs of revolutionary development, and the period of the highest activity, an unfolded class consciousness, an acutely revolutionary situation, there is a period of awakening of class consciousness, developing of activities, a gradual maturing of the revolutionary crisis. Willy Dickhut, Proletarisker Widerstand gegen Faschismus und Krieg, Proletarian Resistance Against Fascism and War, p. 417. Own experiences in struggle, the agitation and propaganda of the Marxist-Leninists as well as the cooperation with them create the basis on which class consciousness develops higher and the class struggle becomes revolutionized more and more. Confrontations between the organs of the state apparatus and the struggling masses usually occur in the process. It depends on these struggles whether the process of fermentation results in a revolutionary upswing. This transition from the first to the second stage of class struggle is highly complex and, due to the impact of the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking, extremely protracted. The change of the tactical starting situation, positive or negative fighting experiences of the masses, maneuvers of the monopolies and government can speed it up, but also interrupt it, throw it back or obstruct it before it achieves completion. In phases of apparent standstill in the class struggle, often an intense and absolutely necessary process of the digestion of experience takes place among the masses, and influences of the bourgeois policy and world outlook and influences of the proletarian policy and world outlook can balance each other out for a long period of time. While people with a petty bourgeois mode of thinking then tend to reproach the masses with backwardness, lack of initiative or even indifference, party work on the basis of the proletarian mode of thinking is distinguished by systematic work among the rank and file with patience and persistence, by power to convince and skillful organizing work. The guideline for this Marxist-Leninist work among the rank and file must be to help the masses come successfully to grips with the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. So through years and decades, almost invisibly at first, the foundation of a steadfast confidence between the party and the masses is created, a decisive condition for the forthcoming stormy class disputes. Strategy and tactics of the working class offensive as preparation of the international revolution. The strategy and tactics of the working class offensive is the central element of the general strategy and tactics of the transition from the stage of the non-revolutionary situation to the stage of the revolutionary situation in class struggle. It contains 6 basic elements. 1. The struggle for everyday demands and partial slogans must be conducted in an offensive way in order to develop it higher. This concerns both content and form. Defensive demands and slogans like "fight for every job" are particularly important to give a class orientation to the struggle against shutdowns and dismissals and against the individual way out as promoted by monopolies and reformist trade union leadership in the form of social compensation plans. Defensive demands and slogans are suitable to involve the broad majority of the working class, i.e., also backward parts, in the struggle to defend jobs. In this way the struggle for reforms as school of class struggle acquires mass character. Defensive demands and slogans, however, do not attack the causes of the chronic destruction of jobs, are limited to maintaining the status quo. Not to go beyond defensive demands and slogans would therefore amount to a reformist strategy and tactics. In order to give the struggle of the workers a social perspective, it must be linked with offensive class demands. In the struggle for every job, the demand for the 6-hour workday with full wage compensation, in Germany as a 30-hour work week on 5 days from Monday till Friday, is such an offensive class demand. It directs the struggle at the cause of permanent mass unemployment and underemployment, against the exploitation in the factories that was constantly increased in the process of the reorganization of international production. The demand is suitable to unite the workers in the factories with the mass of the unemployed. It orientates the working class to fighting to enjoy the fruits of the growing labor productivity and so leads them to the question of a social order in which the exploitation of man by man is eliminated. In simple mathematical terms, 750 million jobs could be maintained or newly created today if this demand were to be pushed through in the 30 countries of the OECD and in 100 more countries. Offensive demands call for a higher class consciousness. They must be anchored by means of long-term systematic persuasion work. 2. The economic struggle must be combined with the political struggle, or rather transformed into the political struggle. Economic demands have their basic significance in the fact that they affect the immediate material interests of the working class and that they are suitable to draw the whole class into the struggle. Political demands are essential to develop the struggle for reforms higher into class struggle in the true sense. Only this struggle turns against the ruling class as a whole and against the state as an instrument of bourgeois class rule. Class struggles are basically political struggles, even when they remain linked with economic demands. Alexander Lazovsky pointed to this. The intertwining of economic and political struggles acquires particularly high significance. It means that we must raise every strike to a higher level and link the economic and political demands. Political demands must not be mechanical and artificial appendages to the economic demands, but must arise organically out of the economic struggle. In putting forward political demands and raising strikes to a higher political level, we must by no means forget the initial economic demands or push them into the background. Treating economic demands in such a way can lead to the splitting of the strike front. One must understand that in the current period the mass strike becomes increasingly important as a means and weapon of defense and counterattack of the proletariat. A political strike does not emerge suddenly but is prepared in numerous economic and political partial struggles. Therefore, economic partial struggles play a tremendous role. Report to the 8th session of the Central Council of the Red International of Labor Unions on 7 and December 8, 1931, quoted in Vorwärts zur Gegenoffensive des Proletariats, Forward to the Counter-Offensive of the Proletariat, p. 88. The struggle for democratic rights and liberties must be made the focus of the political demands. Such struggles find special resonance and sympathy among the broad masses and the petty bourgeois intermediate strata, and they are suitable to introduce allies to the leading role of the working class. A central demand for the connection of economic and political demands and for the transition of economic to political struggles in Germany is the demand for a full legal right to strike in all matters. It must cover all matters, i.e., must include economic and political, trade union and independent strikes up to the general strike. It must be full, i.e., must extend to blue and white collar workers, civil servants, and trainees. And it must be legal, meaning that it must be unmistakably guaranteed and not just a customary right derived from the right of association contained in the German Basic Law. Currently, the blue and white collar workers in Germany are only granted a right to strike in collective bargaining disputes if these are led by trade unions. That excludes strikes against shutdowns and dismissals, independent solidarity strikes, political strikes, or general strikes. The reformist union leaders themselves are interested in preserving class peace and class collaboration because they constitute the basis of their social mode of existence. But the workers, for the sake of their class interests, cannot accept any restriction of their liberty. It is characteristic of the positive development of class consciousness in Germany that the demand for a right to political strikes meanwhile has been discussed by different trade union congresses. At the Congress of IG Bau- und Agrarumwelt, the Construction Agriculture Environment Union, in September 2009 it was even written into the union constitution against the will of the leadership. The more class consciousness develops, the more this demand will be taken up by the broad masses. The reformist trade union leaders do everything in their power to avoid struggles if possible, or at least keep them small, but in any case keep the influence of the Marxists-Leninists limited so that the struggles do not have the effect of a comprehensive school of class struggle. They often only accept strikes as menacing gestures or as a way to let off steam. Or they try to replace them by symbolic actions in which they can more easily maintain their control over the activities of the workers, and retain their leading role. Since independent and political strikes in Germany have no basis in law, bourgeois courts, applying the principle of appropriateness of means, can assess them as appropriate or condemn them as illegal, depending on what is politically convenient. Further important political demands that can contribute to the development of the fighting force of the working class are those for free political and trade unionist activity in the factories, for a progressive workplace labor relations law and a progressive working time law. 3. The individual struggles must be concentrated into mass struggles and developed higher. Individual workers or workforces cannot achieve anything against the capitalists. As a class the workers are, however, a superior force and the decisive society-changing factor in class struggle. Therefore, those in power try whatever they can to prevent the development of this superior strength. The reformist trade union bureaucracy supports them by strictly avoiding bringing the full fighting strength of the working class to bear to actually push through the class demands. For quite some time, the reformist leaders of the Metal Workers Union IG Metall have confined themselves in collective bargaining rounds mostly to warning strikes involving as few blue and white collar workers as possible, attempting to sell this as particularly skillful needlepoint tactics. This is less and less successful, however, because meanwhile the workers often organize their warning strikes independently and combine them with demonstrations and rallies even of several workforces. Under the pressure of the rank and file, the union leadership often feels forced to expand the warning strikes. Normally it is easier to set off struggles at single companies. With such partial fights, mass struggles must be prepared. Mass struggles require a higher class consciousness, particularly when they cross the boundaries of branches or corporations. But the experience gained in individual struggles lends a more convincing effect to the arguments for going over to mass struggles in a whole corporate group and for extending the fight beyond national borders. For when appropriate, the unionist framework must be broken through and the working class must go over to independent struggles. The unfolding of the union's fighting strength is an important basis on which class consciousness develops. Trade union and economic struggles therefore play a basic role in all stages of the class struggle for the integration of wide sections of the workers, even when political struggles increasingly become the main aspect. Therefore, Marxists-Leninists resolutely fight to make the trade unions fighting organizations for the defense and improvement of wage and working conditions and have them unfold all their fighting strength. That includes objective criticism of the reformist union leadership's class collaboration policy. With the Dortmunder Erklärung. 49. Dortmund Declaration. Since June 2009, many thousands of trade unionists have raised their voices for militant trade union work against the shifting of the burdens of the crisis. Right now we need trade unions that are fighting organizations of the blue and white collar workers and not co-managers for the capitalist crisis. That is why we are very concerned about an official union policy, extending to the shop floor, that is willing to grant far-reaching concessions, often renounces union resistance and abandons positions without a fight. This weakens the unions, alienates fellow workers. The unions are strong when we involve the broad mass of the workers in union activity and educational work and broadly unfold union democracy, when an open atmosphere prevails that allows objective, critical and controversial discussions and consultations to take place. That is why we are decidedly opposed to the incompatibility rulings and other penalties against left and militant workers in the unions. Today, union work needs international cooperation and coordination beyond the boundaries of companies and countries. www.gurkschafter-akativ.de. Archived at www.webcitation.org/5uext4pdh. With the development of capitalism, the strike as a form of collective struggle arose as a weapon of the workers to assert their interests against the capitalists. Lenin emphasized the basic importance of the strike for the development of class consciousness. It is the worker who tills the soil, extracts ores, makes commodities in the factories, builds houses, workshops, and railways. When the workers refuse to work, the entire machine threatens to stop. Every strike reminds the capitalists that it is the workers and not they who are the real masters, the workers who are more and more loudly proclaiming their rights. On Strikes, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 4, pages 314 to 315, first emphasis in the original, second and third by the author. Again and again the workers are forced, and capitalist society's proneness to crisis will considerably increase this necessity, to break through the union framework and set off independent strikes and fighting actions. The criticism of the mass of the union members against the policy of class collaboration of the rightist trade union bureaucracy finds its clearest expression in such struggles. They are the yardstick indicating the extent to which the political independence of the working class is developed and how strongly the revolutionary working class movement influences the core of the industrial proletariat. When in 1997 the plan became public to cease coal mining in Germany and, in this connection, to close down the mine Hugo in Gelsenkirchen ahead of time, the indignation of the miners could hardly be restrained. The reformist leadership of the Mining and Energy Union, IGBE, reacted with a symbolic 100-kilometer-long human chain, formed by 220,000 people, right through the Ruhr area. Afterwards, the then chairman of the union, Hans Berger, declared that the miners had exhausted all means of struggle and that from then on Ruhrkohle AG, the mining company, and the government would have to act. But they did not even think of refraining from the planned 70,000 dismissals in the coal mines. In this situation, under the influence of the class militant workers' newspaper Vortrieb, Advance, the demand spread to launch an independent struggle for the jobs. Indeed, the early shift of the mine Hugo went on strike on March 7, 1997, against the will of the IGBE leadership. Since the planned dismissals affected all employees in the coal mines, in the course of the morning nationwide 130,000 miners joined the independent strike. It lasted 6 days and acquired a political direction from the very beginning because more and more workers turned mainly against the coal government. The transition to mass strike and the experience of mass demonstrations made the feeling of superiority grow among the miners. In next to no time, the mood of defeat expressed in the words, "There's nothing we can do about it anyway," still predominant even shortly before the strike was launched, evaporated. About this fundamental experience Lenin already wrote. What a great moral influence strikes have, how they affect workers who see that their comrades have ceased to be slaves and, if only for the time being, have become people on an equal footing with the rich. Every strike brings thoughts of socialism very forcibly to the worker's mind, thoughts of the struggle of the entire working class for emancipation from the oppression of capital. Ibid, p. 315. The miners unstoppably went onto the offensive. No police patrol made an effort to stop the miners from blocking motorways, from temporarily occupying the Rhine-Herne Canal and the Wessel-Dadeln Canal, 2 railway stations and Dortmund Airport, or from storming the protected zone around Parliament in the Bonn government quarter despite prohibition. No court made even the mildest attempt to punish the miners for breaching public peace, in order not to add any fuel to the fire. Completely pushed into the defensive, the headquarters of Ruhrkapital AG, in secret negotiations with the reformist trade union leadership, agreed to silently tolerate the struggle, on the condition that the miners had to make up for the lost working time by extra shifts afterwards. Imagine what would have happened had the miners found out about this treacherous agreement during their strike. In return, the reformist union leadership skillfully transformed the strike for the defense of the jobs and against the shutdowns into a struggle for subsidies for the mining industry. In this way they attempted to rob the struggle of its class character, miners versus Ruhrkapital AG. In addition, they demagogically pointed out that the struggles lacked a legal basis. The reformist Works Council members took advantage of the miners' lack of fighting experience and obtained the organizational leadership of the strike by the devious method of interpreting it as a permanent information meeting of the Works Council. The fighting miners had the support of the large majority of the population in the Ruhr area and at the Saar, which found expression in solidarity strikes and demonstrations. Only the strong roots of the then SPD chairman, Oscar Lafontaine, and a renunciation of dismissals for operating reasons announced with effective publicity finally succeeded in bringing the miners back to work again. What remained were a considerable withdrawal of the job cuts and the political dismantling of the Kohl government, which had to hand over the management of the monopolies business to the SPD/Green government in the federal parliamentary elections that took place shortly afterwards. What remained in addition was the insight that matured among the miners in the struggle that Ruhrkapital AG is not at all their partner in the struggle for the preservation of their jobs, but their opponent. Especially the indignation over the secret agreements with the reformist leadership of the IGBE did its part to further this insight, but some workers also reacted with disappointment and resignation, which made it more difficult in the following years to set off struggles in the mining industry. 5. The working class must attack the socially organized system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking so that its class consciousness can develop and its struggles can advance to the level of class struggle in the true sense. The class collaboration policy of monopolies and reformist trade union leaderships is intended to convince the workers that class peace is in their own interest. This includes the argument that the capitalists should live up to their social responsibility by creating jobs. This argument also is used by every bourgeois government to justify the redistribution of the national income from the bottom to the top, the plunder of the masses and the subsidies for the monopolies. What is completely ignored in this argumentation is the exploitation that takes place in these jobs. The monopoly capitalists do not create jobs for the good of the workers. By means of exploitation of labor in combination with state subsidies they want to pocket maximum profits. Therefore, they usually demand concessions from the trade unions for the preservation or creation of jobs. However, as soon as the exploitation of the workers ceases to yield high profits, they unhesitatingly proceed to cut jobs. Whether jobs are created or destroyed, it is always the same driving force, maximum profit. Only when the workers understand the exploitative nature of wage labor, this sole purpose of jobs in capitalism, can they successfully cope with the petty bourgeois mode of thinking and resolutely reject the policy of class collaboration. The policy of class collaboration corresponds to the rightist union bureaucrats' practice of acting in place of the members. They do everything to deter the broad masses from independent activities and to corrode their fighting spirit in order to enlarge the leeway for their reformist tactics. In the working class, This policy of acting in the workers' stead is reflected as a petty bourgeois reformist mode of thinking. The workers must come to grips with the petty bourgeois mode of thinking that lulls their initiative and keeps them from struggling. Experience shows that the fighting spirit of the workers does not awake immediately when annoyance with the capitalists' unfairness grows. Inexperienced, without solid self-confidence and influenced by the petty bourgeois reformist mode of thinking, many workers first begin to seek an individual way out or demand that the works councils and the trade unions should do something for them. Also, we know from experience that fear of job loss and of political reprisals may deter workers for a certain time from taking up the struggle. When economic or political developments come to a head or the maneuvers of class collaboration obviously fail, it generally becomes easier for the workers to decide to immediately take the road of struggle. However, even then the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking continues to have an effect so that many workers at first settle for symbolic fights and demonstrations or warning strikes merely intended to fortify the negotiating position of the reformist trade union leaders. The avoidance of real militant action seemingly is convenient for the workers because it supposedly reduces the risk of reprimands and dismissals or even of criminalization. But basically the reformist tactics means capitulation to the plans of the capitalists, which can be put through more easily without struggles of the workers. Under the dictatorship of the monopolies, coping successfully with the petty bourgeois mode of thinking is an extremely complicated matter. The petty bourgeois mode of thinking is based on the dominance of the bourgeois ideology in public opinion and enters the working class movement through countless channels. It would therefore be an illusion to think that the superiority of the proletarian mode of thinking in the struggle against the petty bourgeois mode of thinking could be established generally and permanently as long as the dictatorship of the monopolies is functioning. Only in situations of particular intensification of the class antagonisms, under the influence of the Marxist-Leninists, and due to own fighting experiences, will workers in great numbers become capable of recognizing the non-proletarian character of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking and of breaking with it. Then the proletarian mode of thinking gains tactical superiority over the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. Then even in non-revolutionary situations struggles can arise and develop, workers can develop socialist consciousness, the revolutionary party of the working class can become the party of the masses. The struggle over the mode of thinking of the masses is the guideline for the systematic work among the rank and file by the Marxist-Leninist party. Only when the party consciously applies the dialectical method in order to awaken and develop the workers' class consciousness higher, can struggles of the workers be set off and led, can the working class offensive be organized. To the extent the working class offensive makes progress, in turn the proletarian mode of thinking will develop among the workers. Then the working class movement gains greater independence and greater sureness in dealing with the detrimental effects of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. 6. International working class unity against exploitation and oppression by international finance capital and the imperialist world system must be developed. For a cross-border working class offensive to unfold, the international industrial proletariat must learn to deal increasingly better with the international system of class collaboration, particularly with anti-communism and social chauvinism. The Opel strike in Bochum in 2004 and the cross-border militant movement sparked off by it is a lasting example of the tactical superiority of the proletarian mode of thinking in the struggle against the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. The importance of the Opel strike in 2004 for the development of the class consciousness of the working class. On June 14, 2000, 13,500 Opel workers from Bochum went on an independent and unlimited strike. It was directed against what was then the world's biggest automobile company, General Motors, and immediately developed a strong pull on other plants in Germany and in further European countries. The strike was also politically motivated. The workers opposed the reorganization of international production on their backs, in particular the splitting of the workforce that was to be a consequence of a joint venture between General Motors and Fiat. An opportunist recoiling within the MLPD from assuming responsibility for leading this independent strike and developing it to a higher level was taken as an occasion by the Central Committee to prepare the whole party for its tasks in such class disputes through fundamental criticism and self-criticism. In a brochure entitled, the whole party must draw lessons from the Opel strike in June 2000, we read. How do struggles need to be conducted so that they become a school for the class struggle in the true sense? To an increasing extent, conditions are maturing all over Germany to set off strikes and develop them further. Every factory party group, every leading body of the party, the entire party must be prepared to systematically work to set off strikes. Permanently analyze the actual struggle over the mode of thinking, particularly in the factories, and recognize in time when and how a strike can be triggered off. When a strike is set off, the initiative must be retained. Every strike needs a clear program of demands with which the struggle for the respective concrete demands can be carried out in an offensive way, which establishes the connection with the entire working class and combines the economic with the political struggle. Election of an independent strike leadership, decision on the objectives and principles of the struggle, construction and consolidation of a strike organization. The strike must be built upon the activity of the broad mass of the strikers. Every striker needs a clear task. Consciously, new working class leaders must be developed. Constantly consolidate and enlarge the basis of the strike. Systematically give root to the idea of going over to an unlimited strike and decide it at the right moment. Consolidate the strike organization, immediately link up with other companies and the masses. The level of the activities and forms of struggle during the strike needs to be continuously raised. On every strike day the strike must be enlarged by new elements, e.g. demonstrations, rallies, blockades, meetings, press conferences, solidarity events. The families of the blue and white collar workers of the striking staff must be involved systematically. A strike that stagnates loses attraction and falls apart. Every strike must be developed to a higher level. Every independent strike must deal with the resistance of the capitalist associations and of the rightist trade union bureaucracy. If the management tries to suppress the strike politically, assisted by the state apparatus, a political counter-offensive must be the answer. In every situation of the strike the workers must be prepared for the next stage of the intensified struggle and enabled to deal with it. Achieve the unity of young and old as the engine of the working class offensive. Every struggle for partial demands must be consciously led in the interest of the future of the youth. In every struggle the party must set the Youth League Rebel the task of mobilizing and organizing the broad mass of the youth to actively support the strike. The children as the liveliest force are a significant factor for the fighting morale. The strike needs solid connections with the other work forces of the corporation, the city, the region, the branch and, where appropriate, the entire industry, in order to further develop it from a single struggle to a mass struggle. For this purpose the connections of the party must be 100% reliable and solid, and the work must be conducted with utmost firmness in principles and flexibility. The strike needs a solidarity committee that involves the population and the other companies in the struggle. Its activities include solidarity declarations, donations, catering for the strikers, visits in the plant and so forth. The party's system of corporate cooperation must organize the international class solidarity. The workers must use all opportunities for communication today, in particular the Internet. The class struggle in the true sense encompasses the struggle against the capitalist state. The workers must understand, in the same way as everything a human being does must go through his head, all that happens in society must go through the state. Strikes must be closely linked with the affairs of state and the struggle over them, and must be directed to enlarging bourgeois democratic rights and liberties. The focus is on the struggle for a full legal right to strike in all matters. One should attempt to utilize local politics as a legal mass tactics of the work in factories and trade unions. Without a close interrelation between the working class offensive and the struggle of the broad masses there will be no transition to revolutionary ferment. The development of the militant women's movement is the key to this interrelation. The work in factories and unions must develop the proletarian women's movement as leading force of the militant women's movement and conquer this as essential area of its responsibilities. The strike needs the closest connection with the party. The systematization of the Marxist-Leninist work among the rank and file is the solid basis for that, constructive trade union work, factory news sheets, work among youth, development of the proletarian women's movement, and rank and file work in the factories. Report of the 5th Central Committee of the MLPD to the 6th Party Congress, p. 29. The systematic work among the rank and file creates the necessary bond of trust between party and masses. Class militant and Marxist-Leninist working class leaders must courageously and skillfully take the lead. Every factory party group needs precise knowledge about the company, structure, composition, processes, and so forth, and a regular plan of action. When a strike has started, the tactical concentration of the forces is required. The strike must be used to organize the class-conscious workers, salaried employees, and apprentices in the MLPD. The permanent strengthening of Marxist-Leninist party building is the leading factor so that the working class gains the strength to go on the offensive. Pages 29 to 32. The struggle in the year 2000, its fundamental evaluation and this brochure were important ideological political preparations for the Opel strike of October 14 to 20, 2004. This independent struggle got its punch from the combination of strike, plant occupation, and gate blockades. It had an offensive character, because already before the top management in Detroit made its decisions on mass dismissals and plant closures, the workers took the initiative. The strike was set off and conducted independently. A class militant current had arisen in the staff with the Marxist-Leninists as core and became active explicitly against the will of the Rightist Works Council leadership and the Metal Workers Union leadership. Different from the way many petty bourgeois leftists imagine, there was no sudden spontaneous outburst of the workforce. Instead, the struggle was prepared over a longer period of time. In protest meetings that regularly took place each week, based on the example of the Monday demonstration movement against the Hearts for Laws, and were attended by as many as several hundred workers, the situation was discussed and demands were put forward. So the readiness of the workers to go on strike was able to crystallize even against the opportunism and resistance of the Reformist Works Council leadership. Bourgeois observers speculated about the relative strength of the forces at the plant. Does the trade union still have the Bochum staff under control? No. The trade unions, which for legal reasons cannot approve and support the wildcat strike in Bochum since the peacekeeping period is still in effect, for days have been admonishing the workers in Bochum to be sensible and return to the production lines. In vain. Internally, too, the Works Council and the workers are not always happy with each other. On the contrary, communist groupings like the Marxist-Leninist Party of Germany are said to have a greater influence on the staff. Die Welt, October 20, 2004, archived at www.webcitation.org/5UEENFERC. Under the class militant leadership, the large majority of the 9,600 Opel workers succeeded in organizing their independent strike and standing their ground against the phalanx of General Motors, employers' associations, bourgeois governments, and parties. The strikers successfully defied the lack of the right to strike, the prohibition of blockades, the property rights of General Motors, customs of class collaboration, and cheap anti-communist propaganda. With a strike organization according to production structures, strike time is working time, fixed responsibilities for tasks and so forth, the growing majority of the strikers got organized and the strike gained stability. The class militant corps expanded continuously by systematically exerting influence on the middle group. 50. Of the workers. With a democratically organized open microphone, a continuous communication in the plant among the strikers was assured. Democratic discussions and votes helped the striking workers to keep well informed about all matters, to actually participate in all of the essential decisions and to unify their mode of thinking. This active, democratic, self-organized form of strike had to be pushed through in a permanent struggle, against the red baiting practiced by the Rightist Union and Works Council officials, against permanent attempts to smother the democratic class militant initiative and to stall the strike. The strike was consolidated and developed to a higher level by a broad solidarity movement that was organized systematically and nationwide as a solid basis. Just a few hours after the strike began, a solidarity committee was founded that assured catering to the strikers, donation campaigns, and the handover of the solidarity declarations. The solidarity declarations from all over the world gave important impulses to the fighting workers, and moral strength for continuing their courageous struggle. The vibrant information and public relations work succeeded in creating a public opinion well disposed towards the strike, even capturing the media representatives camping at the gates day and night. The Opel strike impressed the whole working class in Germany and gave strong impetus to the development of its class consciousness. It set standards for future struggles and introduced the transition to the working class offensive on a broad front. The International Day of Struggle of the Opel Workforces on October 19, 2004, was the climax of the strike. At 15 GM/Opel sites in 9 countries, Antwerp, Belgium, Ellesmere Port and Luton, United Kingdom, Vienna, Austria, Gliwice, Poland, Azambuja, Portugal, Trollhättan, Sweden, Figueruelas near Zaragoza, Spain, in 4 German and 3 Brazilian plants, about 100,000 people were involved. The biggest mass demonstration with 30,000 participants flooded the city center of Bochum. Delegations from the workforces of other automotive companies, Daimler Chrysler, VW Kassel, Porsche Zuffenhausen, Mahle, Ford Cologne, and Saarlouis, joined the march, and so did several hundred miners from the Lippe and Augusta Victoria coal mines. About 400 steel workers from the Duisburg and Bochum mills of the Thyssenkrupp took the lead in the march carrying a strike bell. Bochum's refuse collectors and firemen had forcefully expressed their solidarity in advance. There were 3,000 demonstrators in Kaiserslautern and 20,000 in Rüsselsheim. There, as in Bochum, delegations from Eisenach also participated. A delegation of Opel workers from the Polish plant in Gliwice drew particularly loud cheers. The international character of the Opel strike was highly visible. The European automobile workers triumphed over the petty bourgeois reformist policy of preserving particular locations of production. They did not want to be objects of the rivalry of the international monopolies. The Europe-wide day of strike at Opel/GM marked the climax to date of the joint cross-border action of the international industrial proletariat against the international monopolies. Unnoticed, armed civil war units meanwhile moved into Bochum, getting prepared to violently clear the blockade of the plant if the strike could not be broken from the inside. In fear of an intensification of the class struggle in Germany, of the expansion into an international class struggle, and in order to give the rightist trade union bureaucracy room for maneuver, the GM management made the concession to guarantee the retention of the location until 2010. The guarantee was formulated in a very general way and later was prolonged until 2016. By means of pressure and false promises, and by conducting a consciously misleading vote, the Works Council finally succeeded in gaining a majority for breaking off the strike. Nevertheless, the independently organized strike and the International Day of Action deeply imprinted themselves on the proletarian class consciousness. Fight like at Opel became a maxim of the class-conscious workers in Germany. Analysis of the mode of thinking and of the development of class consciousness on a broad front. Lenin already found out that no data about the crisis, even if they were ideally accurate, can in reality decide the question of whether a rise of the revolutionary tide is at hand or not, because such a rise depends on 1,000 additional factors which it is impossible to measure beforehand. To answer such a question there is only one way: to keep a careful finger on the pulse of the country's whole political life, and especially the state of the movement and of the mood of the mass of the proletariat. The assessment of the present situation, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 15, p. 278, emphasis added. In the process of awakening class consciousness on a broad front, the mode of thinking of the working class and the masses and its interaction with the objective crisis-proneness of capitalist society must be analyzed in a sensitive and discriminating way. That is the decisive method to exactly qualify the development of the subjective factor and to draw conclusions for leading the class struggle. The doctrine of the mode of thinking broadened the opportunities to determine the concrete development of the class consciousness of the workers in quickly changing situations and to consciously exert influence on the law-governed struggle between the proletarian and petty bourgeois modes of thinking. In the transition from the first to the second stage of class struggle in Germany, several stages of proletarian class consciousness have developed up to now that built one upon the other. In 1996 the class consciousness of the working class awoke on a broad front. Starting with the staffs at Daimler in Mettingen, near Stuttgart, and Bremen, a wave of independent strikes occurred in autumn 1996 against the law restricting the continued payment of wages in event of illness. Hollow promises of the Social Democratic/Green Schroeder/Fischer government, the participation of the German armed forces in the imperialist war of NATO against the peoples of Yugoslavia, and the unprecedented attacks on the social security systems disappointed the masses. So since the end of the 1990s a general tendency of the detachment of the masses from the bourgeois parties, bourgeois parliamentarism and its institutions developed. The participation in elections decreased permanently and drastically, and all bourgeois parties lost members and voters. An internationalization of the awakening class consciousness on a broad front was initiated by the independent strike at Opel in June 2000. Starting from the demonstrations on May Day 2003, in Germany the core of the industrial proletariat increasingly broke away from the SPD. The SPD got into an open crisis and the influence of the MLPD increased in the core of the industrial proletariat. A process of the emergence of the political independence of the working class was initiated. This found expression in the independently organized mass demonstration of 100,000 participants against the government in Berlin on November 1, 2003, in independent and partially cross-border corporation-wide strikes in 2004/2005 as well as in the politically independent Monday demonstration movement. The devastating defeat of the SPD in the state elections in May 2005 in North Rhine-Westphalia, its traditional base, plunged the federal government led by the SPD and Alliance 90/the Greens into the longest open political crisis in Germany since the founding of the Federal Republic. Especially among the industrial proletariat the search for a social alternative intensified, the openness for genuine socialism grew. The process of the detachment of the masses from the bourgeois parties took the unequivocal direction of a trend to the left. It was not until October 2005 that the process of open destabilization of the political system could be temporarily stopped and temporarily dampened. The crisis management of a grand coalition of CDU/CSU/SPD under the leadership of Federal Chancellor Angela Merkel succeeded in creating uncertainty among the masses and swaying them to critically tolerate the government's policy. However, that could not reverse the trend to the left despite additional media-effective attempts to revive the illusions in a social reform of capitalism by giving great public attention to efforts to establish a new party to the left of the SPD. However, this did succeed in pushing back the revolutionary direction within the trend to the left, temporarily impeding the strengthening of the MLPD. With the outbreak of the world economic and financial crisis in 2008, at first a spontaneous process of the advancement of class consciousness set in, finding expression in particular in a livelier interest in Marxism. The unprecedented international crisis management of the big imperialist states was able to stop this development again. However, when in 2010 the international crisis management failed, the euro crisis became hard to control and the governments started to massively shift the burdens of the crisis onto the shoulders of the working class and the broad masses. A change of mood began among the working class and the masses. Struggle for the defense and extension of democratic rights and liberties. It must be assumed that the system of class collaboration will further wear itself out and that open violence increasingly will be used to keep down the revolutionary working class movement. A tendency towards reaction has long been in evidence: fascistization of the state apparatuses, militarization of society, dismantling of bourgeois democratic rights and liberties. Police operations against mass demonstrations are systematically used as civil war exercises. The dictatorship of the monopolies is revealed more openly and further undermines the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. the more it loses its effect in the transition to the revolutionary crisis, the more those in power will be forced to give up their tactical restraint. Beyond doubt they will defend their dictatorship also by means of violence. The behavior of the masses towards state power acquires central importance in the transition from political to revolutionary ferment. Class struggles intensify on the basis of penetrating economic and political crises. The confrontations between the fighting masses and the organs of the state apparatus grow in number and become more and more violent. It depends on the development of these struggles whether they end in temporary defeat or lead to a revolutionary upsurge, and whether this upsurge turns into a revolutionary crisis. Willie Dickhood, Crises and Class Struggle, p. 177. In the struggle to defend and extend bourgeois democratic rights and liberties, the masses get to know the state apparatus as an instrument of the dictatorship of the monopolies. At the same time they begin to get involved in state affairs. The political consciousness that develops in this process leads them to the question of power. Lenin pointed to the basic importance of the struggle of the working class for bourgeois democratic rights and liberties. The workers need liberty in order to launch a wide struggle for the complete emancipation of labor from the tyranny of capital, for the abolition of all exploitation of man by man, for a socialist system of society. Draft Election Address, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 11, p. 304. In neocolonially dependent countries, particularly when they still feature feudal and semi-feudal structures, the democratic struggle can adopt the character of a democratic revolution. There, and also in countries where the bourgeois democratic rights are restricted to a large extent, it may become the next strategic objective to first of all gain comprehensive bourgeois democratic rights and liberties and then use them to develop all-round revolutionary activity among the broad masses. That particularly applies to the Arab countries, where at the beginning of 2011 a cross-border tendency to democratic popular uprisings emerged. In Nepal, a broad democratic people's movement, an alliance under the leadership of revolutionary parties, succeeded in April 2006 in overthrowing the over 200-year-old dictatorship of the monarchy. In strikes and demonstrations for democratic rights and liberties, but also in the guerrilla struggle in the countryside, the masses had learned over the years to leave the fear of the state apparatus behind more and go on the offensive. In February 2004 all parties represented in the parliament called a 24-hour general strike in the capital Kathmandu. Schools, factories, and shops remained closed. In spite of a ban, 15,000 people took to the streets against the king. The demonstration was dissolved. In new strikes in April 2004 that lasted for weeks, the government ordered its forces to open fire on the demonstrators and had more than 2,000 leading representatives of the working class and people's movement arrested. But when the police tried to conscript bus and truck drivers to transport the arrested, the drivers' trade union joined the struggle. In November 2005 it became possible to bundle the up to then separately operating anti-monarchist forces. They united on the basis of a 12-point agreement. The struggles intensified to the point of a popular uprising in which millions of people took part, particularly in the cities. The uprising ended in a victory of the bourgeois democratic revolution. However, that can only be a first step for the revolutionary working class movement. It must put all efforts into proceeding with the new democratic revolution towards socialism. In the struggle for bourgeois democratic rights and liberties, it must be taken into account that the conditions in different countries and regions differ strongly. This struggle also rests on different traditions, whereas in Germany not even the right to strike is embodied in law. In the countries of the Americas there is even a right of the people to bear arms that goes back to the liberation wars against European colonial rule. In France, extensive democratic rights and liberties that derive from the tradition of the bourgeois revolution and with which the masses very strongly identify have taken root. In Germany, due to the experiences with Hitlerite fascism, a basic anti-fascist attitude is deeply rooted. All common characteristics of the imperialist countries and their neocolonial puppets notwithstanding, they combat revolutionary activity in very different ways. that must be considered in the international cooperation and purposefully utilized. Precise knowledge of the prevailing circumstances is necessary for this purpose. In particular, because of these differences, any mechanical transfer of the proletarian strategy and tactics of one country to another country is out of the question. The international revolutionary movement will better be able to coordinate and revolutionize its struggles and provide better mutual support in Marxist-Leninist party building if it can fall back on democratic rights and liberties, both in the work in the individual countries as well as when traveling to other countries, organizing multilateral meetings or communicating via the Internet. In the recent past, however, the tendency towards the fascistization of the state apparatuses has become stronger. It turns in particular against the international coordination and revolutionization of the class struggle. Therefore, it is the common task of the international revolutionary and working class movement in its cross-border cooperation to resolutely fight against these restrictions and bring them down. The cross-border coordination of the class struggle turns the successes in the struggle for bourgeois democratic rights and liberties in the individual countries into trump cards of the international struggle against exploitation and oppression. The particular achievements of the individual countries step by step become common property. The struggle for bourgeois democratic rights and liberties must be understood and realized as an indispensable common objective and as a strategic fighting task of the international and revolutionary working class movement in the preparation of the international proletarian revolution. 49. On June 13, 2009, trade union activists from all over Germany, from international companies of the automobile, steel, printing, metal, and electronics industries, from the chemical industry and mining, from civil service institutions, hospitals, small and medium-sized companies, met in Dortmund to hold a conference. They passed a declaration against the class collaboration of the trade union leadership with the employers' associations and the government. By October 2010, approximately 10,000 unionists had associated themselves with this declaration. 50. The masses in any given place are generally composed of three parts: the relatively active, the intermediate and the relatively backward. The leaders must therefore be skilled in uniting the small number of active elements around the leadership and must rely on them to raise the level of the intermediate elements and to win over the backward elements. Quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, pages 130 to 131. 7. Cross-border cooperation and mutual revolutionization of class struggle in the transition to the revolutionary crisis. In the strategy and tactics of each and every country, to prepare the international revolution, common methods need to be developed that promote the cross-border exchange of thoughts and experiences. They should enable the cooperation in class struggle and mutual support in the construction of the revolutionary party and of self-run organizations, and organize mass movements and international solidarity. International mass activities, councils, seminars and conferences, gain growing importance for these objectives. The importance of international mass activities and meetings. Since 2004, the miners' movement, Kumpel für Auf, 51, has organized international miners' seminars in Germany. The Third International Miners' Seminar, held from August 28 to 31, 2008, with 700 participants, miners, their families, friends of the miners' movement and international representatives from 14 countries, passed a final resolution in which the building of an international miners' conference was agreed. There it reads: 1. The extraordinarily successful and fruitful meeting was an important step ahead in the coordination of the international miners' movement beyond country borders. For this reason, the seminar shall be transformed into an international miners' conference which shall take place regularly, with changing venues if possible. 2. The immediate mutual information on the problems and struggles of the miners' movement in the various countries must become standard practice. Exchange of convincing arguments for the struggle over the mode of thinking, against division, nationalist and anti-communist prejudices. To this end, various means of communication shall be used. The common website of the International Miners' Conference shall play a special role. 3. Let us develop diverse, effective forms of solidarity, sending of delegations to striking workers, rejection of strike breaking, organization of declarations and activities of solidarity, demonstrations in front of the embassies of the countries in question, etc. 4. Promotion and active support of regional meetings of the miners for widening the basis of the International Miners' Conference and for the cooperation with other forces of the workers, peoples, and environmental movement. 5. Organization of an internationally led discussion on a Carta as common platform of the International Miners' Conference, in which its goals, common demands, principles, and methods are fixed for raising the international cooperation to a higher level. http://minersnet.org. The cross-border cooperation for the promotion of class struggle in the true sense is also the objective of the International Automotive Workers' Council. At its sixth meeting in 2009, 450 participants from 16 countries and more than 70 sites of the automobile and supplier industry adopted an international practical program. This document of the militant automotive workers' movement in the world economic and financial crisis also contained a critical and self-critical evaluation of the work up to then. The direction taken at the last Automotive Workers' Council proved to be successful. In the International Solidarity Charters of VW and GM, 22 delegations promised to develop cross-border solidarity and mutual support at all locations. These became alive in the exchange of explosive information, mutual visits, and consultations of the workers of the individual enterprises, in the mutual support in strikes and struggles, cross-border solidarity actions, worldwide campaigns, common national or international days of action and strikes. In these struggles, discussions and mutual support, the spirit of the solidarity charters became a material force. These were important, but only first steps. We are determined to continue this path of cooperation among the enterprises and branches, to develop it further, to include more workforces and to extend it to the struggle against the global environmental catastrophe. www.automobilearbeiderrat.sch.lag.de. To promote the international unification of the militant women's movement, the Women's Political Council in Germany in 2006 proposed to prepare a World Women's Conference of rank-and-file women. After consultations in the individual countries, initiators came together from Ecuador, Venezuela, Argentina, and Germany for a first international meeting in 2008. They decided the basic documents for the preparation and realization of the World Women's Conference of Rank-and-File Women in 2011 in Caracas, Venezuela, exactly 100 years after the first International Women's Day was observed in 1911. The World Women's Conference of Rank-and-File Women is an answer to the tacit burial of the World Women's Conferences of the UN since their last meeting in 1995. However, even on that occasion, not only official government delegations met, but tens of thousands of representatives of the women's movement from all over the world came together. The basic principles of the preparation and realization of the World Women's Conference of Rank-and-File Women respect the breadth and variety of the world women's movement, its different social composition, its different political aims and forms of organization, as well as its history, which differs from country to country. They consider the current disunity and disorientation of the women's movement, for which mainly petty bourgeois feminism is responsible. The World Women's Conference of Rank-and-File Women has the objective of international coordination and cooperation of the militant women's movement. The worldwide connections should strengthen the militant women's movement in every country. The long-range aim is to unite the women of the world to enable them to fight side by side with the working class movement for the liberation of women in a society without exploitation and oppression. The basic principles for the preparation and realization of the World Women's Conference state. 1. The conference will be prepared and conducted in an international process of discussion and organization by all organizers and participants on the basis of equal rights, without any form of discrimination and above party lines. 2. The conference adopts decisions/resolutions according to the principle of consensus and publishes them on this basis. All meetings sum up their most important results and points of view, including contrary positions, as well as proposals for common activities. In this way confrontation and crucial votes, which can lead to division in the conference, can be avoided. 3. The conference rests on two pillars, two elementary event components. Firstly, the General Assembly, in which representatives of the rank-and-file women in the respective countries, as well as women living in exile and migrants, are represented according to a certain agreed-upon scheme, in accordance with democratic criteria, for example, in relation to the percentage of the population in the country. They discuss key topics of the world's situation and women's struggles, adopt decisions/resolutions, as well as sum up their results on the principle of consensus and publish them. Secondly, the massive and open participation of individuals, initiatives, and organizations that prepare, carry out or participate in diverse events, workshops, cultural contributions, and further activities within the given time and spatial possibilities, provided that they respect the call and the basic principles of the conference. 4. The conference is open to all women and makes special efforts to have girls participate. Fascists and religious fanatics, as well as representatives of aggressive organizations and behavior which are hostile to women, are excluded from the conference. 5. Each and every woman and organization makes efforts to mobilize their international contacts and friendships for the conference and to take over responsibility together for the conference. 6. The conference finances itself independently through diverse initiatives and activities and gratefully accepts donations that are given without reservations and conditions. The conference self-reliantly organizes a service to ensure the security of the participants and the events. 7. The conference realizes a democratic culture of debate. 8. The women's movement in each individual country must principally organize and finance its work, trip, accommodations, and translation itself. The International Preparatory Committee sets up a fund to support the participation of delegations from the poorest countries in solidarity and promotes international sponsorship. 9. Men are invited to participate as long as they support the rights and the liberation of women, they do not dominate and they actively support the organization of the conference. 10. At the end, the participants can consider about conducting a further World Women's Conference and, if so, determine a preparatory committee. www.weltfrauenkonferenz.de. Among the masses, the wish for more international cooperation and cross-border coordination of their activities against solely ruling international finance capital is growing. That will result in further meetings and alliances, in common action in the widest-ranging fields in the future. This tendency also brings forth organizations like the World Social Forum, which was established on the initiative of petty bourgeois globalization critics from ATTIC and other organizations. Since its first meeting in January 2001 in Porto Alegre, Brazil, it takes place annually in opposition to the imperialist conferences of the World Economic Forum, IMF, and World Bank meetings. At the 2009 World Social Forum in Belém, Brazil, 130,000 people from 142 countries participated in the discussion forums and demonstrations. The centrally proclaimed slogan in the Charter of the World Social Forum, "Another world is possible," rightly criticizes many effects of the imperialist world system, in particular the neocolonial exploitation, the lasting hunger in the world, the global environmental destruction, imperialist wars, and the violation of human rights. However, it represents the conception of ensuring that within the framework of the imperialist world system a globalization in solidarity will prevail as a new stage in world history that will respect universal human rights in the service of social justice, equality, and the sovereignty of peoples. World Social Forum Charter of Principles 2001. This unworldly conception objectively makes the World Social Forum the critical showpiece of a system of exploitation and oppression which has long since become outdated and cannot be reformed fundamentally, but needs to be overcome in a revolutionary way. The other side of the coin of this petty bourgeois reformist baseline is a distinct skepticism towards the ability of the masses to defeat imperialism and to build a liberated society. The World Social Forum Charter explicitly binds all participants to freedom from all obligation. They cannot pass any decisions that would commit all, or the majority. On the other hand, the Charter becomes obligating in its determination that parties and anti-imperialist liberation movements are not allowed to participate. That must be an obstacle to a broad democratic and Überparteiliche alliance. The reformist orientation of the World Social Forum has a material basis in the fact that it is on the financial drip of foundations of bourgeois parties, like the Heinrich Böll Foundation that is close to the Party of the Greens, reformist trade unions and bourgeois humanitarian institutions like the Church Development Service, Evangelischer Entwicklungsdienst, EED. Without openness in regard to world outlook, and Überparteiliche character, financial independence, and the basic aim of fighting for the vital interests of the broad masses, no international association can serve the liberation from exploitation and oppression. It is necessary and possible for revolutionaries to cooperate with progressive directions in the World Social Forum and work towards the achievement of a cross-border cooperation, the strengthening of the anti-imperialist direction and criticism of the dead end of reformist concepts. On the other hand, for the cross-border coordination and revolutionization of class struggle, the international revolutionary and working class movement must trust in its own strength. The task of the mutual revolutionization of class struggle. The stage of relative calm in class struggle is called into question by the progressing destabilization of the imperialist world system. Up to now, the joint imperialist crisis management has succeeded in averting an acute revolutionary situation on an international scale, a revolutionary world crisis. Nevertheless, every revolutionary party must have a strategic orientation, must concern itself in good time with the conditions, problems, and tasks of the next stage of the class struggle. As early as in 1907, Lenin demanded that, for the Revolutionary Party, in an acutely revolutionary situation, but that also applies in a limited way to the phase of the transition to this stage, it is impermissible to limit oneself to defining immediate political tasks. Firstly, in such epochs the basic tasks of the social democratic movement are given first place, and they must be analyzed in detail, not as is customary in times of peaceful and petty constitutional parliamentary, the author development. In the second place, it is impermissible to define the immediate political tasks, because a revolution is marked precisely by the possibility and inevitability of sharp changes, sudden turns, unexpected situations, and violent outbursts. The Platform of Revolutionary Social Democracy, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 12, p. 209. Already at the end of the stage of the non-revolutionary situation, occasionally sudden turns, unexpected situations, and violent outbursts occur. They are signs that the transition to the revolutionary ferment is objectively prepared. In the stage of the acutely revolutionary situation, the masses no longer want to be ruled in the old way. Their discontent with the social conditions has arrived at a boiling point. It abruptly changes into sheer hatred against the ruling class and its institutions. The ruling class can no longer rule in the old way, its state apparatus has entered a process of disintegration. The organs of the state, including the police and military power apparatus, are seized by the general dissatisfaction of the broad masses. Many of the staff no longer are willing to unconditionally follow the dictatorship of the monopolies. However, an absolute self-dissolution or inability of the state apparatus to act cannot be expected. Also, the parties of monopoly capital massively lose influence among the masses. The social basis of the dictatorship of the monopolies is seized by accelerated erosion. Political and economic mass demonstrations and mass strikes dominate the scene. The class struggle in the true sense unfolds on a broad front. The working class gets into the strategic offensive. At this stage, economic and political mass struggles interpenetrate, the political struggle moves to the fore. The influence of the Marxist-Leninist Party increases, the influence of reformism and revisionism decreases. The struggles of the workers adopt mainly independent character and are led by the Revolutionary Party. Large sections of the dependent petty bourgeois intelligentsia turn away from the dictatorship of the monopolies, causing it to lose its decisive mass basis. More and more media and cultural workers refuse to collaborate in bourgeois opinion manipulation. Some of them openly take the side of the revolutionary working class. The small and middle farmers rebel against their exploiters in the food companies and monopoly banks. The system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking more and more loses its destructive impact on the masses. The ideological and political struggle over the future becomes fiercer and increasingly takes hold of society as a whole, turning all social relations topsy-turvy. The working class moves significantly closer to its main objective, the seizure of political power. Imperialism now reveals its openly reactionary face. In order to counter the acute danger of losing its political power, it ruthlessly employs the state apparatus to suppress the mass struggles and also interferes militarily in the internal affairs of other nation-states in order to beat down revolutionary uprisings or keep them in check. Violent clashes of the broad masses with the state organs increase in number. In this situation, those in power will attempt to multiply their anti-communist slander and the political intimidation of the broad masses to keep them away from participating in the proletarian revolution. But meanwhile their opportunities are severely limited, their credibility is generally called into question and the contradictions among them intensify. The international industrial proletariat takes over the leading role in the revolutionary movement. The idea of socialism falls on fertile ground also among the broad masses and becomes more and more the guideline of their thinking, feeling, and acting. On a worldwide scale, the revolutionization of the political mass movements moves ahead. The class consciousness of the working class and of great sections of the broad masses develops into socialist consciousness and determines the strategic task of the Revolutionary Party of the working class. The fundamental objective of this stage of class struggle is to carry out the revolution. In his book, Strategy and Tactics in the Class Struggle, Willy Dickhut writes about the revolutionary tasks in this situation. 1. Broaden and deepen the struggles which develop in the revolutionary crisis by closely connecting the economic with the political struggle, draw the petty bourgeois intermediate strata over to the side of the proletariat and make them allies of the workers, convince the masses of applying forms and methods of struggles hitherto unknown. To use the general strategic offensive for a sustained tactical offensive, increasingly politicize and heighten the struggle with the help of transitional slogans, corrode the state machinery and counter the deployment of state power with an increasingly growing offensive, draw the masses closer to the strategic decision all the time. 3. Transform the Communist Party into a mass party, make it the organizer and leader of mass action and propagate revolution as the necessary way out of the crisis. p. 76, emphasis added. Revolutions mean deep breaks in the lives of the masses. Millionfold, often very fast processes of learning and change are initiated. Everyone is challenged to make fundamental decisions concerning their lives. The agitated situation calls everything that people have been used to and what seemed to be inalterable into question. But the masses also sense that within the turbulences and the apparent chaos the possibility to put an end to exploitation and oppression comes within reach. The armed uprising, i.e., the armed struggle as highest form of class struggle, aims at the seizure of power and the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. That is the basic task of the stage of the acutely revolutionary situation, which absolutely requires thorough ideological, political, and practical preparation among the broad masses. In this phase the realization of the slogan "Avoid mistakes" is a matter of life and death for the Marxist-Leninists, of victory or defeat, revolution or counter-revolution. Therefore, the guideline "Avoid mistakes" must be practiced for years and internalized already in the previous stage. There is no doubt that the ideological struggle, the struggle over the mode of thinking of the masses, will come to a head on the road to the strategic decision, to the immediate struggle for power. The experiences of the Bolsheviks after the October Revolution teach us that the victorious revolutionaries have to forearm themselves against smear campaigns with which not only the disempowered classes but also the opportunists in the trade union leadership and social democratic parties want to discredit the proletarian revolution on a worldwide scale. This is designed to build up an ideological dam against the revolutionization of the masses and the example of the October Revolution. By means of general demonization of the revolution and in particular of the dictatorship of the proletariat, usually open reactionary terror against the revolutionary movements is justified. The proletarian strategy and tactics of the struggle over the mode of thinking must guarantee that the demagogic character of the anti-communist propaganda is exposed, that the lessons of the revolutionary struggles are anchored among the broad masses and revolutionary enthusiasm is spread internationally. The Marxist-Leninists must refine and greatly increase their agitation and propaganda and take new roads to spread their slogans and convince the masses. Here the positive experiences of socialist construction in the former socialist countries are just as important as the critical processing of the destruction of socialism up to the restoration of capitalism. The education of the masses for a proletarian mode of thinking is an essential condition not only for the seizure of power in the revolutionary class struggle, but also for the elimination of the old power apparatus and the construction of a new power apparatus and for its work. Without the superiority of the proletarian mode of thinking in the struggle against the petty bourgeois mode of thinking, neither the proletarian revolution nor the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat will be achieved. The struggle over the mode of thinking must encompass the broadest masses and aim at the central question of political power. Only the firm and voluntary conviction of the masses to support revolution and socialism without reservations and without regard for personal sacrifices will blaze the trail for the proletarian revolution and lead it to victory. In addition to this, there must be a confidence in the revolutionary leadership, in the Marxist-Leninist Party and its representatives, which can only grow through many decades. The revolutionization of the self-run organizations of the masses also plays a crucial role. Lenin points to a historical lesson drawn from momentous decisive situations in history. The experience of the war, like the experience of any crisis in history, of any great calamity and any sudden turn in human life, stuns and breaks some people, but enlightens and tempers others. Taken by and large, and considering the history of the world as a whole, the number and strength of the second kind of people have, with the exception of individual cases of the decline and fall of one state or another, proved greater than those of the former kind. The collapse of the Second International, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 21, p. 216. The attitude towards revolutionary violence. With imperialist pacifism, the ruling forces play down and justify their reactionary violence while making out the progressive violence of the masses to be a specter controlled by bloodthirsty wire pullers. Accordingly, not a word of regret let alone criticism was voiced by a single imperialist government against the brutal crushing of the democratic mass uprising in Thailand in spring 2010. With a shrug they took note of the acts of violence of the military as necessary restoration of order. But when the masses take the right to stand up against the continuous disregard of their needs and assert their interests by strikes, demonstrations, or uprisings, this is quickly judged to be extremism, in particular when the state's monopoly over the right to use force is called into question. Bertolt Brecht expressed what this boils down to. The headlong stream is termed violent. But the riverbed hemming it in is termed violent by no one. On Violence über die Gewalt, trans. John Willett in Poems, 1913-1956, p. 276. Petty bourgeois pacifism is the reflection of bourgeois or imperialist pacifism in the thinking, feeling, and acting of the masses with the central illusion that the rulers can be brought to their senses by nonviolent activities. That misconceives the law-governed fundaments of violence in class society, but most of all the progressive role of the revolutionary violence of the masses. Friedrich Engels stressed that force, in the words of Marx, is the midwife of every old society pregnant with a new one, that it is the instrument with the aid of which social movement forces its way through and shatters the dead, fossilist political forms. Anti-Düring, Marx and Engels, Collected Works, Volume 25, p. 171. For example, in March 1920 the armed uprising of 100,000 workers with a corps of miners against the Kapp Putsch was decisive in preventing a counter-revolutionary military dictatorship being established in Germany already then. Bourgeois historiography denies or discriminates against this significant armed struggle in the Ruhr area until today. If the working class movement had heeded the lessons from this struggle, humanity would have been spared the disastrous barbarism of Hitlerite fascism after the putsch of January 30, 1933. Could slave-owning society have been overcome without armed revolts of the slaves like that led by Spartacus? How could humanity have risen above the dark Middle Ages of feudalism if not for the bitter peasant wars at the beginning of the 16th century in Germany? Was it not the French Revolution of 1789 that opened the way to the establishment of bourgeois democracy? Who would have broken Hitler's back other than the Red Army of the Soviet Union and the great number of self-sacrificing anti-fascist resistance fighters? How could China or Vietnam have liberated themselves without their People's Liberation Army and their protracted People's War? Isn't the opposite true, that hesitation to use liberating force, as in Chile, has cost hundreds of thousands of lives more than the resolute uprising of the armed workers and peasants in the October Revolution? In the second stage of class struggle, the struggle over the mode of thinking of the masses must focus on their coming successfully to grips with the different forms of the anti-revolutionary petty bourgeois mode of thinking. Decisive is the positive attitude of the masses to the progressive role of revolutionary force in history. That includes the positive attitude towards the smashing of the bourgeois state apparatus and the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. It was already Friedrich Engels who pointed out that the masses must consciously make this decision and that this requires persistent work. The time of surprise attacks, of revolutions carried through by small conscious minorities at the head of unconscious masses, is past. Where it is a question of a complete transformation of the social organization, the masses themselves must also be in it, must themselves already have grasped what is at stake, what they are going in for, body and soul. But in order that the masses may understand what is to be done, long, persistent work is required, and it is just this work that we are now pursuing, and with a success which drives the enemy to despair. Introduction to Karl Marx's The Class Struggles in France, 1848–1850, Marx and Engels, Selected Works in 3 volumes, Volume 1, pages 199–200. The struggle over the mode of thinking must not be confined to discussions. Intense practical experiences are necessary, as well as abilities acquired in the preparation and realization of the revolution. Lenin explicitly pointed to this fact. This is a new form of organization and struggle that also has to be learnt, and knowledge is not acquired without errors and setbacks. This form of the class struggle stands in the same relation to participation in elections as an assault against a fortress stands in relation to maneuvering, marches, or lying in the trenches. It is not so often that history places this form of struggle on the order of the day, but then its significance is felt for decades to come. Days on which such method of struggle can and must be employed are equal to scores of years of other historical epochs. The collapse of the Second International, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 21, p. 254. When the peaceful protest in Thailand in 2010 aiming at parliamentary changes was suppressed in the most brutal way by the military, the protesting masses had no other choice than to arm themselves and to defy the rampaging troops. Such clashes with the state apparatus, inevitable in acutely revolutionary situations, give painful lessons to the broad masses about the unsuitability of pacifist and symbolic actions in the society-changing struggle. Transitional demands, transitional slogans, and forms of direct democracy. In the stage of the acutely revolutionary situation, the struggles of the working class no longer can remain a general school of class struggle, but must concretely be made a school for advancing to the immediate struggle for power. Though the struggle for economic and political partial demands and partial slogans does not lose its importance in this situation, now transitional demands and transitional slogans definitely move to the fore. Their content cannot be predetermined in detail since it is the result of the concrete course of class struggle and the struggle of the broad masses against the government. Their general content is the direct calling into question of means, methods, structures, and forms of organization of the political and economic power of the dictatorship of the monopolies. Depending on relative strength, very different demands can be put forward: for local self-government through local organs of the masses, for control of production and investments by revolutionary workers' councils, for dissolution of the civil war troops and armament of the people, for jobs and education for all, and for free access to modern mass media that must be under the control of organs of the people. All transitional demands are an expression of the need of the broad masses to take their fate into their own hands. They immediately prepare the overcoming of the dictatorship of the monopolies as well as the seizure of power by the revolutionary working class movement. Immediately connected to transitional demands and transitional slogans is the organizing of the most different forms of direct democracy. They are indispensable as a school of the exercise of power by the proletariat in a socialist society and of control over the bureaucracy in the party, state, and economic apparatus by the masses. The working class learns together with the broad masses that it can and must decide about its present and future needs and interests by itself. In its thinking, feeling, and acting it must radically break with the deceitful essence and hypocritical customs of bourgeois parliamentarism, bourgeois judicial authority and the bourgeois state's monopoly over the right to use force. As highest form of political participation in power, bourgeois democracy only offers the masses the possibility to vote for people's representatives for the bourgeois parliaments every few years. However, these representatives may take decisions only as long as they work as instruments of the dictatorship of monopoly capital. The masses are condemned to political passivity. The elected representatives have absolutely no obligation to account to their voters for their actions, but only answer to their conscience, subordinate themselves to the inherent necessities of the capitalist profit system, and not infrequently give priority to their private interests. As a legislative power, the elected representatives do not bear any responsibility for the practical application of the laws they have passed. A bureaucratic apparatus is responsible for this. It has created an almost insurmountable thicket of bureaucratic regulations which to a large extent removes its work from the influence and control of the parliaments, not to mention the citizens. In Germany, officials are appointed for life. They are bound to a relation of particular dependence and loyalty to the constitution and the bourgeois state. They are not elected and cannot be voted out. Centuries-old traditions, familial moldings, influences of the churches and schools and particularly of the mass media have gotten the masses used to keeping out of political decision-making, because this subject is too difficult, and leaving politics to the people at the top. In the forms of organization and struggle of direct democracy, in contrast, the wish of the masses to organize their lives themselves is consciously awakened and promoted. The workers in the factories, the people in the neighborhoods or in meetings in the streets and squares vote for delegates they believe to be best capable of representing their interests in the struggle, and they exercise control over these delegates. They oblige them to carry out the jointly adopted tasks and reserve the right to call them to account at any given time or to remove them. Already before the October Revolution of 1917, the revolutionary workers in Russia created a new form of organization and struggle, the Soviets, councils, a system of delegates that was to replace the bourgeois state apparatus in the long run. Lenin saw in the Soviets a higher type than a parliamentary republic, because they are more useful for the people, more democratic, more convenient for the struggle, for combating, for instance, the grain shortage, etc. Letters on Tactics, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 24, p. 53. Lenin explained the tasks of the communists in the construction of the Soviets. In order to ensure all the state power passing into the hands of the Soviets of workers and soldiers, deputies or other bodies directly expressing the will of the people, prolonged work is necessary to develop proletarian class consciousness and to unite the urban and rural proletarians against the vacillations of the petty bourgeoisie. The 7th April All-Russia Conference of the RSDLP. B. 52. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 24, pages 230 to 231. The prolonged work of developing the proletarian class consciousness of the masses and their level of independent organization must already be started in the stage of the acutely revolutionary situation, i.e., before the seizure of power by the dictatorship of the proletariat. Here the Marxist-Leninists must learn from the experiences of the international revolutionary and working class movement. In Latin America, the Assemblées Populaires emerged in the 1980s. These people's assemblies were politically independent, that is, they were not under the control of political parties or the bourgeois state. The masses discussed and decided on their problems and demands independently of the institutions of the bourgeois state. They elected delegates from the bottom to the top, delegates of the neighborhoods to the People's Assembly of the city, delegates of the City People's Assembly to the National People's Assembly. As the masses themselves took over the preparation and realization, demonstrations or general strikes gained great force. In the travel diary Peru, Die Lunt am Pulverfass Latinamerika, Peru, match to the powder keg Latin America, this is vividly described. The National People's Assembly was established on the weekend of November 19 to 21, 1987. For that purpose more than 3,000 delegates from different people's organizations of the country gathered in Villa El Salvador. On this weekend the current economic situation and the effects of the government's policy were discussed. A catalogue of demands was compiled. This catalogue of demands was submitted to the Alan Garcia government, which was supposed to respond within 60 days. If there was no response, a day would be fixed for a nationwide strike. The 48-hour strike was then carried out in January 1988. Pages 174 to 175. Within the Assemblées Populares in Peru, a fundamental dispute arose between the revolutionary forces and the reformist and revisionist forces, who attached no importance to the organized self-activity of the masses, but mainly had their eyes on posts and got influenced by bourgeois parliamentarism or even bribed by the ruling class. In Patagonia, Argentina, in the city of Cutralco, an uprising of the masses in 1996 was directed against the shutdown of oil production by international monopolies and against the increasing unemployment and impoverishment. Here the Piqueteros were born. Piqueteros were activists and delegates of the new tactics of road blockades, the construction of barricades. They defied the attempt of the Peronist government of Menem to capture the city by military force and succeeded in pushing through many of their demands. After this successful struggle the Piqueteros were built up as a national delegate system. The tactics of road blockades and their resolute defense until the demands were granted spilled over into the whole country. Piqueteros played an important role in the National People's Uprising Argentinazo in December 2001 and since then became a firm institution in workers' and people's struggles. In spring 2008 small and middle farmers fought against the Kirchner government, which promoted the cultivation of soybeans on gigantic fields as demanded by international monopolies. But the farmers did not want to be driven off their lands. Piqueteros supported their struggle on a nationwide scale by organizing 400 roadblocks with the participation of 250,000 farmers, workers, unemployed people, women, and students. In summer 2009 the joint organizing of the blockades was developed higher in connection with the 38-day strike of the workers at Terra Busy, which belongs to the world's third largest food company, Kraft Foods from the USA. Comrades of the Revolutionary Communist Party of Argentina, PCR, reported about this struggle. With the progress of the strike the government changed its policy and passed on to open repression. They tried to clear the factory. The workers struck back. These clashes were broadcast live on TV. The struggle gained great sympathy. The people saw how the policemen were pulled down from their horses. When the factory was being cleared, the party called for erecting roadblocks nationwide. Approximately 100 were built up all over Argentina. Also, the organizations in the countryside developed solidarity and likewise conducted road blockades. Minutes of a talk with a PCRCC representative on May 23, 2010. The movement of the Monday demonstrations, active in Germany since 2004, works as an open, politically independent mass movement, that is, it is not led or controlled by bourgeois parties or institutions. Such movements can be of special significance for the transition from the non-revolutionary situation to the acutely revolutionary situation. The Monday demonstrations already contain important elements from which in an acutely revolutionary situation forms of direct democracy on a massive scale can emerge. In the movement of the Monday demonstrations, inspired by the democratic people's movement of the former German Democratic Republic. On the basis of the joint struggle, very different people have joined forces on an equal footing. They are unorganized or come from parties and trade unions, from überparteiliche self-run organizations of the masses, from the active people's resistance and the rebellion of the youth. The movement has a clear thrust against the government and closely allies itself with representatives of the working class movement and militant unemployed people, with the people's movement, the militant women's movement, and with the rebellion of the youth. The working class movement should form the firm backbone. This is of strategic importance in view of the experiences of the Weimar Republic, where a part of the unemployed temporarily fortified the mass base of the fascist dictatorship. Without including the unemployed, the objective of the first stage of the class struggle cannot be attained. The Monday demonstrations encourage participants and passers-by to take a stand on social and political issues in public, and realize a democratic culture of debate by means of the open microphone as method of the public struggle between the proletarian and the petty bourgeois modes of thinking. They organize solidarity against the dismantling of social benefits, and mutual help. In this way the activists grow into the task of taking the organization of their lives into their own hands, and they even begin to interfere in state affairs. They are open for a society beyond capitalism in which the exploitation of man by man is eliminated. The MLPD is firmly anchored in its ranks. Monday demonstrations meet in many cities of Germany since August 2004, mostly every Monday at the same hour. They are positioned as local meeting places of the masses, but are also cross-linked regionally and nationally. Delegates are directly elected and take on tasks for the democratic coordination of the work, accounting for their efforts at the Monday demonstrations. The Monday demonstrations are committed to international solidarity and work on an anti-fascist basis. They are financially independent. They regularly organize the collecting of donations in the streets and other donation activities. In their rallies and demonstrations they develop a militant culture with polemic and satirical interventions, with songs and poems, slogans and leaflets, with guitars and drums. Such achievements and experiences can gain outstanding importance in the transition to a revolutionary situation, when the movement encompasses hundreds of thousands or millions of people. The movement of the Monday demonstrations experienced a foretaste of what can develop in summer 2004, when it rapidly grew to 250,000 participants within 4 weeks for a comparatively minor reason relative to the rule of the monopolies. Immediately the federal and land governments with intelligence services, police, and representatives of the bourgeois monopoly parties set up operative situation rooms and under guidance of the intelligence services started an extensive smear and subversion campaign against the Monday demonstrations. The bourgeois mass media suddenly, but only for a short time, abandoned their policy of observing silence about the MLPD in order to defame it as Stalinist and Maoist splinter group with its sect-like structure and to accuse it of infiltrating the Monday demonstrations. The anti-communist agitation appealed to vague fears and negative sentiments among the masses and stirred up reservations. For this purpose, splitting activities by reformist, revisionist, and Trotskyite forces were organized. Their liquidationist activity aimed at breaking the main thrust of the movement against the government. The achievement of democratic decisions on the street was to be smashed, the politically independent movement repatriated into the parliaments. Down with Hartz IV, and restoration of the former regulations on unemployment benefits no longer were to be the main demand, but mere correction of the Hartz laws. All this did not remain without effect. Due to these intrigues the Monday demonstration movement temporarily lost its mass character. However, it could maintain and consolidate its substance. Over the years it gained great respect among the population and continues to harbor the potential of a broadest protest movement against the government. That was shown in the multiplication of Monday demonstrations in the years 2009–2010. Besides those against Hartz IV, Monday demonstrations of the dairy farmers arose in Cologne at the end of 2009, or Monday demonstrations against the underground bunkering of Co. 2. In the towns of Niebüll, Lech, Bredstedt, and Husum. The Monday demonstrations against Stuttgart 21 were a preliminary climax. They began in November 2009 and regularly brought tens of thousands into the streets from mid to end 2010. A result of the increasing interpenetration of national and international class struggle is that forms of organization and struggle containing germs of direct democracy spread across borders. Methods of the Monday demonstrations meanwhile also have entered European countries like the Netherlands, Greece, Switzerland, and France in a modified form. Piqueteros became a standard in many struggles in countries of Latin America and also on other continents. In January/February 2010, thousands of Greek farmers organized street and railroad blockades with their tractors, coordinated on the model of the Piqueteros. It is a great future task consciously to make the internationally created and ever newly emerging forms of organization of direct democracy a field of learning in the joint struggle for the international proletarian revolution and socialism with the perspective of the United Socialist States of the world. Lenin characterized the learning process that took place during the socialist revolution in Russia when the masses turned away from bourgeois democracy towards proletarian democracy as an advance, of worldwide, historic significance. If the creative enthusiasm of the revolutionary classes had not given rise to the Soviets, the proletarian revolution in Russia would have been a hopeless cause, for the proletariat could certainly not retain power with the old state apparatus, and it is impossible to create a new apparatus immediately. Can the Bolsheviks retain state power? Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 26, p. 104. 51. Coal miners for Auf. Auf equals alternative, unabhängig, fortschrittlich, alternative, independent, progressive, name of local electoral alliances, translator's note. 52. Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Bolsheviks, predecessor of the Communist Party of Russia, Bolsheviks, and of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks. 8. Forging of the fighting alliance with the petty bourgeois intermediate strata. The working class needs allies for its revolutionary liberation struggle and in the construction of socialism. It finds them mainly among the petty bourgeois intermediate strata. The program of the Marxist-Leninist Party explains regarding the strategic task of the Marxist-Leninist preparation of the alliance with the intermediate strata. The petty bourgeois strata base their existence on the capitalist relations of production and therefore form the principal mass base of monopoly dictatorship. But the systematic destruction of their bases of subsistence by the monopolies and the state pushes an ever-growing part of the petty bourgeois strata into ruin. Thus, objectively, an irreconcilable contradiction to the monopoly bourgeoisie develops. Program of the Marxist-Leninist Party of Germany, p. 57. In order to win large sections of the petty bourgeois intermediate strata over to the international revolution, the Marxist-Leninist Party has to characterize and treat correctly the contradictions between them and the working class. At the stage of a non-revolutionary situation, when the class struggle is at a low ebb, the contradiction between the petty bourgeois intermediate strata and the working class is in general antagonistic, especially as long as they are functioning as mass basis of the dictatorship of the monopolies. The contradiction between the petty bourgeois intermediate strata on the one hand and the monopoly bourgeoisie and the dominating social conditions on the other is non-antagonistic in that case. The contradictions are transformed only in the transition to the stage of the acutely revolutionary situation. In many neocolonially dependent countries, however, major sections of the petty bourgeois intermediate strata can be in an antagonistic contradiction to the reactionary governments and the imperialist exploitation and oppression already in a non-revolutionary situation. The petty bourgeois intermediate strata are more and more coming into conflict with the ruling monopolies and their all-sided dictatorship over the entire society. The world economic and financial crisis since 2008 has accelerated the ruination of the petty bourgeois intermediate strata. The crisis management was first aimed at controlling and dampening the unfolding of the contradictions. In the end, however, it will carry to extremes the redistribution of the national income in favor of solely ruling finance capital and at the expense of the entire society, therefore also of the petty bourgeois intermediate strata. They are more and more made aware of their lack of prospects in their situation, the abuse of their knowledge for the expansion of capital, the suppression of progressive applications of scientific research within the framework of capitalist society. The struggle of the working class against the shifting of the burden of the crisis onto its shoulders and the transition to the working class offensive will attract the petty bourgeois intermediate strata. A growing part of them are seized by the general discontent, take part in the protests against the government and orient themselves to the contents and forms of struggle of the working class. Then the character of the societal contradictions will change. The contradiction between the petty bourgeois intermediate strata and the dictatorship of the monopolies becomes more and more antagonistic, whereas the contradiction between them and the working class becomes more and more non-antagonistic. The working class has to be aware of the vacillating character of the petty bourgeois allies. The basis of the vacillation is their position as stratum between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The petty bourgeois have no class viewpoint of their own. Willy Dickhut writes, in developing the class struggle, the vacillating character must be taken into account. That requires the energetic and unswerving leadership of the proletariat in the class struggle. Its strength and success is the condition which makes the petty bourgeois fight with courage and decision, too. If the bourgeoisie grows stronger, he will vacillate; if it wins, he will defect. It is the vacillating character that opens up the possibility for the interrelationship between the two kinds of contradiction and their transformation. The dialectical unity of theory and practice, p. 258. In addition, there is the danger that a part of the petty bourgeois intermediate strata becomes receptive to ultra-reactionary, proto-fascist, or neo-fascist currents and tries to save its privileges at the expense of the workers and other peoples. In winning the petty bourgeois intermediate strata as allies of the proletarian revolution, one has to take into account their composition: small and medium-sized farmers, small tradesmen and self-employed artisans, as well as petty bourgeois intellectuals, among which the growing mass of intellectuals' independent employment is of particular importance. Because the class structure is very different in various countries, and therefore also the interests of the petty bourgeois differ from each other, the Marxist-Leninists always have to assess their allies exactly and always determine their alliance policy concretely. Different forms of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking also require different treatment. The book, The Struggle Over the Mode of Thinking in the Working Class Movement, states in this regard: the primitive form of petty bourgeois mode of thinking, the mentality of the petty proprietor, is most pronounced among small farmers, workmen, and the small self-employed. It occurs in a particularly vulgar form among lumpen elements which, as a rule, have little more to do with the production process. This primitive petty bourgeois mode of thinking is characterized by narrow pragmatism, a small-minded sense of justice, conservatism, superstition, extreme egoism, heartlessness to the point of unscrupulous striving for advantage, and so forth. It vacillates between fatalistic submissiveness and blind, desperate rebellion, and is a breeding ground for disdain of the masses, chauvinism, fascism, and aggressive anti-communism. These base forms of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking are easily recognizable for the working class due to their open hostility to the working class movement. Nevertheless, they can become an obstacle to the effort to win the broad masses for socialism that must not be made light of. This applies especially to countries where capitalism is not yet fully developed, semi-feudal structures still survive, and absolute destitution is the lot of large sections of the masses. The developed form of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking is the petty bourgeois intellectual mode. It likes to give itself the appearance of being creative and open to new things, and thus exercises an influence on society, especially on the young, which is not to be underestimated. It is distinguished by the ability to adapt itself to a large extent to the proletarian mode of thinking. This makes it difficult for the working class to see through it. Pages 76 to 77. The alliance with the small and middle farmers. In many countries, enormous advances in the productivity of agriculture combined with the reorganization of international production. With that, the material basis for a solution to the problem of feeding humanity has matured as never before. In a society liberated from exploitation and oppression, sufficient food could be produced for all human beings, in harmony with nature. Under the dictatorship of solely ruling international finance capital, millions of small and medium-sized farmers are being ruined. Monocultures and overuse of the soil increasingly destroy the agricultural areas. Between 1994 and 2007, in the imperialist countries alone 24 million employed persons on small and medium-sized farms were robbed of their livelihood, millions of farms were ruined. Industrialization and monopolization of agriculture are designed to push through growing profits, and so the utilization of the resources for feeding the world can be nothing but totally insufficient. The world food problem is becoming more critical. In the neo-colonially dependent countries, agricultural imports at the lowest prices led to the destruction of the domestic markets and the impoverishment of their producers. The introduction of genetically modified seeds aggravates the dependence of the small farmers, for a part of their already small income now flows into the pockets of the seed industry. From 1994 to 2007, about 60 million small farmers worldwide were driven from their land. Beneficiaries of this policy were the world market-leading super monopolies of the food industry, the agricultural products trade, the farm equipment industry, the so-called life sciences. 53. Sector, the fertilizer industry and the international big banks, which are part of solely ruling international finance capital. Since the year 2000 there has been an upswing in the struggles of the farmers internationally. Until 2004, 109 struggles with up to 985,000 participating farmers were counted, as well as 36 struggles of farm workers with up to 138,300 participants. Between 2005 and 2009 this figure rose to 146 struggles of farmers with up to 1,670,000 participants and 55 struggles of farm workers with up to 2,432,000 participants. The main thrust of these struggles of the farmers was increasingly directed against international finance capital. The farmers learned from the methods of struggle of the working class, even fought jointly with workers, and more often also internationally. Blockades of streets, border crossing points, ports, central warehouses or monopoly chain food stores or boycotts of dairies became an international standard. In neo-colonially dependent as well as in imperialist countries, increasingly the farmers are fighting against the unlimited opening of the national markets called liberalization. It is pursued by the World Trade Organization, WTO, for the benefit of international finance capital and leads to the accelerated ruin of the livelihoods of farmers. For this reason the farmers are stepping up their active resistance against structural adjustment programs of the International Monetary Fund, IMF, against economic partnership agreements of the EU or against free trade agreements like that between the USA, Canada, and Mexico. They also take a stand against the planned cancellation of the milk quotas in the EU aimed at opening the market, which will further aggravate the situation of the small and middle farmers. In Paraguay or Brazil the struggles for agrarian reform and the occupation of large-scale land holdings lying fallow play a growing role. When in 2009 the South Korean corporation Daewoo bought up 1.3 million hectares, half of the fertile land, in impoverished Madagascar in order to produce biofuel, the population toppled its president. When genetic engineering is introduced solely in the interest of the agrarian monopolies and without thorough investigation into the effects on human beings and nature, again and again struggles take place which gain worldwide attention, for instance in 2001 in Indonesia against genetically modified cotton, or in 2003 in Brazil against genetically modified maize. In Europe, farmers and environmentalists forced the governments in Germany, Austria, Hungary, Greece, France and Luxembourg to ban the cultivation of genetically modified maize. In their struggle for existence the small and middle farmers establish contact with the active resistance against the threatening environmental catastrophe. They take part in movements against the deforestation of the rainforests, against the pseudo-ecological promotion of renewable energies in the form of crop cultivation for instance for biofuel production, against huge, oversized dam projects in China, Russia, India, or Turkey, or in movements for organic, low-emission farming, for a cycle economy with the reprocessing of nutrients, fertilizing, and use of energy from organic waste. Since the 1990s, strong indigenous movements have emerged. The basis was the ever more massive exploitation by international finance capital, which is getting unbearable in particular in Latin American countries where the population has a high proportion of workers and peasants of indigenous origin. The movements were sparked off in part by the ceremonies marking the 500th anniversary of the discovery of America. Under the slogan of neoliberalism, even the most frugal subsistence economy 54 of indigenous village communities was undermined. We have always been poor since the Spaniards drove us off the fertile land to the cold and arid highland, an indigenous woman reported at the Congress of the Ecuadorian Women's Association CONFEMEC in Quito in July 2004. However, now we cannot even sell our maize and vegetables at the market. Supermarkets like Walmart already are there selling food so cheaply that nobody wants to buy our good food. Now we have no more money and cannot even buy the exercise books for the children. Imperialism and neoliberalism kill our babies, because we cannot even buy medicine when they fall ill. Pablo Miranda, a leading representative of the Communist Party Marxist-Leninists of Ecuador, CML, writes about the struggle of the indigenous peoples for their right of self-determination. Very early, in 1990, suddenly as if from nowhere there emerged a great uprising of the indigenous peoples that rapidly became general and shook the country. Tens of thousands of Indians of the Sierra and the Amazon angrily demanded land and territory, their national and cultural rights. 500 years of oppression and exploitation, of cultural aggression could not wipe out the Indian peoples. For centuries they were subjugated, decimated by repression and disease, isolated in the wilderness and forest. These were years of resistance, of intermittent battles, of partial uprisings, the majority of which were defeated by force, first by the Spaniards and later by the mestizos. They were times of learning and accumulation. And suddenly they burst forth. There were many bourgeois and leftist analysts, particularly the latter, who spoke of the special circumstances of the indigenous movement and who took this question absolutely out of context, separated from the revolutionary struggle, which could stand on its own, but was self-contained. That it was not part of the revolutionary social forces. Life, however, is an enlightening teacher. Pablo Miranda, CML, September 2003, The Workers, the Peoples, the Left, and the Presidency of Gutierrez. www.mltranslations.org. The small and middle peasants belong to the poorest strata of the population in many of the countries exploited and oppressed by imperialism. Even though the class structure is changing there, most clearly recognizable in the urbanization, the small and middle peasants remain the main allies of the international proletariat in the struggle for the international revolution. In significantly fewer countries they, and not yet the workers, also constitute the main force in the revolutionary struggle for national and social liberation. In Asia this still applies, for instance, to India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Vietnam, or Yemen, in Africa to Tanzania, Madagascar, Sierra Leone, or the Congo. The Marxist-Leninist parties in the neocolonial countries organize small and middle peasants for the common struggle for the preparation of the international revolution. This often begins with the construction of self-run organizations of the masses which help them to get to grips with the daily problems of life like food, education, health, infrastructure, women's rights. The Marxist-Leninist Party must patiently win recognition for its leading competence in the solution of all practical questions of life as well as the problems of production and property ownership. It educates and trains the workers, farmers, and masses, learns from them and relies on them for support. It communicates the know-how for the political struggle as well as for the struggle for daily survival and for the construction of the country. This construction can only be successful on the basis of the struggle against those in power and the mutual help and support of the revolutionaries and the masses. In the course of this the party gets to know the problems and contradictions of the masses, mutual confidence is created, and the leading role of the party gains recognition. In her travel report, Revolution in Nepal, which dates from 2008, Cornelia Scholar describes the changes in the countryside due to the work of the guerrillas of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoists, in the liberated district of Ralpa. The right to divorce and the right of women to abortion were introduced. The village committees took over the administration of the village, i.e., they decided on taxes and contributions, the distribution of land and for instance the use of the forest. Own banks were founded with the savings of the people and the earnings from fines and fees. For this purpose loans were granted at an interest rate of only 8%, while 15% was paid on savings accounts. The founding of agricultural cooperatives and communes was supported. Life in the commune is very attractive for many people, because it guarantees its members education and medical care apart from a higher living standard. As late as in 1999, more than 400 people died during a flu epidemic in the West, more than 10,000 people fell ill, but the government undertook nothing. In order to offer medical care, ordinary farmers were taught basic medical knowledge, first aid, especially birth assistance and prevention and treatment of the most common diseases. The biggest project by far is the construction of a hospital in Gornadi, Ralpa. The construction of such a big facility in the midst of the Western Hill region is a tremendous achievement, considering the fact that there are no roads and all the material was transported by foot. Thus 55,000 people altogether took part in the construction. The army tried to prevent the construction and attacked from the air as well as with ground troops, but the site could be successfully defended by the inhabitants of the region together with units of the PLA People's Liberation Army. The author. Pages 139 to 142. In Paraguay, a powerful movement of peasants and landless people against the big landowners has developed since the 1980s. The latter controlled more than 80% of the land, whereas large parts of the population were starving. The Marxist-Leninists won leading influence on the movement so that the anti-imperialist struggle against the destruction of the national food and agrarian market could be waged and the cooperation with the working class could be organized. At the same time, the working class was engaged in the struggle against privatization projects carried out on the instructions of the IMF. The militant peasants and landless people confiscated estates of the big landowners which the latter did not cultivate. They defended their land later on also against the police and the military, which had orders from the government to reverse the occupation. At the same time, the occupiers cultivated field crops to feed their families, and also cotton. The proletarian strategy and tactics aimed at combining the concrete struggles of the population for overcoming the subsistence economy, creating jobs, and improving their situation with the struggle for national and social liberation. A petty bourgeois counter-program to the Marxist-Leninist alliance-building work with the small and middle peasants is the micro-lending policy of the Grameen Bank. 55. Muhammad Yunus from Bangladesh was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006 for this project. He rightly criticized the development aid of imperialist states, which for the most part does not reach the poorest strata of the population, but even increases the neocolonial plundering. In contrast, his system of microlending was supposed to benefit exactly the poorest strata. Yunus defines the Grameen Bank as private sector self-help bank. The goal of the loans for small farmers is not the support of the struggle for liberation from imperialism, but the promotion of an individual way out, the saving of petty bourgeois livelihoods. In his book, Banker to the Poor, the autobiography of Muhammad Yunus, founder of Grameen Bank, Yunus says about himself, "I am not a capitalist in a simplistic left/right sense. But I do believe in global free market economy and participating in it by using capitalist tools. I profoundly believe, as Grameen's experience over 20 years has shown, that greed is not the only fuel for free enterprise. Social goals can replace greed as a powerful motivational force." Pages 215 and 216. The happy medium recommended by Muhammad Yunus in fact offered a mass of small peasants, but also poor women, the possibility of making a new life for themselves temporarily. Therefore, numerous people in Bangladesh first adored Muhammad Yunus, they had the feeling that they themselves were honored by his Nobel Prize. The orientation to the individual way out, to a petty bourgeois livelihood, however, is a dead end for the masses of small and middle peasants. The accelerated ruin of small peasant livelihoods is a law of imperialism, the consequences of which have to be fought, but which cannot be eliminated by having access to microloans, least of all in times of a crisis-prone development. The small enterprises started by loans remain dependent on a market controlled by international finance capital. About 100 million people worldwide have taken out a microloan, paying horrendous interest to the Grameen Bank. Loans usually are granted to whole self-help groups which commit themselves to pay back the loans collectively, putting pressure on each other for that. Thus, many borrowers got caught in a debt trap, finally ending in ruin. Reports about suicides of defaulting female borrowers are increasing, and there is growing criticism of the policy of microlending. Sooner or later the persons affected have to take a decision whether they bind themselves to the declining capitalist system in the false hope of a permanent petty bourgeois livelihood, or whether they join in the preparation of the international revolution on the side of the working class. The struggle of the European dairy farmers. In Germany, only 1.1 million gainfully employed people remained in the agricultural sector in 2010. That meant a decrease of 781,100, minus 41.6%, since 1991. The number of agricultural enterprises fell between 1960 and 2010 from more than 1.4 million to 300,700. The small farmers, who numerically still make up the majority of the employed in agriculture, today are mainly part-time farmers. Even though the farmers in the imperialist countries are no longer the main ally of the working class, as producers of food they constitute an important reserve in the proletarian class struggle. There is the real danger that international finance capital will use food as a weapon in a revolutionary crisis, because it controls the production of food in the agricultural industry and its distribution in the trade monopolies. The anti-communist propaganda has made the small and middle farmers in Germany believe for many decades that the Marxist-Leninists are hostile to farmers, that the farmers' movement and the working class movement are opponents. This makes new developments in the struggle of the European dairy farmers all the more important. Milk production in Europe is for the most part still in the hands of small and medium-sized farmers. On instructions of the international trade and agricultural monopolies, the EU wants to reduce the producer prices and abolish the milk quotas from 2015 onwards. This amounts to a deliberate ruination of medium-sized milk producers. In 1998, the Federal Association of German Dairy Farmers, BDM, was founded in conscious opposition to the German Farmers Association, which mainly represents the interests of the big estate owners and the trade and food corporations. By 2008, 34,000 out of about 100,000 dairy farmers in Germany had gotten organized in the BDM. In 2006, the European Milk Board came into being as an umbrella organization, which dairy farmers' associations from the whole of Europe joined so that they could better fight for higher producer prices together. In June 2008, the first milk delivery boycott took place in 7 European countries. In Germany, up to 2/3 of the dairy farmers participated in it. The MLPD declared its solidarity, began to cooperate with the dairy farmers, made the struggle known in the working class movement, and put forward the unifying demand for an increase in producer prices and decrease in consumer prices at the expense of the trade monopolies. When in 2009 a cut in the producer prices for dairy products threatened again, the European dairy farmers organized further delivery boycotts. In this struggle, a new tendency based on class struggle developed. Now the dairy farmers directed their criticism and demands at the agricultural monopolies and the government, and not the consumers, as often in the past, and organized cross-border cooperation. They opposed the agricultural dumping 56 practiced on the world market with their surplus produce, as well as the distortion of market prices and destruction of the livelihoods of farmers in the neocolonially dependent countries which this entails. They sought to establish contact with the small and middle farmers there, but mainly sought allies in the working class movement and were open for cooperation with the militant opposition. Gerd Schutt, as representative of the militant dairy farmers, expressed this when he conveyed a message of greetings at the nationwide demonstration of the Monday demonstration movement in Berlin on October 24, 2009. "I mainly want to congratulate you for being here, for not staying at home, for not putting up with everything, for taking to the streets for justice. We dairy farmers have the same approach in principle. This policy conducted by the EU Commission with tax money is destroying jobs here, because we no longer make a profit on 20 cents, and it leads to starvation in other countries. We ask ourselves who profits from this. The answer is simple: the global players, big capital. We now have them on our doorstep, they are targeting us now. So we go to Luxembourg, to Brussels, everywhere, 5,000 farmers, 1,000 tractors. We go there and demand the adjustment of production to demand, something that can be done with a single signature, with a simple decision. It is not being done. We will continue to take to the streets." Gerd Schutt, 6th Nationwide Monday Demonstration, October 24, 2009. www.youtube.com. This tendency based on class struggle, which is developing among sections of the small and middle farmers, constitutes an important basis for an alliance of the working class with the small and middle farmers in the struggle for the international socialist revolution. The strategic role of the petty bourgeois intellectual intermediate strata as allies of the proletarian revolution. In the book Twilight of the Gods, Götterdämmerung over the New World Order, an important change in the class structure of most countries was explained in 2003, a particular growth of the petty bourgeois strata due to the reorganization of international production. Between 1991 and 2005, the proportion of people of one age group who finished their compulsory education and continued to study increased worldwide from 14 to 24%, in Western Europe and North America, from 36 to 70%. In the same period of time, the number of students of both sexes doubled. Correspondingly, the proportion of people in dependent employment having a college or university degree increased, mainly among the salaried employees and civil servants. The dependent intelligentsia became the main ally of the working class already some time ago, especially in the imperialist countries, but also in a growing number of dependent capitalist countries, and even in some neocolonially dependent countries. At the top, this stratum reaches into the management of the monopoly bourgeoisie, and at the bottom merges with the working class. Petty bourgeois intellectuals live between the main classes. They have the double prospect of social rise or decline. The vacillating character of their thinking, feeling, and acting is based on this. Only a tiny minority of intellectuals manages to rise into the monopoly bourgeoisie. But the striving to rise into the bourgeoisie, careerism, is a formative feature of the petty bourgeois intellectual mode of thinking. The winning of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia is vital to the dictatorship of international finance capital, since this tiny stratum would be unable to carry out the various, ever-growing leadership tasks in the economic, political, and cultural fields by itself. The scientific technological revolution led to the strong growth mainly of the technical intelligentsia. The control of modern production and the development of new productive forces, information technology, electronic data processing, automation, make it indispensable. The technical intelligentsia has become a mainstay of monopoly capital. When the petty bourgeois intellectuals turn away from the monopolies, the destabilization of the capitalist social order will increase. If they succeed in freeing themselves from the typical characteristics stemming from their class situation, claim to leadership and arrogance towards workers, low regard for practical activities, careerism, vanity, individualism, and lack of discipline, pragmatism and skepticism, they can enrich the revolutionary working class movement, raise its scientific and cultural level. Their academic training and the capabilities they have acquired for international communication and the organization of production and trade can also be used for the cooperation of the international Marxist-Leninist and working class movement. Thus, in the alliance of the working class with the petty bourgeois intermediate strata, potentials for a future socialist society can already be realized. From all this follows the strategic significance of winning as large a section of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia as possible for the revolutionary class struggle on the side of the working class. The program of the Marxist-Leninist Party explains regarding this point. As class struggle develops and the MLPD develops into the revolutionary party of the masses, the working class must understand how to assert the leading influence of the proletarian mode of thinking among the intermediate strata. This is the only way for the working class itself to successfully deal with the effects of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking, tear away large sections of the intermediate strata from the influence of monopoly capital in the acutely revolutionary situation, win them over as political allies for the proletarian revolution and neutralize other sections. However, the revolutionary alliance with sections of the petty bourgeoisie is only possible if they realize that it is capitalism which destroys their basis for existence. The future interests of the petty bourgeois strata lie in building a socialist society, which they must support with all their strength and abilities. The essence of preparing the alliance is to systematically remold their mode of thinking into the proletarian one, this being deeply sensed as the result of their own free will. Program of the Marxist-Leninist Party of Germany, pages 58 to 59. In a revolutionary situation, petty bourgeois intellectuals will be ready to fight on the side and under the leadership of the working class for revolutionary goals in larger numbers than in times of a non-revolutionary situation. The tendency of drawing closer to the working class movement has already been manifested in the trend to the left. However, at first intense inner conflicts are triggered off among the petty bourgeois intellectuals, doubts and vacillations arise which have to be overcome. Therefore, the fighting alliance of the revolutionary working class with larger sections of the stratum of petty bourgeois intellectuals can be realized only in an acutely revolutionary situation. Before that, the preparation of such a fighting alliance is on the agenda. In preparing the alliance, Marxist-Leninist parties have to take into consideration the particular contradictions of petty bourgeois intellectuals in dependent employment. Finance capital gives them advantages like a preeminent position as intellectual elite of society and material privileges. It also takes up their in many cases really honest endeavor to make a contribution to the solution of the problems of humanity. But in return the ruling monopolies expect subordination to their interests and strict loyalty to capitalist society. Especially since the reorganization of international production, a large part of the dependently employed intellectuals must grapple with a tendency towards proletarianization. The book, Twilight of the Gods, Götterdämmerung over the New World Order, states. The scientific technical intelligentsia increasingly was integrated into the production process. The industrialization and commercialization of previously public domains like healthcare and education, the communications systems and facilities, as well as the transfer of many civil service functions to salaried employees, broadened and accelerated this trend. Flexibilization, the increase in shift work, the threat of dismissal brought the working conditions of many technicians and engineers closer to those of the workers. In all these changes an essential feature of a future socialist society is being prepared, that gradually all members of society become working people. Lenin. p. 118. One consequence of this tendency is the growing assimilation of the living and working conditions of large sections of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia to those of the international industrial proletariat. There is a tendency to lower the incomes of more and more intellectuals to the level of skilled workers' wages. Their working conditions, recording of time worked, obligatory reports, targets and checks, workload and insecurity of livelihood differ only little in many cases from those of the workers. This, and also the increased contacts with ordinary workers and salary earners in the workplace or in social movements, facilitates the turning of petty bourgeois intellectuals to the working class movement. On the other hand, the assimilation of living and working conditions of a growing section of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia to those of the international industrial proletariat is an essential source from which the petty bourgeois intellectual mode of thinking can penetrate into the working class movement. These contradictory relations require an alliance policy as strategy and tactics of the struggle over the mode of thinking. Its essence is the re-education of the petty bourgeois intellectuals to a proletarian mode of thinking. The common struggle of workers and petty bourgeois intellectuals against the monopolies and the government remains the decisive basis on which the dominant petty bourgeois mode of thinking can turn into a predominantly proletarian mode of thinking. In patient persuasion work, the Marxist-Leninists help the petty bourgeois intellectuals to cope with anti-communism, and establish the understanding that their justified interests can be realized only in the struggle for genuine socialism on the side of the working class. Among the workers, the Marxist-Leninists promote the understanding that the preparation of a revolutionary alliance is necessary and possible. They help the workers to overcome reservations against university-trained people and impart to them the necessary self-assurance to learn from the intellectuals, to make productive use of all their specific capabilities, and yet self-confidently exercise the leading role of the working class in the struggle for liberation from exploitation and oppression. The fact that the preparation of the revolutionary alliance has to be realized as a struggle over the mode of thinking and is a process of re-education is usually defamed by bourgeois ideologists as brainwashing. For this they demagogically utilize the fact that the Hitlerite fascists or the bureaucratic capitalists used and misused the term re-education in order to justify the suppression of dissidents. Allegedly authentic novels of anti-communist writers are a favored medium by which this bourgeois distortion of re-education is propagated with mass effect. However, proletarian re-education is not subjugation, let alone punishment, of petty bourgeois intellectuals. It is based on their own decision to take the side of the working class in thinking, feeling, and acting, and with that of the future of humanity, to free themselves from the bourgeois ideology, which often makes them represent the interests of international finance capital against their will. This involves a protracted process of the unification of the mode of thinking of the working class and the petty bourgeois intelligentsia. The working class has to cope with non-proletarian influences in its proletarian mode of thinking, and the petty bourgeois intelligentsia has to abandon its petty bourgeois mode of thinking and adopt a proletarian mode of thinking. The working class becomes attractive through the force of its collectivity and the unshakable solidarity within its ranks, through objective criticism and self-criticism, and above all through the clarity of the proletarian line in all essential social questions. Re-education can only function on the basis of real conviction and complete voluntariness. For this reason, Marxist-Leninists have to be on their guard against sectarian behavior towards petty bourgeois intellectuals, against crudeness or simplification, as well as against opportunist currying of favor with them. Important struggles of the petty bourgeois intellectual intermediate strata. In all social spheres, petty bourgeois intellectuals also are waging economic and political struggles. They take part in protests against the policy of the government and the bourgeois parties, against the consequences of the reorganization of international production. The commercialization of the health system means complete subordination to the interests of the international monopolies, to the compulsion to make maximum profit also in this sphere. This not only limited health care for the masses, but also deteriorated the working conditions of nurses and doctors. In 2003, working hours for hospital doctors were increased to 42 hours per week without wage compensation, special payments were axed, and only a fraction of overtime was paid. In 2005 and 2006, the doctors responded to this with a wave of more than 50 strikes and demonstrations attended by up to 120,000 participants. Doctors with their own practices, doctors' assistants, and patients demonstrated nationwide against the partly ruinous cuts in payment and insupportable bureaucratization. The strength of these struggles lay in the fact that they targeted the government's health reform and, in many cases, in an honest commitment to good health care for the masses. It also lay in the fierceness with which the struggles were waged. At the same time, the influence of petty bourgeois motives prevented developing the struggle to a higher level in the direction of thorough, free health care and prevention. In summer 2005, the Association of the Employed Doctors and Doctors having the status of civil servants in Germany, the Marburg Federation, left the collective bargaining group formed together with the trade union THIRD-WORLDISM, and with that the unified trade union movement. The Medical Association Hartmann-Bund even demanded the conversion of health care for compulsorily insured persons to a system of reimbursement of expenses with cost sharing. With that, it openly supported the dismantling of the existing social security system intended by the monopolies and the government. Strikes in the domain of logistics severely hit the system of internationally organized production. Since the turn of the millennium, the struggles of the pilots, who count among the privileged group of the technical intelligentsia, have played a particular role. Flight captains at Lufthansa in Germany earn between 54,000 and 112,000 euros per year. Under the pressure of competition, more and more airlines have gotten involved in the budget flight sector and expect the pilots to accept worse wage and working conditions. In 2008, several strikes of pilots took place at subsidiary companies of Lufthansa. In February 2010, 4,500 pilots organized in the union cockpit launched the biggest strike in the history of German airlines. They jointly demanded the application of the Lufthansa collective agreement also to pilots in foreign subsidiaries. Their struggle for the extension of their privileged payments also to their disadvantaged colleagues was clearly directed against the international competition among pilots. The strikers defied the bourgeois media campaign launched against them and did not allow themselves to be intimidated by threats of the federal government and a ban of their labor dispute by the courts. The Cockpit Executive Committee member Alexander Gerhard Majidi declared, "We were not surprised by the fact that they take legal action against the strike. We have to put a stop to the practice that the enterprises act globally, but international activities of the trade unions are banned. There's got to be a halt to the transfer of more and more jobs to low-budget companies abroad. This concerns not only the pilots, but in the same way the flight attendants and the ground staff." rf-news.de, February 23, 2010. No area of industrial production, raw materials extraction or transportation functions today without the work of computer specialists. They occupy key positions and therefore are given preferential treatment by those in power. In Venezuela, a reactionary action called oil strike stopped all crude oil production from December 2002 to February 2003, bringing the country to the brink of ruin. In particular, the electronic control devices were sabotaged, passwords were stolen, data deleted, programs manipulated. Production was completely paralyzed. This counter-revolutionary strike was directed against the anti-imperialist Chavez government and was launched by the USA, the oil company Petróleos de Venezuela, S.A. 57. PDVSA, had relocated its network administration and IT connections to an independent company, Intesa, already in the time before Chavez. Intesa's main shareholder was the U.S. Information Technology Corporation SAIC. In its reports on the oil strike, the international press kept quiet about the fact that mainly the management and the senior salaried employees refused to work. With the help of a few computer experts of PDVSA and the mobilization of information technology students as well as retired computer experts, it was possible at greatest effort to put the electronic control devices back into operation again and continue the extraction of oil. Together with the progressive intellectuals, the oil workers restarted production. In February 2003, the strike finally broke down. Because the broad masses defended Hugo Chavez, he could consolidate his position. Since the international supermonopolies are permanently reorganizing their IT sectors, the IT employees as well are exposed to increased insecurity of their livelihood. At EDS/Hewlett-Packard in Germany, 1,100 employees staged a nearly 5-week union strike at 16 locations in June/July 2009, directed against the intended cuts of 850 of the 2,800 jobs. Significant changes in the mode of thinking were brought about by the strike of these university-trained people. Heinz-Jürgen Krug, member of the strike leadership, analyzed that, for him and his colleagues, formerly, the word strike was a foreign word. Many people at EDS 58 were amazed at themselves. I never would have imagined 1 year ago what I am doing now. Like constructing barricades from pallets at 5:30 in the morning and then picketing in front of them. Most of the employees, about 80% university graduates, working as software programmers, planners, and supervisors of computer centers, network specialists and project managers, considered trade unions a superfluous, outdated institution from the 19th century. The degree of unionization was under 5%. Immediately before the strike it was well above 50%. Marxistisk Blätter, No. 1, 2010, p. 75. Many intellectuals are employed in the media industry. They are involved in the manipulation of public opinion, describing as credibly and convincingly as possible what the masses should know and think according to international finance capital. Many of them have internalized the petty bourgeois attitude necessary for that in the course of their professional life, but on the other hand have the subjective aspiration to provide reliable information. However, the drastic intervention of media corporations and governments in the work of the journalists calls this into question more and more. The International Association of Journalists, a union organization, meanwhile represents some 600,000 members from more than 100 countries. In the struggles of the media workers against dismissals, for turning temporary employment contracts into indefinite contracts, and for better payment, their mode of thinking is beginning to change. In 2007/2008, 12,000 film, television and radio authors in the USA, organized in the Writers Guild of America, UGA, were on strike for 100 days. Since international media monopolies like Disney and Sony took over the studios, privileged working conditions and incomes have been called into question. One Hollywood author described the contradictory development. In the years of the founding of the UGA, the script writers in Hollywood considered themselves much more as individualists and artists. However, then came the studio system, which regarded the authors as arbitrarily replaceable creative workers. The nice individualist bubble burst. To avoid being squeezed dry, the script writers had to behave the way the studios saw them, as workers. In Portrait, Andreas Kossak, strike reporter. http://vddsupport.wordpress.com. Archived at www.webcitation.org/5UIW8F0EP. Our translation from German. In Spain, the employees of the television station TVE staged a self-organized strike against manipulation on December 3, 2003. They were to be used to openly whip up public opinion in favor of the governmental party Partido Popular. On an earlier occasion, the government had instructed the channel to keep quiet about a general strike. Almost 94% of the employees took part in the politically motivated strike against the government. The state apparatuses increasingly take repressive action against critical and progressive journalists, including even arrests and assassinations. The international organization Reporters Without Borders counted 57 journalists who were assassinated for political reasons in 2010 and 535 journalists who were imprisoned on grounds of practicing their profession. In particular, the technical and scientific intelligentsia daily senses the flagrant contradiction between the possibilities of the new productive forces and progressive inventions, also for a production in unity with nature, and the suppression of these possibilities by finance capital. It is receptive to the dialectical criticism of bourgeois science and culture and a proletarian culture of debate. The working class supports justified demands of the petty bourgeois intellectuals as long as they are not directed against the working class. It is aware of the fact that their struggles, mainly in the imperialist countries, apart from containing progressive elements, as a rule also are aimed at the preservation and extension of privileges, therefore they cannot be evaluated generally as contributions to the preparation of the international revolution. It is different in many cases in the neocolonially dependent countries. The employed university graduates' share of all persons in gainful employment increased greatly also in these countries. In Chile, for instance, from 8.3% in 1990 to 25.2% in 2006, in Peru, from 19.2% in 1995 to 36% in 2006. The struggles of petty bourgeois intellectuals there are for the most part more closely connected in content and form with the vital interests of the broad masses than corresponding struggles in imperialist countries. In neocolonially dependent countries, teachers, whether in the public or private education system, are particularly affected by deteriorating conditions for the education and training of children and young people, by low payment and degrading treatment. They fight in persevering and hard struggles. In various countries of Latin America, often teachers are the driving force in mass struggles. In the Mexican state of Oaxaca, teachers have been presenting a petition to the government with their demands on every May Day since the 1980s, often combined with a strike. On May 1, 2006, Section 22 of the Teachers' Trade Union Sindicato Nacional de Trabajadores de la Educación, SNTE, in Oaxaca demanded a pay rise, better equipment for schools and other social services, among them breakfast for all children, many of whom come to classes hungry. The governor of Oaxaca, Ulises Ruiz Ortiz, categorically rejected these demands and launched a smear campaign against the teachers. On May 22, 2006, Section 22 called for a nationwide strike at state-run schools. 70,000 teachers of the federal state followed the call. During the following weeks, a center with stalls, banners and tents was set up on the central square, Zocalo, in the city of Oaxaca. On June 14, 3,000 policemen tried to storm the Zocalo. 30,000 people opposed them, many inhabitants supported the teachers. In response to the police action, teachers, parents, community representatives, and representatives of various grassroots organizations founded the People's Assembly of the Peoples of Oaxaca. To fend off future attacks, barricades were erected in the city, radio stations of the people's own were put into operation. During the following weeks forces from all over Mexico joined the protest, the objectives of which meanwhile were the resignation of the hated governor and the extension of the rights of the indigenous population. Hundreds of thousands of people demonstrated nationwide. In October 2006 federal policemen stormed the city. After prolonged street battles the teachers had to end their strike on October 26. In several countries of Africa, doctors and nurses often waged bitter strikes, partly for days and for weeks. Together they struggled against the disastrous conditions in the hospitals. For the state infrastructure was destroyed, and the most urgently needed medicines, equipment and, above all, qualified employees were lacking. Many of the poor could not afford hospital treatment. The employees in the health system had to come to grips with corrupt governments which made deals with international finance capital and reduced social services. Often salaries were not paid for months. In June 2009 a South African physician made a statement regarding the demagogic accusation that the doctors were striking against the patients. As working conditions for medical staff have steadily deteriorated, a vicious cycle has been created. Frustrated staff leave for greener pastures, leaving behind an even worse staffing crisis. Both provincial and national health departments have failed to acknowledge that there is a problem. The primary reason for the public health system having not yet crumbled is that the remaining employees, in both medical and paramedical fields, have extended their services far beyond their contractual requirements and responsibilities, and remuneration. The realization of empty promises have resulted in an unprecedented event in South African history, the withdrawal of services by doctors, dentists, pharmacists, and paramedics until their demands are met. Doctors will no doubt be accused of being materialistic, selfish, cold, callous, and unethical. I have worked 30-hour shifts on many occasions, often going without eating, drinking, and sleeping for the entire shift. This is what we have been forced to regard as a normal working environment. Every time I feel a pang of guilt at the thought of patients dying as a result of a doctor's strike, I remind myself that thousands more have already died, and thousands more will die, if drastic measures are not taken by the South African government soon. As contrary as it may sound, I do hope that the public will support us in applying pressure for reform despite the inconvenience they will face. Our ultimate goal after all is to enable us to serve them better. The doctor's strike from a doctor's perspective. www.onekey.com/2009/06/22/doctors-strike-sa-public-healthcare. Archived at www.webcitation.org/5UIZ821SA. Such struggles are objectively part of the struggle for national and social liberation and therefore part of the preparation of the international revolution, even though they are not yet being waged subjectively with this consciousness. 53. Life sciences sector equals seeds, pesticides. 54. Subsistence economy equals producing only to live on, not to sell. 55. Village bank. 56. Slashing producer prices below the production costs. 57. Sociedad Anónima equals stock corporation or public limited company. 58. Electronic data systems. 9. Marxist-Leninist work among women and international women's movement. All class societies based on exploitation and oppression establish their rule on the basis of a state and family system in which women are especially exploited and oppressed. This is why there is a fundamental identity between the revolutionary struggle for the social liberation of the working class and the struggle for the liberation of women. Lenin put this connection in a nutshell. The experience of all liberation movements has shown that the success of a revolution depends on how much the women take part in it. Speech at the First All-Russia Congress of Working Women, November 19, 1918, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 28, p. 181. Marx, Engels, and Lenin referred by no means only to proletarian women, but established with their analysis the possibility and necessity of a women's movement originating from all classes and strata. The November Revolution of 1918 in Germany enforced women's suffrage and other political and social rights which the women's movement had demanded for decades. In the 1920s and 1930s, however, the KPD, Communist Party of Germany, based activities like the battle against paragraph 218. 59. One-sidedly on the viewpoint only of the working class and undertook them explicitly in opposition to social democratic and bourgeois women's organizations. This mistake is criticized in the book Class Struggle and the Struggle for the Liberation of Women. With that, the KPD, despite all that can be said as to its merit on this question, ignored the tasks and possibilities of a broad women's movement which, with a flexible policy of united action and flexible persuasion work, joins the forces of a mass of women, all the way into bourgeois circles, against the anti-women state policies. At the same time, it made it difficult for the masses of women in bourgeois and reformist organizations to free themselves from bourgeois influence. p. 245. If women's policy is limited to the proletarian women's movement and ignores the petty bourgeois and bourgeois women, then it not only fails to recognize their justified demands, but also wastes a strong potential for the militant women's movement and abandons many women to the petty bourgeois influence. At times, a sectarian influence from the old communist movement continues to have an effect through today. It shows in a tendency of the proletarian women's movement or the revolutionary working class movement to isolate themselves from the causes of petty bourgeois and bourgeois women. It has its roots in the disregard of the Marxist criticism of the bourgeois family system and the Marxist thesis of the two aspects of the production and reproduction of immediate life. Friedrich Engels wrote in his famous work, The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. According to the materialistic conception, the determining factor in history is, in the last resort, the production and reproduction of immediate life. But this itself is of a twofold character. On the one hand, the production of the means of subsistence, of food, clothing, and shelter and the tools requisite therefor; on the other, the production of human beings themselves, the propagation of the species. The social institutions under which men of a definite historical epoch and of a definite country live are conditioned by both kinds of production, by the stage of development of labor, on the one hand, and of the family, on the other. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, Selected Works in 3 volumes, Volume 3, p. 191. It took decades until the twofold conception of production as integral part of the political economy of Marxism-Leninism again became a basis of the proletarian women's movement. The sectarian tendency was fostered also by occasionally aggressive anti-male behavior and anti-communist attacks of petty bourgeois feminism, which rightly attacks the real social inequality of men and women, but answers this with the battle of the sexes. In essence, petty bourgeois feminism accepts the capitalist social order and limits itself to changes within the framework of the existing social system. Instead of analyzing and dealing with these destructive ideas of the women's movement fundamentally, the revolutionary working class movement often generalized and simplified, equating this tendency with the whole petty bourgeois and bourgeois women's movement. This ignorance of fundamental areas of accord existing between the proletarian and petty bourgeois women's movements and of the joint interests of all women ultimately calls the necessity of an independent struggle for the liberation of women into question. No less wrong is a right opportunist influence which leads to disregard for the demand that the proletarian women's movement must be the core of the militant women's movement and, instead, adapts to petty bourgeois practices of the women's movement. The Marxist-Leninist work among women promotes a broad militant women's movement which also includes the winning of petty bourgeois and even bourgeois women, but in which the proletarian women's movement forms the core. The MLPD cites as reason for the strategic dimension of this task. The struggle for the emergence of a militant women's movement closely associated with the working class movement has strategic significance, not only for the working class movement, but also for the development of a revolutionary fighting alliance with the broad masses of the petty bourgeois intermediate strata. Political Report of the CCMLPD, April 1996, p. 41. The importance of the proletarian women's movement. In the women's movement, the proletarian women's movement stands for the society-changing character, the strategic orientation to the revolutionary liberation of women. The leading role of the proletarian women's movement is the condition so that the Marxist-Leninist work among women can be carried out as mass tactic for winning the petty bourgeois intermediate strata. The book, Class Struggle and the Struggle for the Liberation of Women, says about this. Only the proletarian women's movement can guarantee that the international women's movement will become a component part of the struggle for the liberation of humanity from exploitation and oppression, and that the bourgeois and petty bourgeois women's movements will not succeed in confining it to the demand for equal rights. p. 178. The international women's movement has been under bourgeois or petty bourgeois leadership most of the time since the 1960s. The Marxist-Leninist forces in the whole world first had to recognize that the old communist and working class movement had degenerated to revisionism and that in the Soviet Union after 1956 capitalism was restored. They had to digest this severe defeat of the international working class movement and draw conclusions for building new Marxist-Leninist parties. They had to concentrate on this most essential task. Therefore, the patient and systematic work among the rank and file of the militant women's movement could only play a subordinate role until the essential ideological, political, and organizational conditions were created for establishing revolutionary parties of a new type. After the Second World War, the proletarian women's movement in West Germany was weak, also because still relatively few women were working in industry. Industrial sectors in which they were strongly represented, like the textile industry or the electrical industry with its assembly jobs, were the first to fall victim since the 1970s to the relocation of production to low-wage countries. After German reunification, female workers in East Germany were the first to be pushed out of industrial production jobs. Proletarian women's consciousness was not well developed. Since the 1970s, the proletarian women have faced a strong and dominating petty bourgeois women's movement and were temporarily influenced by it. Especially social democracy and the Greens integrated petty bourgeois feminism systematically into the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking as new method of rule. Institutionalization of petty bourgeois feminism through the state and adoption of its basic principles by the bourgeois parties made petty bourgeois feminism become a component part of the capitalist system of rule. Petty bourgeois feminism made the women's movement all over the world susceptible to efforts to integrate it into bourgeois institutions. Many active women became involved in non-governmental organizations, NGOs, financed and steered by imperialist institutions. These NGOs then dominated the international women's movement. This became more and more obvious at the 4 UN World Women's Conferences taking place between 1975 and 1995. As a result of the disintegration of the revisionist camp, of formerly socialist states, the instrumentalization of the women's movement through NGOs, and the discontinuation of the UN World Women's Conferences, crisis-like developments occurred in the international women's movement in the 1990s, its activities declined, and the organizations became fragmented. Thus, the same lesson which must be drawn from the German petty bourgeois women's movement also applies to the international women's movement. Many of the causes of the petty bourgeois women's movement were justified and must also be taken up by a new militant women's movement. But under the dominating influence of petty bourgeois feminism, this movement necessarily failed. Class Struggle and the Struggle for the Liberation of Women, p. 133. The tide has turned in the meantime. Revolutionaries all over the world and especially the newly built and invigorated Marxist-Leninist parties have started to make work among women an integral part of their work and their cooperation. The MLPD was able to contribute to the international theoretical discussion on class struggle and the liberation of women with its book, Class Struggle and the Struggle for the Liberation of Women. Marx's and Engels' twofold conception of production gained new prominence and new respect. In particular, the MLPD identified the main impediment to the development of a broad militant movement of women, the corrosive effect of the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. The petty bourgeois feminist mode of thinking unfolds its effect under the masses less as a theory, but rather as a system of feelings, reservations, and individual views. Equality is supposed to be achievable by every single woman through her behavior towards men, while a social women's movement is considered old-fashioned. In the women's and working class movements, the petty bourgeois feminist mode of thinking has as consequence a questioning of the joint struggle or ignorance towards an independently organized women's movement. Narrow petty bourgeois family egoism is fueled by a whole system of petty bourgeois views, feelings, and customs in daily life and so contributes to the preservation of the bourgeois family system. When family relations weigh more than class affiliation and class solidarity, class and women's consciousness and also the rebellious spirit of the youth are undermined. Sexism makes itself felt, openly or subtly, in the petty bourgeois sexist mode of thinking. Sexism turns the advance of a more liberal approach to sexuality into its decadent opposite, sex as commodity, sex without love, even pornography. Sexism gives men pleasure in subduing women, in dominating them and drawing self-confidence from this. It puts pressure on women and girls to subject themselves to the conventional ideal of beauty, to be obsessed with themselves and their effect on others. The petty bourgeois sexist mode of thinking separates sexuality from human relations and gives it exaggerated meaning. It divides men and women by degrading women to sex objects. It creates especially in women the compulsive desire to please everybody and undermines women's self-confidence. An essential material basis for strengthening the proletarian women's movement was the development of the revolutionary productive forces in the process of the reorganization of international production. More and more women were involved in gainful employment and became part of the international industrial proletariat. In some countries, women even make up the majority of the industrial proletariat. During the different uprisings of female textile workers in Bangladesh since the turn of the millennium, in the independent strikes of Chinese migrant workers, men and women, or during the hunger revolts in Egypt, the proletarian women's movement already became an important force in the struggle of the international industrial proletariat, and the unification of the working class movement with the struggles of the broad masses made progress. The proletarian women's movement with the core of Marxist-Leninist parties was able to gain strength worldwide and significantly increase its appeal. Women from petty bourgeois intermediate strata and their contradictions to imperialism. Petty bourgeois and bourgeois women in Germany were for decades preferred addressees of bourgeois reform policy. The imperialist equal rights policy was directed at them, the purpose was to make full use of their labor power. Women's employment was socially upgraded. Professional careers and the assumption of political functions were even pushed with a policy of quotas for women. While the masses were already victims of the dismantling of social achievements, especially higher-paid women still experienced actual improvements. This also included the drastic increase in parental allowances in 2007. While unemployed women since then only receive €300 per month for 1 year, and since 2011 do not get anything at all, employed women get 67% of their salary, or up to €1,800. The aim of such measures is mainly to polish up the big lie of the equality of men and women and the illusion of the compatibility of job and family within the capitalist system. The women were to be won for the petty bourgeois feminist mode of thinking, were to concentrate on individual self-assertion in a man's world instead of fighting in the militant women's movement for their social emancipation. However, when the bourgeois crisis management in the world economic and finance crisis was itself plunged into a crisis since the middle of 2010, the reform policies were rolled back step by step. In Germany, the differences in payment of men and women have remained nearly constant for decades at an average of 23%. The higher the position, the bigger the gap gets. The professional position and the income of increasingly more women correspond less and less to their qualifications. The reason is not only an increase of lower-paid female occupations, but also lower pay for women even doing the same work as their male colleagues. Women are particularly threatened by poverty, especially if they are single mothers, unemployed or pensioners. Although female employment has risen considerably, women still do most of the housework, parenting and caring for elderly people. As social achievements are dismantled, the volume of this unpaid housework rises. Chronic overaccumulation of capital not only leads to an explosion of speculation with the riskiest finance products, but also to trafficking in women, prostitution, and pornography. These perverse business areas of organized crime are highly lucrative sources of maximum profits equal to the arms trade, drug trade, or money laundering. Mass rape, used to spread terror in the war against Bosnia or in the Congo, is the most extreme expression of the humiliation of women in reactionary wars. The increasing brutality of imperialism also manifests itself in the personal relationships of people in imperialist countries, especially if they only have a low or no class consciousness, in the increase of domestic violence against women and children, in sexual abuse and in rape. Islamic and Christian fundamentalists have jointly written the return to the traditional perception of women on their banners. They spread a flood of reactionary theories for the submission of women, want to abolish all women's rights which have been achieved by now. But despite the severer oppression of women's political commitment increases all over the world. Women's share of the employed rises further and their self-confidence grows in all social strata. The intensification of imperialism's contradictions revives the dispute over the direction to take in the women's movement. One of the figureheads of the bourgeois and petty bourgeois women's movement in Germany, Alice Schwarzer, explicitly supported lifting the ban on night work for female workers and opening the Bundeswehr, German armed forces, to women. She advertised for Angela Merkel, the reactionary Christian Democrat chancellor. She wanted to oblige all people in Germany to affirm the constitutional state and demanded in 2010 the abolition of International Women's Day, as it had grown from socialist roots. The working class has to distinguish clearly which demands of the women's movement it can support and which it cannot. In 1982, Willy Dickhut wrote in an article entitled, Problems of the Petty Bourgeoisie. The working class, on the other hand, will not represent the interests of the lower strata of the petty bourgeois, in every case or not support all their demands, but only those directed against capitalism and its government, not those that impede the struggle of the working class. Briefwechsel über Frage der Theorie und die Praxis des Parteiaufbaus Correspondence concerning problems of the theory and practice of party building, p. 276. The revolutionary working class movement and the proletarian women's movement will never support demands for merely formal equality of women if this increases the exploitation and oppression of the working class as a whole and weakens the class struggle. Friedrich Engels castigated the bourgeois equality policies in no uncertain terms. The English women who championed the formal right of members of their sex to permit themselves to be as thoroughly exploited by the capitalists as the men are mostly, directly or indirectly, interested in the capitalist exploitation of both sexes. Engels in a letter to Gertrude Guillaume Schack. http://www.marxists.org/archive/marx/work/1885/letters/85_07_05.htm. The ideological struggle in the women's movement. The women's movement has no unified class basis, it consists of proletarian, petty bourgeois and bourgeois women. The militant women's movement can only grow broad and gain strength if the dominance of the bourgeois and petty bourgeois modes of thinking is made impossible and an open-mindedness in questions of world outlook is realized. Class Struggle and the Struggle for the Liberation of Women, p. 273. Those in power purposefully use anti-communism to keep the women's movement away from the working class movement and especially the Marxist-Leninists. The obligatory anti-communist orientation of state-promoted women's associations has the result that in Germany any independent and really überparteiliche organization is ostracized. The German Women's Council, Deutscher Frauenrat, thus refused to admit the überparteiliche Women's League Courage as a member several times, citing information of the German Domestic Intelligence Agency, the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution, and especially attacked the equal participation of Marxist-Leninists. Non-affiliation with parties or an überparteiliche status cannot mean that members of an überparteiliche association are not allowed to be members of a party at the same time. The essential point is that an überparteiliche association is not organizationally or programmatically dependent on a party, but open in party political terms and in world outlook. Anti-communist exclusion as is commonly practiced by the women's organizations in the German Women's Council therefore must not be. An überparteiliche status understood in this way is many times more democratic than the exclusion of unwelcome political directions in the democratic, loyal to the Constitution, anti-communist women's organizations, most of which have party political ties. The defamation and exclusion of the Women's League Courage is designed to create uncertainty among the members and interested women and to scare away potential allies. For this purpose, the bourgeois democratic rights and liberties of militant women are restricted. Obstructing the proletarian women's movement is intended to secure the claim to leadership of the petty bourgeois and bourgeois women. The defense and achievement of a real überparteiliche status is therefore one of the fundamental preliminary battles in the struggle of women for real emancipation of the militant women's movement from bourgeois society. Alliances of strategic importance. With systematic Marxist-Leninist work among women developing in Germany since the turn of the millennium and more women becoming able to cope with modern anti-communism, new connections between proletarian, petty bourgeois and bourgeois women were created, and also new forms of organization with great appeal. In the independent strike of the Bochum Opel workforce in 2004, one of the speakers of the Solidarity Group, Sigrid Riefenberg, a woman doctor, explained in an interview. The strike had to be made known everywhere so that the population could immediately demonstrate solidarity with the fighting workforce. On the very first evening we discussed that the Opel colleagues need food and drink for their struggle, that money is needed, and especially that this has to be made the cause of the population in Bochum and beyond. In Bochum you grow up with Opel, wrote Fani, number 44, 2004, p. 10. Since 2008 the dairy farmers in Germany and their militant organization, the Federal Association of German Dairy Farmers, BDM, have been fighting for higher producer prices. They attacked the food and retail monopolies and the policies of the EU. In a message of greetings read out at the demonstration for the future at the 14th International Whitsun Youth Meeting, they reported about the activities of the female dairy farmers, including a blockade of the Federal Chancellery in Berlin. We met desperate countrywomen from all over Germany. All had the same problem: the bank account is empty, debt is piling up. It's not only about milk, but also big corporations which constantly increase their profits through exploitation. Money, greed, and hunger for power are supported by politics. But not the working people anymore. Message of greetings of dairy farmer EL from the Black Forest, May 30, 2009. For the development of the independent and Überparteiliche women's movement in Germany, the Women's Political Council, which takes place every 2 years, has gained preeminent importance. It has become undoubtedly the biggest self-organized event of the militant women's movement in Germany. The comprehensive exchange of opinions and experiences taking place there between women of all social strata convinces the participants, as does the event's international composition. In October 2006, the Women's Political Council in Dusseldorf took the initiative for a World Women's Conference of rank-and-file women. At the 9th Women's Political Council in October 2010, already 33 international delegations from 5 continents participated. It became a training ground for the World Women's Conference in 2011 in Caracas, Venezuela. What unites all these movements and their activities is the fact that women's joint action on behalf of their interests at the same time strengthens the militant opposition against the ruling monopolies and their government. It radiates into the working class movement and beyond, into the petty bourgeois intermediate strata and into other social sectors. Marxist-Leninists lead the struggle for the liberation of women as part of the struggle for socialism. They promote the militant women's movement and help the masses to cope successfully with the petty bourgeois feminist mode of thinking. The program of the MLPD states: the militant women's movement against the special exploitation and oppression of women must become the connective link between the working class movement, the active people's resistance, and the rebellion of the youth. To this aim, the militant women's movement must, on the one hand, include the whole range of women of different classes and strata, but, on the other hand, it must come to grips with the corrosive and splittist effect of petty bourgeois feminism. The MLPD helps the masses to overcome the effect of petty bourgeois family egoism and the fetters of bourgeois morality. In its party work, the MLPD purposefully organizes the promotion of women to assume tasks and functions. Program of the Marxist-Leninist Party of Germany, pages 64 to 65. A militant women's movement united worldwide is of strategic importance for the international revolution, as it can function as a link between the international working class movement and the broad people's movements. It is an objectively society-changing force. Without systematic Marxist-Leninist work among women, the MLPD cannot become the party of the masses. 59. Ban on abortions. 10. The rebellion of youth as practical vanguard of the international revolution. Never before were there so many children and youth living on earth as today. More than 1.2 billion people are between 15 and 24 years old, 1.86 billion are children, and together they make up 44.6% of the world population. But children and youth are not a uniform stratum. Like society as a whole, youth is also divided into classes. Working class youth is part of the working class, the only revolutionary class. It must be the core of the rebellion of youth against the capitalist system. Worldwide, the mass of youth today belongs to working class youth, apprentices, young workers in industry and agriculture, unemployed youth, children, school children and students of proletarian class origin. More than 530 million young people work. The core of working class youth are those employed in industry, in particular in factories involved in international production, where the proportion of young workers is higher than average. The mass of young people includes the youth and children of the petty bourgeois intermediate strata. Internationally, the number of young people attending schools and institutions of higher education is increasing, while the number of those in factories and training facilities is declining, but a growing proportion of secondary school and university students comes from the working class in the broader sense. The trend to longer school education reflects the development of the productive forces and of society's labor productivity. Worldwide, 87% of children attend at least a primary school, and 59% of youth a secondary school. More than 150 million are college or university students, among them 91 million in developing countries, 92% more than in 1999, UNESCO, EFA Education for All Global Monitoring Report 2010. Especially in the cities, the life circumstances of working, learning and studying youth interpenetrate. With the reorganization of international production, the special exploitation and oppression of the mass of youth intensified. The world economic and financial crisis since 2008 exacerbated this development further. Official youth unemployment rose worldwide from 63 million in 1997 to more than 80 million in 2009. 40% of all unemployed are young people. In Germany in 2010, according to the Union IG Metall, 54% of the gainfully employed under 25 years of age are agency and temporary workers, interns, or employed in job creation measures. Before the beginning of the world economic and financial crisis, it was only 45%. More than 600 million children worldwide lived in absolute poverty in 2010. Up to 15 million children worked in industry. They are increasingly integrated into international production systems, for instance in the textile industry, where sometimes even 10-year-old children are exploited in factories producing for international monopolies. The overexploitation of the vitality of youth, impoverishment, the militarization of society, environmental destruction, neo-fascist activities, and the decadence of bourgeois culture affect young people in particular. Youth seeks a way out and reacts in a particularly sensitive way to economic and political upheavals. According to a survey conducted in 54 countries from 2005 to 2008, as many as 15.2% of all young people of ages 15 to 29 already have participated in demonstrations in the past. 38.5% can imagine taking part. World Values Survey 2005 to 2008. A rebellious spirit and political activity are also growing among children. As regards Germany, the 2010 Shell Youth Study said that the political interest of 12 to 14-year-old youngsters doubled in the past 8 years. Youth protests all over Europe. Since the beginning of the new millennium, there is an international revival of the rebellion of youth. Criticism of capitalism is growing and raises the movement to higher levels. The rebellion of youth unfolds in close interaction with the working class and people's movements and shows an increasingly stronger tendency to internationalization. In Greece, several waves of mass protests developed between the spring of 2006 and 2007 against the educational reform passed by the EU. Young people occupied schools and universities and organized regular mass demonstrations. In this way, the introduction of tuition could be prevented. The ban of police action in universities, embodied in a law passed after the overthrow of the military dictatorship in 1974, was also successfully defended. In October 2008, a new youth protest movement began. The state attacked it with extreme violence. On December 6, the 15-year-old student Alexandros Grigoropoulos was shot dead by a special police task force. Under the slogan, "Down with the government of murderers and thieves," a countrywide youth rebellion developed. When the workers' and people's struggles revived throughout Europe in late 2008/early 2009, the youth rebellion also experienced an upswing. Young people participated in activities against shifting the burdens of the crisis onto the masses' shoulders, but hundreds of thousands of them also took to the streets, rather simultaneously in Italy, Greece, and France, protesting against capitalist educational policy. Another upswing of the youth rebellion could be observed during the international education protests taking place on November 17, 2009, in more than 30 countries. For the first time, a global week of action was organized via the Internet. Young people protested against the more and more direct subordination of education to the interests of the international monopolies, mainly against the privatization of universities and colleges and the expansion of short degree courses. The temporary occupation of lecture halls or rectors' offices in universities and sit-ins at branch banks showed the determination of the school children and students. Between the end of 2005 and 2007, so-called suburban revolts shook France. They were triggered in 2005 by the fate of 2 youngsters chased to death by police. In reaction to this, young people fought the police in the streets for days. They attacked the racist discrimination suffered by migrants and their children and denounced youth unemployment of up to 50%, also the general lack of prospects for the future. They destroyed symbols of the detested bourgeois state and demanded the withdrawal of the Civil War troops from the suburbs. Such youth revolts will occur more and more often in a great variety of forms. They must not be glorified, however, as is done by anarchist forces, simply because of their radical forms of struggle. Without connection to the working class and people's movements and without a social goal, they remain blind rebellions unable to change the social system which they struggle against. The majority of the participants in international protests against IMF, World Bank, or G8 meetings, the symbols of imperialism, were young people. These protests started with the activities during the Third WTO conference in Seattle in December 1999, which contributed to the breaking off of the meeting. Through 2008, in all about 1 million mostly young people participated in protests against further meetings in Prague and Genoa. This was an expression of a great enthusiasm for the international anti-imperialist struggle. The rebellion of youth today is directed against everything that stands in the way of the vital and future interests of society. Youth is the most active, most forward-looking, and vigorous force in society. Its search for a perspective beyond capitalism is most obvious, and it is open for a socialist society. But at the same time, young people are most exposed to the effect of the social system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. The ruling forces developed the most sophisticated and flexible system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking, especially to influence young people. The disorganizing, demoralizing and disorienting petty bourgeois anti-authoritarian mode of thinking is intended to undermine the role of youth as practical vanguard of the international revolution. Typical characteristics of youth: thirst for knowledge, sense of justice, high willingness to become active, a distinct openness for everything new, are seemingly taken up by it, but directed towards an individual way out and ultimately destroyed in this way. Those in power take advantage of the inexperience of young people, who take part in capitalist production rather late in life because they go to school for so many years, and therefore have not yet acquired a stable proletarian molding. This is another reason for the strong anti-authoritarian mold of today's youth rebellion and its general great instability. The petty bourgeois anti-authoritarian mode of thinking produces an individualist and arbitrary, irresponsible, and undisciplined behavior among youth, an attitude of youthful arrogance. This is the reason for the trend to hostility to organization which many young people display, and for the instability of the youth rebellion. The mass of youth today feels more like members of a generation than of a class. This is why in many cases the conclusions from the criticism voiced by an increasing number of young people do not yet transcend the ruling system. What remains is unpolitical dissatisfaction, illusions in the reformability of capitalism, orientation to an individual way out and, ultimately, resignation and acceptance of the given social conditions. Young people must cope with this corrosive influence of the petty bourgeois anti-authoritarian mode of thinking and learn how to combine their revolutionary vigor with the objectivity and straightforwardness, the endurance and patience of the working class, as well as with the ideological and political clarity of the revolutionary parties. Because of the mass of youth's considerable aversion to bourgeois parties and institutions, its militancy and lack of attachments, its capacity for enthusiasm and openness for a society without exploitation and oppression, the rebellion of youth will unfold already in the transition from the stage of the non-revolutionary situation to the stage of an acutely revolutionary situation. In all previous revolutionary uprisings, the youth played the role of a practical vanguard. It is an inexhaustible force for the victory of the international revolution. Revisionist youth policy on the basis of modern anti-authoritarianism. The trend to the left manifests itself also among young people, but on account of their contradictory thinking, the struggle between their proletarian and petty bourgeois modes of thinking develops all the more intensely. Reformist and revisionist youth leagues work among youth on the basis of petty bourgeois anti-authoritarianism, even cultivate it. They refrain from critical debates and militant challenges for young people. Instead, they cater especially to youth's negative behavior. They encourage arrogance and promote careerism, win young people for a career in the bourgeois parties, in reformist movements or trade unions. So far the Left Party could profit most from the trend to the left among youth. In 2008 the Left Youth Solid was founded as the Left Party's new youth organization. The Association of Socialist Democratic Students is affiliated. While Solid presents itself to the outside as just a youth league close to the party, the Left Youth is in reality neither organizationally nor financially independent. Of its more than 10,000 members in 2010, according to information from Left Youth, only about 40% are active. The reason is that automatically every Left Party member under 35 first becomes a passive member of the youth organizations. The Left Party moreover sponsors Solid with €300,000 annually. Many Solid groups participate in youth protests, in particular concerning education and the anti-fascist struggle. The Left Youth justly criticizes the Left Party's growing tendency to conformity. In its program it advocates a society without exploitation, oppression, and war. Surely the mass of its members and functionaries are active in this organization because of its explicit claim to be socialist. This gives rise to a great variety of occasions for the cooperation of Marxist-Leninists and Rebel members with members and organizational units of Solid on the basis of equality and joint struggle. But it must not be overlooked that Solid works on the basis of modern anti-authoritarianism, that it is a rallying point for left reformist, revisionist, Trotskyite and anarchist trends, including openly reactionary views. The Solid program makes the pseudo-dialectical statement. The famous two trenches, reform or revolution, are no contradiction for us. We fight for a fundamental change of the system, but we also start with radical alternatives in the here and now of the concrete world of the lives of young people. This and all other quotes from the Left Youth Solid program. www.linksjugen-solid.de/verba-nd/program-m. Archived at www.webcitation.org/5uqbiim5w. The entire program does not say a single word about the necessary revolutionary change, not to mention the dictatorship of the proletariat. The necessity to organize the rebellion of youth as a school for the class struggle is replaced by this. It is not sufficient to talk of a better world. We have to create it for us, here and now. In practice, this lack of a vision for the future is reflected in a pronounced actionism which makes the youth organization unstable instead of promoting the tendency to organized rebellion. The pompously announced unity of reform and revolution dissolves at the end of the program into fighting for free space for ourselves, filling every niche we can find with new ideas creatively and imaginatively in the framework of capitalism. What ultimately remains is the worship of petty bourgeois intellectual self-realization, even including demands for the responsible use of drugs and for decriminalizing all drug users. The lack of clarity and the vague formulation of compromises allow all kinds of interpretations. Instead of drawing a clear dividing line to opportunism, the orientation given in Solid blurs the fundamental differences between Marxism-Leninism, reformism, revisionism, Trotskyism, and anarchism. This can only further increase the ideological confusion in the youth movement. The Solid program passes off the motto, "Think global, act local," as the central slogan for its internationalist work. Originally, this slogan was common in the petty bourgeois Third World Solidarity movement. Today it is massively propagated by the UN, by international monopolies, the German federal government and bourgeois parties. While international finance capital has been acting globally for a long time, the working people are supposed to keep their noses out of world politics and clean up their own backyard first. Think global, act local, is a slogan directed against the preparation of the international revolution. Building the Marxist-Leninist youth mass organization. Only when the contradiction between the activity and rebellion of youth on the one hand and its simultaneous susceptibility to the petty bourgeois mode of thinking on the other is resolved, can the rebellion of youth unfold and the unity in struggle of young and old be established. This is of tactical and strategic significance for preparing the international revolution. Without the active contribution of the youth, the proletariat cannot win the class struggle. Without the merger of the youth with this struggle, Without the subjugation of their specific interests to the general tasks, the best capacities of the young cannot unfold. The entire secret lies in the dialectical unity of young and old. Willie Dickhood, Strategy and Tactics in the Class Struggle, p. 124. Winning over the young is a fundamental social task. The self-run organizations of the masses also must gear their work to it. The Marxist-Leninist Youth League is of special significance. As instrument, preschool and main reservoir of the party, it must organize an all-around school for life of the proletarian mode of thinking among the mass of youth and children. Marxist-Leninist youth mass organizations must resolve a characteristic contradiction: they are active in one of the most complicated fields of revolutionary work while having yet little experience in the class struggle themselves. Learning must therefore be the central task of the Youth League's members. For this purpose the interrelations with the Marxist-Leninist Party must be systematically organized. Under current conditions, the school for life must begin with the upbringing of young children. They are exposed to intense influences in school and through the media and are special victims of the social contradictions. At the same time, they take an interest in political and social problems earlier than previous generations. They express their spontaneous sense of justice and solidarity and have great dreams for the future. The MLPD set its Youth League Rebel the task to take over responsibility for the children's organization Red Foxes and thus for the future of the working class, and to serve the broad masses in this way. The Youth Rebellion is a particular source for winning revolutionary forces for Marxist-Leninist party building. Because of the special characteristics of young people, it will be possible to win a mass of youth for Marxist-Leninist party building already in the stage of a non-revolutionary situation. The essence of Marxist-Leninist work among youth is therefore the conscious application of the dialectical method to winning a great mass of members from among the masses of young people for Marxist-Leninist party building. Supplement of the Central Committee of the Marxist-Leninist Party of Germany to Rotfani, No. 21, 1999. The building of real youth mass organizations was an unsolved problem in the history of the German working class movement. Since the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking began influencing young people, the solution of this task has become still more complicated. Today, the point is above all to understand that organizing the rebellion of youth is the main field of Marxist-Leninist work among youth. The Marxist-Leninist Party must grasp Marxist-Leninist work among youth as mass tactics of party building in all aspects of its activities and must realize the school for life of the proletarian mode of thinking in all issues without exception. The MLPD regards work among youth as its focus of organizational policy, while the Youth League Rebel works in the framework of the strategy and tactics developed by the party to win over youth for socialism. The three fundamental interrelations between the party and its Youth League must be handled dialectically. Ideological and political leadership through the party as leading factor. Practical cooperation of party and Youth League as fundament of the school for life of the proletarian mode of thinking, and promotion of the organizational independence of the Youth League as the decisive method for educating the mass of youth to self-liberation and winning them over for socialism. The Marxist-Leninist Youth League gains particular attraction through the spirit of proletarian internationalism, which arouses the best qualities of the young and challenges their revolutionary enthusiasm. Stalin pointed out, internationalism is the fundamental idea that permeates the work of the Young Communist League. That is what makes it strong. That is what makes it mighty. The Tasks of the Communist Youth League, Works, Volume 7, p. 249. Besides building Marxist-Leninist youth mass organizations, the Marxist-Leninists must find ways to consciously coordinate and revolutionize the youth rebellion beyond borders. Then the rebellious youth with its enthusiasm will become a significant force for preparing and carrying out the international revolution. As guidelines for mass work in the struggle over the mode of thinking of young people and the most important experience from successful work, and as challenges for the parties and the Youth League's work among youth, the following points have crystallized. Promote the decision to become a worker, develop pride to be a worker in the struggle against the low opinion of the working class in society. Address the mass of young people, link up with them closely and advocate the proletarian world outlook with self-confidence. Gain knowledge, develop backbone to struggle against bourgeois ideology and modern anti-communism, promote self-study and schooling and disseminate proletarian and Marxist-Leninist literature. Give firm roots to the guideline for every activity, serve the people. Fight selfishness, self-preoccupation, and lack of respect. Be a trailblazer and courageously learn to fight against softness and resignation. Promote proletarian cultural work and oppose the corrupting effect of bourgeois mass culture. Develop self-confidence, unity and solidarity, equality of girls and boys and a firm fighting morale. Proletarian internationalism brings out the revolutionary enthusiasm of the young. Irreconcilability against militarism and imperialist war, against imperialist environmentalism, racism, and fascism. Take over responsibility for building the children's organization Red Foxes so that children grow up to show solidarity and think and act independently and are molded early on by a fighting spirit, respect for manual labor and a revolutionary mentality. When the school for life of the proletarian mode of thinking is realized in the Youth League, the Youth Rebellion will bring forth leaders with whom young people can identify and whom they can take as a model. 11. The unity of the national and social struggle for liberation in neocolonial countries. It is still a widespread misunderstanding in the international Marxist-Leninist and working-class movement that the national question might lose its fundamental significance for the struggle against imperialism and for the international proletarian revolution. Rosa Luxemburg, revolutionary and co-founder of the Communist Party of Germany, also held this view for a time. In a work published in 1916 during the First World War that became known as the Junius pamphlet, she negated the justification of the struggle for national self-determination. With reference to the historic milieu of modern imperialism that determines the character of the war in the individual countries, she wrote, "In the present imperialistic milieu there can be no wars of national defense." Rosa Luxemburg, The Junius Pamphlet, The Crisis of German Social Democracy. www.marxist.org/archive/1915/junius/ch07.htm. Emphasis added. Lenin criticized this standpoint as left opportunist and reproached Rosa Luxemburg for applying Marxian dialectics only halfway. He made unequivocally clear: national wars against the imperialist powers are not only possible and probable, they are inevitable, progressive, and revolutionary. The Junius Pamphlet, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 22, p. 312. 4 Periods of the National Movement. In order to answer the question of the role played by the interrelation of the struggles for national and social liberation in the international proletarian revolution, an awareness of fundamental historical changes is necessary. Lenin distinguished 3 periods of the national movement up until 1914. After the Second World War a further period emerged. The first was the period of the collapse of feudalism and absolutism, the period of the formation of the bourgeois democratic society and state. This period was important above all for the fact that the national movements served the progress of history and for the first time became mass movements which draw all classes of the population into politics. The Right of Nations to Self-Determination, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 22, p. 401. The second was the period of fully formed capitalist states with a highly developed antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Typical of this period, which Lenin calls the eve of capitalism's downfall, was that developed capitalism brings the antagonism between internationally united capital and the international working class movement into the forefront, ibid. The third period of the national movement was the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution beginning at the turn of the 20th century. Capitalism developed into imperialism, the imperialist countries subjugated colonies which they exploited and oppressed. The direct exploitation of wage labor in monopolist large-scale industry was joined by the exploitation of the colonies, the looting of their raw materials and products, the subjugation of their markets by the capital export of the imperialist monopolies. In the age of imperialism the exploitation of man by man assumed new proportions. Declaring the national question a finished topic for the countries dependent on and oppressed by imperialism would amount to accepting this new dimension of capitalist exploitation and dependence. In the imperialist countries themselves, however, progressive national movements are out of the question. If national unity is invoked there, it serves solely the enforcement of imperialist aims. With the decline of the old colonial system and the emergence of neocolonialism after the Second World War, the national movement entered its fourth period. Its basis is a qualitative change in the class relations in the dependent countries owing to neocolonialism and especially to the capital export of the imperialist countries. Its chief feature is the distinct class division between proletariat and bourgeoisie. In that respect, the difference from the imperialist countries is tempered. Since the 1960s that has taken place what Stalin already referred to in his writing Marxism and the National Question, the disintegration of the bourgeois nation. But the unity of a nation diminishes not only as a result of migration. It diminishes also from internal causes, owing to the growing acuteness of the class struggle. In the early stages of capitalism one can still speak of a common culture of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. But as large-scale industry develops and the class struggle becomes more and more acute, this common culture begins to melt away. Stalin, Works, Volume 2, p. 339. In the neocolonial countries the national bourgeoisie disintegrated. A part rose into the big bourgeoisie, the top echelons of industrial, bank and commercial capital amalgamated with parts of the reactionary agrarian oligarchy. This new big bourgeoisie was in possession of developed industrial and/or bank capital and as ruling class had the state apparatus at its command, at least in formal terms. In contrast to the old, partly progressive national bourgeoisie, this new big bourgeoisie in the neocolonial countries is reactionary because it is dependent on international finance capital, subordinates itself to it, and partly even merges with it. On the other hand, the majority of the capitalists in the developing countries do not own large-scale, let alone monopoly enterprises, but mainly small and medium-sized enterprises. They are economically weak. Their enterprises are either integrated into the production systems of the international monopolies as suppliers or they produce exclusively for the national or regional market. Unlike the former national bourgeoisie, this medium-size and small, i.e., non-monopoly, bourgeoisie is no longer a historically ascendant class in its own right. It is fragmented organizationally, is largely excluded from political power, and is itself in part exploited and oppressed. For the most part it has become the mass base of its country's big bourgeoisie, which is bound up with international finance capital. In particular in times of crisis, the contradictions of this non-monopoly bourgeoisie to the dominant big bourgeoisie and to international finance capital grow. However, this struggle for survival is generally more oriented to the past and therefore has petty bourgeois reactionary features. This non-monopoly bourgeoisie can only play a progressive part if it makes a contribution to the anti-imperialist struggle for national and social liberation, subordinates itself to the leading role of the working class and fights for a new democratic or socialist society. When the so-called developing countries achieved their formal political independence, neocolonialism ensured that there was no substantial change in their economic exploitation and political oppression. The dictatorship of international finance capital and domestic big capital was preserved, the capitalist road of national liberation reached a dead end. The reorganization of international capitalist production further intensified the uneven development of the neocolonial countries. A gulf opened up between countries which were plunged into increasingly deeper distress and others which were in the process of rising to become imperialist countries themselves. This conflicting development was caused by the changed investment activity of international finance capital in the neocolonial countries and its merger with the strengthened big bourgeoisie of these countries. Especially where international finance capital found profitable regional markets, a developed infrastructure and a large pool of labor, it concentrated its capital export and built up major production and commercial centers. New was that these investments were effected relatively comprehensively and on the highest scientific and technological level. Thus, in a number of countries, Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, India, Thailand, Indonesia, South Korea, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, or South Africa, domestic monopolies grew which operated on the world market. In these countries, in a law-governed way, a state monopoly capitalism developed, and continues to develop, and imperialist states are maturing. A part of the internationally operating supermonopolies of these countries now belong to the leading stratum of international finance capital. In 2009, South Korea had 10 supermonopolies among the 500 biggest, India 8, Brazil 7, Mexico 2, Thailand and Turkey 1 each. Brazil, India, and South Korea are the most advanced among the formerly neocolonial countries. Certainly, in these countries the consequences of centuries of colonial and neocolonial plunder and oppression remain glaringly manifest, but their national and international monopolies develop a law-governed compulsion to capital export and force an imperialist policy of rivalry and power upon their countries. They have begun to change from once oppressed neocolonial countries into oppressing imperialist countries. Whether these countries own international supermonopolies already have established supremacy over the state and society, or whether they still must share it with other international supermonopolies is of secondary importance here. The imperialist tendency is conspicuous. During the world economic and financial crisis since 2008, the established imperialist countries had to make allowance for this fact. In addition to the EU, they had to invite China, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, India, South Korea, Indonesia, Australia, South Africa, Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico and expand their exclusive G8 club into the G20. The expansion of the number of imperialist countries will tremendously intensify international competition and further destabilize the imperialist world system. At the same time, this broadens the opportunities for the revolutionaries and increases the power of the international socialist revolution. The rapid growth of capital export made the direct exploitation of wage labor in the neocolonial countries a main source of the maximizing of imperialist monopoly profits. Simultaneously, the subjugation of the nation-states to the interests of solely ruling international finance capital was perfected. The governments of the great majority of these countries degenerated into mere accomplices in the imperialist exploitation of their countries, became finance administrators whose only function was now to service the foreign loans of the monopolist big banks and imperialist creditors. They transformed into instruments of the dictatorship of international finance capital over the neocolonial societies. IMF and World Bank dictated to the governments of the neocolonial countries the programs for shifting the debt burdens onto the shoulders of the broad masses. The WTO forced them to open their markets and thus submit to international finance capital. With the privatization of state-owned facilities and enterprises, the last vestige of economic independence disappeared. The imperialist monopolies again got direct access to the raw materials of the neo-colonies. Even characteristics of the old colonialism experienced a renaissance as countries were forced to repay their debts by making over raw material deposits, lands and state-owned facilities to imperialist monopolies. In the erosion of state structures as in Afghanistan, Haiti, Somalia, Yemen, the Congo, or Sudan, the crisis of neocolonialism merely shows its ultimate logical result. With UN resolutions as hypocritical justification, the forces of imperialist states occupy more and more countries to safeguard their spheres of influence. The militarization of foreign relations is advancing. The contradiction between the imperialist world system and the neocolonially dependent countries which fight for national sovereignty and independence is intensifying dramatically. The justified wishes of the masses for national self-determination can be met only by taking the socialist road of national liberation. The achievement of state sovereignty is the prerequisite for social liberation. The proletarian class struggle can lead to the overthrow of bourgeois class rule and the construction of socialism only if the imperialist dominance is eliminated. Defeat of the imperialist world system and socialist revolution create the condition for eradicating all national oppression. The solidary alliance of socialist nations then can complete national liberation until finally, in communism, the states and nations wither away. The unity of national and social liberation struggle is an essential characteristic of the international proletarian revolution. Striving for national independence, and imperialist conflicts of interest. Fully in contrast to the policy of the Soviet Union in the days of Lenin and Stalin, the bureaucratic monopoly capitalists who took over the leadership of the party, state, and economy of the Soviet Union after 1956 subjected all Soviet republics to their profit and power interests. With great Russian arrogance they torpedoed all-around construction of the economies in the non-Russian Soviet republics and autonomous regions. It was thus inevitable that with the decline of the Soviet Union, and especially after its final collapse in 1991, struggles of the nationalities for self-determination also broke out anew. After the Baltic countries Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, in 1990–1991 the Ukraine, Belarus, Armenia, Georgia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, and Moldova also declared their independence from the core area of Russia and formed new nation-states. Some of them were home to people of different nationalities, and between them contradictions arose when the new rulers of the Soviet Union restored capitalism and in its wake abandoned the proletarian nationality policy of Lenin and Stalin. These contradictions now pushed towards a solution. Several of these countries have rich deposits of raw materials, but do not have an independent, comprehensively developed industrial base. This is something they have in common with the majority of neocolonially dependent countries. They were faced with the alternative of continuing the struggle for national liberation and real economic and political independence, or of getting caught in a new dependence, of falling into even deeper neocolonial dependence. The Western imperialists feverishly sought to add parts of the crumbling giant empire to their sphere of influence. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania became members of NATO and the EU. As early as in 1999 Uzbekistan withdrew from the Russian-led military alliance of the Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS. In the same year the country became one of the NATO partner countries. Since then the USA and Germany use Uzbek military bases for their war in Afghanistan. The attempt to draw the Ukraine and Georgia into NATO led in 2008 to direct or indirect armed conflicts with Russia. Wars between Armenia and Azerbaijan over the region of Nagorno-Karabakh and within Russia against the Chechen people were waged with great brutality. These nation-states are still very far from enjoying real self-determination. In the Balkans, too, new formally independent states were formed when the multinational state of former Yugoslavia fell apart. Encouraged by promises of the European and especially the German imperialists, in short succession in early 1991 Slovenia, Croatia, Macedonia, in 1992 Bosnia-Herzegovina, in 2006 Montenegro and finally in 2008 the Kosovo declared their secession from the Yugoslav Federation. Between 1991 and 1999 several wars were fought in the Balkans which the governments justified to the masses with nationalist and religious arguments. In reality, however, the conflicts were based on the rivalry between the Western imperialists and the bureaucratic capitalist Milosevic regime in Serbia, which had close ties with Russian imperialism. Serbia resisted being dominated by Western international monopolies. By massive use of the military the Serbian government tried to stop the disintegration of the remaining parts of Yugoslavia over which it still ruled. Despite the extremely heated atmosphere, on November 12, 1991, 100,000 people demonstrated in Sarajevo for the peaceful coexistence of all three ethnic groups in Bosnia-Herzegovina. They showed the whole world that many working people categorically rejected the openly reactionary bourgeois nationalism. All the same, the spontaneous class consciousness of the workers and the pacifist forms of resistance could not prevent the justified aspiration to national independence from being exploited for imperialist interests. None of the neocolonially dependent countries that once were parts of the Soviet Union or Yugoslavia gained real national liberation by constituting themselves as formally independent states. They only exchanged one dependency for a new neocolonial dependency, be it on US imperialism, EU imperialism, or Russian imperialism. Imperialists utilize bourgeois or petty bourgeois nationalism to foment national contradictions and struggles against national oppression which they can then abuse to assert their own economic and power political interests. For instance, the one-time liberation movement UCK. 60. In the Kosovo became a brutal tool of the USA and EU that let itself be misused for the imperialist war against Serbia. The result was sham independence for the Kosovo, which is virtually a NATO-occupied country. In Bolivia the USA promoted an autonomy movement, big companies, international monopolies, and big landowners were behind it. With armed provocations and fascist attacks, in 2008 this reactionary movement wanted to achieve the secession of the rich Eastern Department and bring down the anti-imperialist government of Evo Morales. The masses were able to foil this plan, however. In a few neo-colonial countries the ruling bourgeois class stubbornly refused to become compliant service providers of international finance capital and to submit to the economic and political requirements of the reorganization of international production. Against countries like Iraq, Serbia, or Afghanistan, which staked claims of their own to regional hegemony or controlled important raw material reserves and geostrategically important regions, the imperialists reacted with particular aggressiveness, shrinking neither from infiltration and destabilization nor military occupation. The imperialists had the nerve to represent their reactionary predatory attacks as acts of national liberation. In a statement against the preparations for an invasion of Iraq by U.S. imperialism, the Central Committee of the MLPD declared on August 11, 2002. The reactionary Saddam Hussein regime suppresses the people of Iraq by means of an open terrorist dictatorship. People's uprisings after the Gulf War in 1991 were brutally suppressed by the regime, which was tolerated by the USA. That led to almost 2 million Kurds and Shiites being forced to flee. In 1991, the USA preferred a trimmed-down Hussein to a change of power on the Tigris with unknown consequences and the possibility of an upswing of the people's liberation struggle. The Iraqi people must decide themselves under which government they wish to live. The imperialist intervention does not mean liberation, it rather means subjugation to the interests of U.S. imperialism. Upsurge of the struggle for national and social liberation. The reorganization of international production went hand in hand with the transfer of an increasingly large part of the monopoly's value creation to the neocolonial countries, where today much of humanity and a growing part of the working class live. The neocolonial countries have thus become a main battlefield of the struggle for national and social liberation, of the struggle against imperialism, for genuine socialism. The protagonists of this struggle are the international industrial proletariat, the broad masses of workers and people in the cities and countryside, and parts of the non-monopoly bourgeoisie in the neocolonially oppressed countries. The struggle of the masses for national self-determination can be successful today only under the leadership of the international industrial proletariat. Only the proletariat has a fundamental interest in achieving victory in the revolution against imperialism, and the power to do it. It considers the realization of the nation's right of self-determination an indispensable prerequisite for social liberation, for the development of the proletarian class struggle, for the overthrow of bourgeois class rule, and for the establishment of socialism. National liberation struggles like those of the Kurdish or Palestinian peoples, which even the most brutal oppression could not extinguish, call for the solidarity of all anti-imperialist forces and especially of the youth. They remain thorns in the side of the imperialist world system and an encouragement to all freedom fighters. The reorganization of international capitalist production created the material basis on which the struggles for national and social liberation more and more consciously must be directed at the neocolonialist system of exploitation and oppression, at imperialism and its institutions in general, and can involve increasingly broader sections of the people. In the Mexican state of Chiapas, on New Year's Day 1994, armed forces of a Zapatista Army of National Liberation rose up in rebellion. The chosen time was no coincidence. On this day the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, entered into force. The USA had concluded it with Canada and Mexico, and it was intended to open up other Latin American countries to direct plundering by U.S. monopolies. This uprising, directed explicitly at the imperialist institutions, was bloodily put down, but it met with great sympathy and a broadest echo not only in Latin America. the conviction that one cannot get the better of international finance capital and its institutions by peaceful means, that revolutionary violence is justified, clearly found expression in the international solidarity for the Zapatistas. The so-called neoliberal policy of privatization destroys the foundations of the livelihood of ever larger sections of the people. This is why mass struggles against privatization at present make up by far the largest percentage of all resistance activities in the world. Since the 1990s and especially since the beginning of the new millennium, such struggles have experienced a huge upswing. In one of the most important struggles against privatization, 50,000 people in Bangladesh inflicted a defeat on the British monopoly company Asia Energy. In 2006, for paltry 6% of the profits, the government of Bangladesh planned to grant Asia Energy a license to extract coal by strip mining over a period of 30 years in Phulburi, one of the most fertile areas of the country. This would have entailed the extensive destruction of areas under cultivation and the dispossession of 50,000 people. But it could be prevented by a resolute mass struggle. Haider Akbar Khan Rano, a leading Marxist-Leninist from Bangladesh, stressed the seminal importance of this success in a letter to the MLPD dated September 10, 2006. Left parties and groups took the initiative to form a broad-based committee for the protection of natural resources from imperialist plunder. As a part of the movement, on August 26 more than 50,000 people gathered at the municipality center of Phulburi and marched toward the office of Asia Energy. People were very much militant and undaunted. There were clashes with police and paramilitary forces that fired upon the people, killing 5 and injuring many others. Staffs of Asia Energy had already fled away from Phulburi under police protection even before August 26. Next day, state administration in Phulburi completely collapsed. It was a real people's insurrection. People put barricade on the road, attacked the local office of Asia Energy, demolished properties and structures made by Asia Energy, attacked houses of the agents of the company, etc. It was a people's rule where people's safety was guaranteed much more than in normal times. Every day thousands of people were on the street, holding meetings, processions, etc. 99% of those people was poor toiling mass. Participation of women in the meetings, demonstrations, clashes with police, etc. were significant. Bourgeois parties were totally absent. On August 30 the government was compelled to sign an agreement with the committee leading the movement. The government announced that Asia Energy would be withdrawn from Phulburi and all the contracts with Asia Energy are cancelled. The government agreed to meet other demands such as compensation for the deaths, wounded persons, their treatment, etc. It was a historic people's victory. For the first, a foreign multinational company had to suffer a defeat in our country. However, it is only an initial victory. We have to go a long way to defeat imperialism. Printed in International Newsletter, number 32, p5, emphasis added. In Latin America, since the turn of the millennium uprisings developed, governments were toppled, a cross-border revolutionary ferment emerged. On its basis, leftist, anti-imperialist governments like those of Hugo Chavez in Venezuela, Evo Morales in Bolivia and Rafael Correa in Ecuador could be formed and put up resistance against the plans of international finance capital. At the Summit of the Americas at the end of 2005 in Mar del Plata in Argentina, the attempt of U.S. imperialism failed to eliminate the last barriers to U.S. exports of merchandise and capital with the Plan for ALCA. 61. A Free Trade Area of the Americas, FTAA. A counter-project to ALCA took shape in the form of the ALBA Project, Alianza Bolivariana para los Pueblos de Nuestra America, pushed especially by Venezuela. Under ALBA, agreements were concluded for mutual benefit, all having the justified aim of making the Latin American countries independent of U.S. imperialism. The illusion of the peaceful transformation of capitalism. On the initiative of Hugo Chavez, more than 50 left-wing parties and political organizations from Latin America and the Caribbean, from Europe, Africa, Asia, and Oceania met in November 2009 in Venezuela's capital city Caracas. They concluded their consultations with the Caracas Commitment, Compromiso de Caracas. This explicitly anti-violent, anti-imperialist platform of joint action wants to be understood as a revolutionary guide on the way to a socialism of the 21st century. It states, in recent years, progressive and left-wing movements of the Latin American region have accumulated forces, and stimulated transformations, throwing up leaders that today hold important government spaces. This has represented an important blow to the empire the USA, the author, because the peoples have rebelled against the domination that has been imposed on them, and have left behind their fear to express their values and principles, showing the empire that we will not allow any more interference in our internal affairs, and that we are willing to defend our sovereignty. Declaration from World Meeting of Left Parties. www.workerscompass.org/5th-int/Caracas commitment_12-02-2009.html. February 20, 2011, emphasis added. The peaceful transformation of neocolonially oppressed states into sovereign states independent of imperialism is a bourgeois anti-imperialist program. Even if successful, it would do nothing to change the fundamental dependence of these states on the world market. The sovereignty would remain a relative sovereignty, despite all important advances. The aim of peaceful transformation objectively is an expression of the class interest of the non-monopoly forces of the bourgeoisie of the countries concerned. They are themselves victims of imperialist plunder and want to assure themselves of the political support of the broad masses by holding up the banner of the struggle for socialism of the 21st century. The revolutionary parties and the masses of workers and people fighting for national and social liberation must support these bourgeois anti-imperialist forces tactically and win them over as allies and reserve on the way to the international proletarian revolution. But they must not submit to them strategically. Only then will they create more favorable conditions for the development of the revolutionary mass movement, for Marxist-Leninist party building and the construction of Überparteiliche self-run organizations of the masses, as well as for international cooperation. The bourgeois anti-imperialist program of the socialism of the 21st century is an illusion, and its contents are anything but revolutionary. Nationalization is an attempt to get around the decisive problem, the issue of power. The property relations do not change when the owner changes. Friedrich Engels pointed out that it is a mistake to believe that nationalization in itself is already a step forward. The installation of leftist, anti-imperialist governments has at best reduced the decisive influence of international finance capital on the countries concerned, but has not overcome its dictatorship. Merely concessions to the national interests of the masses were attained, along with a progressive social policy and a policy of reforms from above designed to prevent a further intensification of the class struggle. This improved the people's conditions of life and expanded the possibilities for building self-run organizations of the masses. At the same time, however, the necessity of building up a strong revolutionary anti-imperialist movement was called into question. This was the downside of the change to leftist governments. The revolutionary ferment in Latin America, strategically far more dangerous to imperialism, could be checked and for the time being steered onto a parliamentary track. All anti-imperialists must be conscious of the fact that the imperialists will not stand by and watch such developments indefinitely. As soon as they see a serious threat to their interests and consider the situation to be favorable, they will push for the removal of such governments. The lawfully elected president of Honduras, Manuel Zelaya Rosales, found that out in 2009 when a coup d'état abruptly put an end to his progressive policy. The last resort of the imperialists is always open military aggression. The revolutionary organizations and the broad masses must develop anti-imperialist vigilance and solidarity worldwide against such machinations, free themselves of all illusions of a peaceful transformation of capitalism and do everything necessary to prepare the international socialist revolution. Workers of all countries, unite, and workers of all countries and oppressed peoples, unite. In the Communist Manifesto in 1848, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels formulated the slogan, "Workers of all countries, unite." The superiority of the working class in the struggle to overcome international capitalism was to be organized along this strategic guideline of proletarian internationalism. Half a century later, when Lenin analyzed the rise of imperialism, he came to the conclusion that the oppressed peoples in the colonies and semi-colonies could and must become strategically important allies in the liberation struggle of the international proletariat. For this reason, from the point of view of present-day politics, i.e., as a measure arising out of the circumstances of the period, he supported the extension of the proletarian internationalist guideline by the Communist International in 1920, workers of all countries and all oppressed peoples, unite. Speech delivered at a meeting of activists of the Moscow organization of the RCP. B. December 6, 1920, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 31, p.453. However, neither Lenin nor the Comintern wanted to replace the fundamental slogan, workers of all countries, unite. The Communist Party of China under Mao Zedong's leadership also explicitly used both slogans in the proposal concerning the general line of the international communist movement in 1963, under the impression of the struggles for liberation against colonialism. The MLPD came to the conclusion at its founding party congress in 1982 that the concrete essence of the imperialist world system had changed mainly as a result of the smashing of the old colonial system and the emergence of neocolonialism. Consequently, in the party's agitation and propaganda only the slogan originated by Marx and Engels, workers of all countries, unite, now was to be used as general guideline for proletarian internationalism. In the international revolutionary and working class movement a lack of understanding arose in regard to this decision of the MLPD. It is argued against the decision that it means a disregard for or even rejection of the national liberation struggle. But the MLPD, too, emphasizes the increased importance of the struggle for national liberation from neocolonial exploitation and oppression. No one doubts that there still are peoples in which the division into classes is not very developed yet, and countries in which a progressive national bourgeoisie and government still exist. But these are particularities today. In general, the bourgeoisie of the neocolonially dependent and oppressed countries is reactionary and very tightly fused with the imperialist bourgeoisie. So it would not occur to any revolution-minded worker to unite in the struggle against imperialism and for socialism with representatives of the state holding office in 2010 such as the Egyptian President Mubarak, the Turkish Prime Minister Erdogan, the Iranian President Ahmadinejad, the Argentinian President Kirchner, the Filipino President Aquino or the Indian Prime Minister Singh. In their struggle for national and social liberation the workers of all countries must therefore unite with the workers and the broad masses both of the imperialist and the neocolonial countries. They have the same enemy, imperialism, international finance capital, and in all countries the reactionary big or monopoly bourgeoisie subservient to international finance capital. Occasionally, in opposition to the standpoint of the MLPD it is argued that a fundamental difference exists between oppressed peoples and oppressed nations. The term oppressed people is said to encompass merely the proletariat and the toiling masses, but not the bourgeoisie. This view does not clarify, but further confuses the issue of the relationship between social and national liberation struggle in the strategy and tactics of the proletarian revolution. In his famous writing, Marxism and the National Question, Stalin formulated the definition. A nation is a historically constituted, stable community of people, formed on the basis of a common language, territory, economic life, and psychological makeup manifested in a common culture. It is only when all these characteristics are present together that we have a nation. Stalin, Works, Volume 2, pages 307 and 308. According to this definition, the nation includes all classes and strata of the people or of those peoples which have developed the characteristics of a nation in the course of history. Distinguishing between the concepts people and nation is relevant only in regard to the question whether a people already has created a nation-state. But this question has been decided today in most cases. There are almost 200 nation-states on the globe. By no means does this play down the great importance of the creation of a separate nation-state, for example, for the Palestinian or the Kurdish peoples. A universally valid strategy for the unification of the proletariat with all oppressed peoples or nations, regardless whether or not a progressive bourgeoisie still exists in these countries, cannot be reconciled with Marxism-Leninism. Lenin and Stalin emphasized that the national movement is in essence bourgeois because nation-states constituted the essential form of capitalist economies at that time. Therefore, the demand for the right of self-determination of the nations also is a bourgeois democratic demand. The national liberation struggle under the leadership of the proletariat is in essence not a bourgeois nationalist, but a proletarian internationalist struggle. The will of history should not be turned back to prevent the disintegration of nations, rather the nation's right of self-determination is an absolute precondition for the fraternal alliance of the socialist nations of the world, and their ultimate abolition, their amalgamation in communism. The influence of bourgeois and petty bourgeois nationalism tends to split the working class movement into different nationalities. Stalin justifiably warned. True, such nationalism is not so transparent, for it is skillfully masked by socialist phrases, but it is all the more harmful to the proletariat for that reason. We can always cope with open nationalism, for it can easily be discerned. It is much more difficult to combat nationalism when it is masked and unrecognizable beneath its mask. Protected by the armor of socialism, it is less vulnerable and more tenacious. Implanted among the workers, it poisons the atmosphere and spreads harmful ideas of mutual distrust and segregation among the workers of the different nationalities. Ibid, p. 342. Nevertheless, it must be taken into account that the world has changed substantially since the time of the Communist Manifesto. Marx and Engels still could assume that as industry and trade advanced the class relations would simplify. Ever larger sections of the petty bourgeoisie would sink down into the proletariat and only the two big classes bourgeoisie and proletariat would be left over. But the development of imperialism, in particular since the reorganization of international capitalist production, brought forth new class relations. The bourgeoisie is now divided into the new stratum of solely ruling international finance capital, the other monopolies and the non-monopoly bourgeoisie. In the working class a stratum of the international industrial proletariat has formed which works in international production systems. These workers will assume the leading role in the international revolution. The remaining mass of the working class is growing and is composed of extremely different elements. The dictatorship of international finance capital has turned the large majority of the world population into oppressed. Far more than 1 billion people are without work. Around 200 million children must live on the streets and work, because more and more families are breaking up. More than 1 billion people are starving, while hundreds of millions of small peasants are systematically ruined. Mass misery and epidemics are spreading. Imperialist wars and environmental destruction, racist, religious, or anti-communist persecution turn many millions of people into refugees. An increasingly larger part of the world population has a migration background and must therefore experience discrimination, deprivation of rights and social disadvantages. The special oppression of women affects not only proletarian women, but also extends to the masses of petty bourgeois women and even women from the bourgeoisie. Millions of girls and women are abducted and forced into prostitution. Most countries of the world still are dependent on imperialism and are oppressed. All of this makes the joint struggle and unswerving solidarity of the international working class with all the world's oppressed a new task of Marxist-Leninist strategy and tactics. The international proletariat will not be able to develop superior strength and overthrow imperialism without forging a worldwide alliance with all those oppressed by international finance capital. For this reason the MLPD has reached the conclusion that the class slogan of the Communist Manifesto, "Workers of all countries, unite," today must be complemented by the alliance slogan, "Workers of all countries and all oppressed, unite." The question of the principal contradiction in the world and the storm centers of the world revolution. For the proletarian strategy and tactics of the international revolution, the determining of the principal contradiction in the world has great importance. In its proposal concerning the general line of the international communist movement, in June 1963 the Communist Party of China, on the basis of a concrete analysis of the class relations in the world at that time, worked out four main contradictions. The contradiction between the socialist camp and the imperialist camp. The contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie in the capitalist countries. The contradiction between the oppressed nations and imperialism, and the contradictions among imperialist countries and among monopoly capitalist groups. The polemic on the general line of the international communist movement, p. 7. Those regions or countries must be identified as storm centers of the international revolution which constitute weakest links in the rule of imperialism and thus are the current main battlefield of the revolution. In the early 1960s, regarding the storm center of that period, the Communist Party of China came to the conclusion: the various types of contradictions in the contemporary world are concentrated in the vast areas of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. These are the most vulnerable areas under imperialist rule and the storm centers of world revolution dealing direct blows at imperialism. The National Democratic Revolutionary Movement in these areas and the International Socialist Revolutionary Movement are the two great historical currents of our time. Ibid. p. 13. In those years the old colonial system collapsed, the victorious liberation movements enjoyed the internationalist support of the socialist camp and pursued a policy with socialist aims. The 9th Congress of the Communist Party of China, held in 1969 under the leadership of Mao Zedong, already observed that the world's situation and the main contradictions had changed. The new Soviet leadership had restored capitalism and transformed the Soviet Union into a social imperialist country. The socialist camp had fallen apart. Soviet social imperialism operated on the world stage as new enemy of the working class and the subjugated nations, exerting a negative influence on many liberation movements. When Deng Xiaoping took over power in the People's Republic of China in 1976 after the death of Mao Zedong, not only was the center of the international revolutionary movement lost a second time, but many liberation movements also lost their socialist perspective. Some transformed into vassals of Soviet social imperialism, while others ceased their struggle for liberation or confined themselves to fighting the effects of neocolonial plunder and oppression. Considering all that, can one really claim that the Communist Party of China's assessment of 1963 still retains unlimited validity today, that the storm centers of world revolution lie in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, where the revolutionary anti-imperialist struggles of the people are taking place? The Communist Party of China already had pointed out that the center of world contradictions, of world political struggles, is not fixed but shifts with changes in the international struggles and the revolutionary situation. Ibid. p.202. The proponents of the view that the assessments of 40 years ago still hold good are making a dogmatic mistake when they impose these assessments on today's world situation. Mao Zedong already warned in his writing on contradiction explicitly against looking upon contradictions as rigid, once and for all given conditions and ignoring the law of uneven development. The study of the various states of unevenness in contradictions, of the principal and non-principal contradictions and of the principal and the non-principal aspects of a contradiction constitutes an essential method by which a revolutionary political party correctly determines its strategic and tactical policies both in political and in military affairs. All communists must give it attention. Selected works of Mao Zedong, Volume I, p. 337. The victory of the Vietnamese people over U.S. aggression in 1975 marked the climax of the revolutionary national liberation struggle. In the 1970s and 1980s a new principal contradiction moved center stage, decisively influencing all other contradictions, the rivalry of the superpowers USA and Soviet Union in their struggle for world hegemony. The military aggressions and nuclear arms race of these superpowers brought humanity to the brink of a third world war. Only after the definitive collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 did the situation in the world change again fundamentally. The reorganization of international production, neoliberalism, and neocolonialism doubtless have brought the imperialist exploitation and oppression of the neocolonial countries to a head. But can it be deduced solely from this objective fact that the neocolonial countries once again are the storm centers of world revolution? The international revolution will start where the imperialist world system is weakest and the subjective factors of the revolution are farthest matured. The weakest link must not prematurely be sought among the countries oppressed by imperialism only because their economy, bourgeoisie, and state apparatuses are weak. The world economic and financial crisis of 2008, for example, had its strongest impact economically in the imperialist centers. This is why international finance capital felt compelled to counteract a revolutionary ferment mainly there, with its unprecedented international crisis management. As early as in 1963, the Communist Party of China reckoned with a shift in the focus of the international class struggle to the imperialist metropolises. We believe that, with the development of the contradiction and struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie in Western Europe and North America, the momentous day of battle will arrive in these homes of capitalism and heartlands of imperialism. When that day comes, Western Europe and North America will undoubtedly become the center of world political struggles, of world contradictions. The polemic on the general line of the international communist movement, p. 202. We cannot make a sweeping prediction where the revolution will start because the contradictions on a world scale are intensifying in an all-around way. Accordingly, it is not at all clear yet where such a world revolutionary center will be. On the other hand, the contradictions actually are most intense in the dependent countries. But that alone does not suffice. From the doctrine of the mode of thinking we know that the subjective factor does not develop automatically as the contradictions intensify. The subjective factor plays a great part in determining whether or not a revolutionary ferment develops. The subjective factor must come together with the objective development. The systematic concrete analysis of the concrete situation is vital for the Marxist-Leninists in order to adjust to changes in the world in good time, recognize them and correctly evaluate them, and unify their concrete strategy and tactics with the revolutionary parties and organizations in the world. After the turn of the millennium, a process of revolutionary ferment took shape in South America, but meanwhile has been overcome by various maneuvers of imperialism and left reformist governments. In the course of 2010, a change of mood set in among the masses in Europe. Especially in the Mediterranean countries of the EU, Greece, Albania, Italy, Spain, France, and Portugal too, sharpest class disputes developed in which many migrant workers from North Africa were involved. Also under the impression of these struggles, in the Arab countries of North Africa a movement of democratic uprisings ignited on account of unaffordable food prices and swept away a number of reactionary governments propped up by the military. How far this emergent process of cross-border revolutionary ferment in the Mediterranean region will go and how many countries it will seize hold of, no one can say at this point. The only certain thing is that it abruptly made the potential for a revolutionary world crisis visible that has developed on the basis of the world economic and financial crisis since 2008. The main tendency in the world is the preparation of the international revolution. 60. UCK equals Ustria Clearimtir Ecosovs. 61. ALCA equals Area de Libre Comercio de las Americas. 12. Ideological struggle as preliminary skirmish of the international revolution. An ideological struggle has broken out over the masses' decision on the direction they will take, as a preliminary skirmish of the international revolution. It anticipates theoretically the great practical issues that will have to be resolved in the inevitably approaching class battles. Several decades ago, the Federal Association of German Industry, BDI, still attempted to lull the masses to sleep with the propaganda of crisis-free capitalism. But relatively soon after the start of the world economic and financial crisis in 2008, the BDI geared the corporate philosophies of its members to supporting the crisis management. The bourgeois propaganda slogan of the crisis as opportunity characterizes globally ruling finance capital's defensive of world outlook. In answer to a question of the online magazine The European, the former BDI head Hans Olaf Henkel didn't even bother to deny the general crisis-proneness of capitalism anymore. I tell those who say that the market economy has failed and that we need democratic socialism again, whatever is at the bottom of that concept, the market economy will go from crisis to crisis, always responding to the last crisis with new rules. Democratic socialism, in contrast, is permanent crisis. www.theeuropean.de, December 21, 2009, archived at www.webcitation.org/5uq.moc. When the front man of international finance capital, Hans Olaf Henkel, otherwise so arrogant on his appearances, now only sells capitalism as the lesser evil and no longer denies its general crisis-proneness at all, then one can get some idea of the ideological political depression into which the rulers have fallen. Accordingly, the ideological witch doctors and faith healers who want to breathe a new will to live into them despite the terminal illness of their capitalist society have their high time now. But the rulers are not content with bucking each other up. When the international crisis management itself got into a state of crisis and the danger of the state bankruptcy of entire countries in the European Union became acute, in spring 2010 an openly chauvinist agitation set in which was without precedent in post-war Germany up until that time. It focused on the Greek masses, because by their active resistance they allegedly jeopardized Germany's economic stability. The tabloid Bild unleashed a campaign against them, contemptuously entitling them Greek bankrupts. From day to day its headlines became more aggressive. Greek bankruptcy worse and worse, how much more cash are we supposed to pump into that country? April 26, 2010, the Greeks and save. Why? They'd rather strike. April 27, 2010, heated atmosphere in Athens protests, Greek bankrupts abuse Germans. www.buildblog.de. April 28, 2010, archived at www.webcitation.org/5wxmcpte8. This chauvinist campaign of incitement was designed not only to impede any demonstration of solidarity with the justified resistance of the Greek masses, but also to ready the readers ideologically for a change of tactics in the crisis management. The EU decided in April 2010 to go from damping the class contradictions to shifting the crisis burdens onto the shoulders of the masses in order to check the proliferation of state debt and stabilize the euro. Rightist trade union leaders, especially co-managers from IG Metall and IGBS, the German Mining, Chemicals and Energy Union, felt obliged to hurry to the aid of the monopolies and their government in the crisis. Without in any way being authorized by the union rank and file to do so, they declared that for the benefit of the competitiveness of German business the wage and salary earners were willing to refrain from putting up demands. As agreed in December 2008 at a crisis summit in the Federal Chancellery between government, monopolies, and reformist trade union leadership, in the collective bargaining round in 2009, the IG Metall, for the first time, did not formulate a demand for a wage increase. The class collaboration policy had the result that the pay round was prematurely terminated with a shabby compromise without even a single warning strike having been organized. The first chairman of the IG Metall, Bertold Huber, 62, documented the complete subjugation to the profit interests of the monopolies in his book, Kurswechsel für Deutschland, Change of Course for Germany, in which he explained. Here, too, the crisis challenges us. As union we must often help to put companies back on a stable footing. It's about market opportunities and the procurement of patient capital. But it is also a matter of the employees making limited, time-wise and financially, material sacrifices. p. 51. Reformist Works Council heads for instance at Daimler, Opel, Bosch or Siemens stoop to supporting management programs for intensified exploitation of the workforce or even accepting plant closures, as at the Opel plant in Antwerp, Belgium. The argumentation used to justify these maneuvers always boils down to basic social chauvinism, working class and monopolies of one's own country supposedly have a common interest in increased maximum profits, in economic and political expansion and in the plundering of other countries. Chauvinism is extreme nationalism. Social chauvinism garnishes and justifies it with social trim. Lenin branded social chauvinism as the open abscess of opportunism. He exposed its essence, that privileged party and union bureaucrats enter into an alliance with the bourgeoisie against the masses of the proletariat. The partition of the world among the great powers means that all their propertied classes are interested in possessing colonies and spheres of influence, in oppressing other nations, and in securing the more or less lucrative posts and privileges that stem from belonging to a great power and an oppressor nation. The Collapse of the Second International, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 21, p. 228. The international proletariat must not play the doctor at the bedside of incurably ill, wasting away, historically long since outdated capitalism, and not form an alliance with the imperialist plunderers against its class brothers in other countries. Instead, it is its duty to utilize the general crisis to attack and overthrow the imperialist world system. That, however, is not by any means undisputed in Germany, despite the general trend to the left. The reformist dead end of the Left Party. In the draft of its party program in 2010, the left reformist and neo-revisionist party Die Linke rightly criticized a world in which a few hundred large trusts decide on the life prospects of billions of people, and entire countries are cut off from hope and the future by ruthless exploitation, by wars for raw material and sales markets, and by imperialism. Program of Die Linke, first draft by the Program Commission. www.die-link.de/politics/international/English pages. The possibility of working together with this party's members on the basis of the struggle against the effects of capitalist exploitation and oppression is founded upon this correct fundamental view in the Left Party. However, it can be seriously doubted whether the Left Party can deliver what its members and voters expect of it. Like the SPD in its Godesberg program of 1959, the Left Party strives for a so-called democratic socialism. This was a belligerent anti-communist term already in 1959, serving the SPD no other purpose than to veil the complete development of state monopoly capitalism and undermine the proletarian class viewpoint and class struggle. The Left Party also formulates democratic socialism as a conscious rejection of the Marxist position of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Democratic socialism, the draft program says, is the realization of a society of the equal and free, where democracy and peace reign. It is said to be a process of emancipation which will take time, and in the course of which democratic, social, and ecological forces will do away with the predominance of capital and create the society of democratic socialism, IBD, emphasis added. In the view of the Left Party, its democratic socialism of the 21st century is based expressly upon the basic law of imperialist Germany. This constitution guarantees the right to private ownership of the means of production, hypocritically proclaims the big lie of every capitalist social system that exploiters and exploited have the same rights and liberties, and transfigures the bourgeois parliament into a political organ of the people's will. But behind the shadow boxing in parliament, and regardless of all formal rights, monopoly capital exercises its dictatorship over the whole of society. With police and military, judiciary and control of public opinion, it possesses all the means of coercion and deception to take action against any attempts to undermine its power. Without touching the state as central organ of power of monopoly dictatorship, and even with the help of the bourgeois instruments of rule, the Left Party wants to bring about decisions regarding a huge transformation process, IBD. Anyone who promises that either is blind to the social reality of state monopoly capitalism and ignores all experiences of the working class movement with counter-revolutionary violence, or aims to pull the wool over the masses' eyes. Sarah Wagenknecht, one of the deputy party chairpersons, regarded as a guarantee of an anti-capitalist course by the left wing of the Left Party, conducts herself a little more radically. In an article in Neues Deutschland of October 4, 2010, she wrote, "Utopian is not the goal of overcoming capitalism. Utopian is still to believe under the conditions of today that a few better rules could make the Deutsche Bank a promoter of small and medium-sized enterprises and on a champion of a solar energy turnaround. But the only conclusion she could think of was the prevailing imbalance between economics and politics and the erosion of democracy which this involves only can be overcome by a restructuring of economic ownership. To persuade people that there is a smaller solution is to fool people. Neues Deutschland, October 4, 2010. www.sarah-wagenknecht.de. Archived at www.webcitation.org/5uqgdeloj. To demand a restructuring of economic ownership without raising the issue of power is no less illusionary than the entire program of the Left Party. And so, in the end, Sarah Wagenknecht, too, only helps to maintain the petty bourgeois parliamentary mode of thinking with its deep roots in the masses. This dubious success of the Left Party was confirmed by journalist Christian Schluter in a commentary for the daily Frankfurter Rundschau. The army of the poor is growing. That this has not given rise to social revolts yet, but only to the founding of the Left Party, must be seen as perhaps the biggest ideological success of the petty bourgeoisie. Frankfurter Rundschau, June 10, 2010. The speech held at the central event kicking off the federal election campaign of the MLPD in 2009 polemicizes against the petty bourgeois illusions of the Left Party regarding the possibility of reconciling freedom for capitalist exploitation with freedom for the masses. Freedom has been a matter of basic concern to all oppressed classes in the history of humanity. The slaves fought for their freedom. So did the peasants oppressed by the nobility. The bourgeois revolution was born by the call for freedom. Today we witness how the word freedom is abused in the biggest way. The so-called free and democratic constitutional order in Germany guarantees the right to private ownership of the means of production, and thus the right of exploitation. What is free, not to mention democratic, about that? The biggest irony of history is anti-communism, which accuses those who continue to carry the torch of the struggle for human liberty of wanting to abolish freedom. I confess, socialism is a society in which freedom does not exist for everyone and everything. I confess, in socialism a dictatorship of the proletariat must take the place of the dictatorship of the monopolies, because socialism must radically and irreversibly curtail the freedom to exploit the labor of others. Socialism abolishes the freedom to wage predatory wars to capture and secure markets and raw material supply sources. Socialism eliminates the freedom to sacrifice the environment and human health to maximum profit. And socialism puts an end to the imperialist freedom to bleed underdeveloped countries dry and prevent their development. This is and remains my deepest conviction. For the working class and the vast majority of the population, on the other hand, socialism means developed democracy with unprecedented freedoms. First and foremost, the freedom that the growing productivity of humanity serves the satisfaction of its needs. The resources and means to solve the most urgent problems of humanity long since exist. It is solely the unfree system of capitalist exploitation which prevents using them for the benefit of humanity. Only socialism guarantees humanity the freedom and ability to enjoy these fruits of its labor and of nature. Socialism gives every human being able to work the freedom to perform meaningful and satisfying work in the interest of the whole of society. Socialism gives the working class and more people the freedom to take direct social responsibility and participate in the administration and organization of the socialist state and the affairs of government. It gives the freedom to be a people's representative oneself, or to nominate them, elect them, monitor their work, and if necessary dismiss them. It was not for nothing that Friedrich Engels called socialism the ascent of man to the kingdom of freedom. Speech by Stefan Engel in Hamburg on August 22, 2009. Lenin aptly characterized the socialists who wanted to overcome exploitation and oppression without proletarian revolution, without smashing the bourgeois state machine, and without establishing the revolutionary power of the working class. It is the greatest delusion, the greatest self-deception, and a deception of the people, to attempt, by means of this state apparatus, to carry out such reforms as the abolition of landed estates without compensation, or the grain monopoly, etc. That is why it always happens, under all sorts of coalition cabinets that include socialists, that these socialists, even when individuals among them are perfectly honest, in reality turn out to be either a useless ornament of or a screen for the bourgeois government, a sort of lightning conductor to divert the people's indignation from the government, a tool for the government to deceive the people. So it has been and so it will be as long as the bourgeois system exists and as long as the old bourgeois, bureaucratic state apparatus remains intact. One of the fundamental questions of the revolution, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 25, p. 373, emphasis added, underscored this emphasized in the original. The Left Party successfully rode the wave of the trend to the left for a time, but its growing urge to participate in bourgeois governments already is causing it to lose support again among a part of its society-critical voters. Petty bourgeois fantasies as social models. A whole series of petty bourgeois ideologues volunteered to theoretically develop a peaceful way out of the capitalist crisis and to vie with each other to overcome capitalism without revolution. As a leading thinker of the petty bourgeois anti-globalization movement, Karl-Heinz Roth explicitly warned against an escalation of the contradictions in the imperialist world system which began after the world economic crisis of 1929 to 1932 and finally led to the Second Imperialist World War. In his opinion, in the critical analysis of the now spreading world crisis, the task is to propose ways to overcome the crisis, and help carry them through, which block the road to a new world economic war and at the same time can be used as instruments of the socialist transformation of the world system. Karl-Heinz Roth, Global Kreis, Global Proletarisierung, Gegenperspektive and Global Crisis, Global Proletarization, Alternative Perspectives, in Trend Online Zeitung 01/09, p. 12. www.trend.infopartisan.net. Archived at www.webcitation.org/5UQGP7PCV. Emphasis added. Karl-Heinz Roth would like to develop a program for initiating a project of revolutionary transformation of the capitalist social formation, IBID, p. 18, and he manages to splice together an illustrious string of opportunist theories. His sources are ideas taken from anarchism, socialism without proletarian state, revisionism, revolutionary transformation process without revolution, Trotskyism, workers' control without political power, and reformism, anti-cyclical reform programs. Roth explicitly warns against revolutionary hopes pinned on violence because in his opinion the proletarian wish for emancipation would be lost in a class conflict which escalates to civil war. His lost faith in the liberation struggle of the working class even leads him to discredit the revolutionary intensification of the class struggle as one of the variants of barbarism. Objectively, with such statements he is already standing with one foot in the camp of the counter-revolution. Lenin pointed to the importance of the dispute over intensifying or allaying the antagonisms in his writing, Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. The questions as to whether it is possible to reform the basis of imperialism, whether to go forward to the further intensification and deepening of the antagonisms which it engenders, or backward, towards allaying these antagonisms, are fundamental questions in the critique of imperialism. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 22, p. 287. Roth, in any case, has chosen the reformist road. So as not to provoke the bourgeois organs of power unnecessarily by preparing the revolution, he spreads the illusion that the threatening escalation could be avoided by a creeping reduction of state control. Karl-Heinz Roth, Global Kreis, Global Proletarisierung, Gegenperspektiven, p. 20. At least this distinguishes him from the Left Party, which takes to state control as way out of the world economic and financial crisis. How he intends to realize his program under the dictatorship of the monopolies, achievement of grassroots democratic structures, changing of the trade unions to the shop floor union representation model, debureaucratization and reduction of the Komenagr salaries of their leading bodies, grassroots transformation of the municipal parliaments and administrations, as first steps of a general, bottom-to-top reduction of state control, IBID, remains his secret, however. This simple formula of the reduction of state control is supposed to make the irreconcilable struggle of the classes and the state apparatus as instrument for suppressing the exploited class disappear in some magical way. If the bourgeois state no longer needs to be smashed because by virtue of the ideas of Karl-Heinz Roth it has vanished into thin air, then there is no need for a proletarian state either. This would also get rid of the danger of the bureaucratization and degeneration of responsible functionaries. The sky's the limit for such petty bourgeois pipe dreams. Of course, objectively they put the masses on the wrong track, suggesting to them that they give up the revolutionary class struggle. With justifiable doubts nagging at him as to whether this fine new world of grassroots democracy can be realized without a leading organization, without a vanguard, Roth, after long hesitation, finally decided to propose an organizational anticipation of this concept through a networked worldwide association, IBID, p. 22. But in good anti-authoritarian style, this organization is to be free of leaders and authorities. This should not be a cadre organization with a vanguard claim, but a free union, with a grassroots democratic constitution, of people who have criticized the concept presented here, corrected, revised, extended and then adopted it to test its usefulness in dialogue with the proletarian multiverse. IBID, emphasis added. So the target of Roth's polemic is not the avant-garde as such, it is solely proletarian revolutionary parties with a Marxist-Leninist foundation which are the focus of all his discomfort. In the same direction, in Germany the petty bourgeois anti-authoritarian movement and the radical left again and again mobilize several thousand mostly youthful adherents to take part in demonstrations. These petty bourgeois revolutionary forces also are potential allies. However, their provocative action for action's sake, their latent anti-communism and their destructive purpose of obstructing and slandering the building of the revolutionary party must be fundamentally combated. In an article on the website Wildcat their basic attitude is summed up in the following words. Today the radical left finds it incredibly difficult to understand once and for all that states and, state institutions like parties and trade unions are not a way to revolution but means of preventing it. Wildcat, number 85, Autumn 2009, archived at www.webcitation.org/5uqkl70pn. In their petty bourgeois arrogance the leaders of the self-styled undogmatic left reject the building of proletarian revolutionary parties. For them, without exception every party is unnecessary and harmful, and any political leadership must be fundamentally rejected, which does not prevent them on the other hand from cultivating their own petty bourgeois claim to leadership. Also, they think absolutely nothing of the conquest of political power, even if done by the revolutionary proletariat. Ideas of overcoming the dictatorship of the monopolies without a corresponding counterforce are nothing but pipe dreams, however. With a big pseudo-revolutionary flourish they carry their worship of the spontaneous movement to the extreme. No one has a historic mission to fulfill or universal interests to represent, the global working class simply has to assert itself. IBID. Forget the laborious effort to acquire the generalized experience of the international revolutionary and working class movement. Forget the complicated tasks of creating a powerful, unified working class organization. Forget the nuisance of working out a clear social perspective, an alternative to the existing social conditions of exploitation and oppression. And the international working class doesn't have to come to grips with the manipulation of its mode of thinking by those in power either. It just has to assert itself, somehow and somewhere, here and now preferably. It only has to get moving and blindly run against the ruler's highly developed apparatus of deception and violence, true to the motto, glory to senseless martyrdom. People who give advice like this are either starry-eyed idealists, are politically incredibly naive and have learned nothing from history, or self-important charlatans for whom political activity is just an adventure that gives them a kick. Not infrequently, Such people become the compliant victims of state provocations or are misused to justify the fascistization of the state machine. The real guiding intellectual force of the illusionary petty bourgeois counter-concept to the proletarian strategy and tactics of the international revolution is Italian philosopher Antonio Negri. Initially he was considered an intellectual trailblazer for the anarchist Red Brigades in Italy, who made the international headlines in 1978 with the spectacular kidnapping and murder of Italian Prime Minister Aldo Moro. Together with the American writer Michael Hart, in 2000 he published the book Empire. In it the two made the bold assertion that the world had entered a new phase, beyond imperialism in the development of capitalism, the so-called empire. Michael Hart and Antonio Negri, Empire, p. 232. In a follow-up work they spread the view that contemporary global order can no longer be understood adequately in terms of imperialism as it was practiced by the modern powers, based primarily on the sovereignty of the nation-state extended over foreign territory. Instead, a network power, a new form of sovereignty, is now emerging, and it includes as its primary elements, or nodes, the dominant nation-states along with supranational institutions, major capitalist corporations, and other powers. This network power we claim is imperial, not imperialist. Michael Hart and Antonio Negri, Multitude, War and Democracy in the Age of Empire, New York, 2004, p.12, emphasis added. Negri and Hart see the mutual interweaving and dependencies between the nations, which unquestionably have grown. They conclude from this that the exercise of power by imperialist nation-states has gone over to supranational power structures today. They thus deny imperialists striving for world domination. The starting point of their reflections is not the actual capitalist relations of production, but the imperial paradigm. 63. Empire, p. 14. Negri and Hart also consider the problem of the national sovereignty of neocolonially dependent countries to be a subordinate matter. In reality, the alleged sovereignty of the countries oppressed by imperialism exists only formally. These countries are kept in a state of dependence by a hard-to-see-through system of financial, economic, and political methods, and are gagged and exploited to the utmost by the imperialist countries. Harsh reality simply does not develop according to idealist thought patterns. In this reality, the class struggle, the uneven development of the imperialist countries, the intensification of the inter-imperialist contradictions, the embittered rivalry operate, and the danger of war and wars arise. In 1916 Lenin defined the essence of imperialism, which has not lost its universal validity through today. Imperialism is the epoch of finance capital and of monopolies, which introduce everywhere the striving for domination, not for freedom. Whatever the political system, the result of these tendencies is everywhere reaction and an extreme intensification of antagonisms in this field. Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 22, p. 297. In a book published together with Raf Valvolasulci in 2006 under the title Goodbye Mr. Socialism, Negri attacks Lenin's analysis of imperialism as completely superannuated and asserts that the exact opposite is true today. International finance capital employs its enormous power to dampen, regulate, and neutralize the contradictions. Competition, when it works, happens within the limits of an economic, political, and financial power, the network power, the author that remains unitary. It is able to control the phenomena of competition through the elimination of extreme contradictions, the case of intra-capitalist war. p. 162. Having finished off Lenin, Negri sees in the new sovereignty of the network power the opportunity to take over the direction of the social processes from within the system itself, so to speak. Similar to how the petty bourgeois student movement of 1968 ended its revolt by beginning its march through the institutions, Hart and Negri call on the multitude, the mass of the social actors, to take possession of the international network power by relaunching the global movement. Negri studiously ignores that the dictatorship of the international monopolies, their imperialist state machines, armed to the teeth, and the domination of the biggest imperialist countries over the whole world might forcibly stand in the way of a society-changing movement. Petty bourgeois globalization theoreticians and strategists like Karl-Heinz Roth, Michael Hart, Raf Valvolasulci and Antonio Negri, who claim to correct Marx and Lenin, stand out by their eclecticism. They cite only those manifestations of the changing reality of the imperialist world system which seem to prove that their dreams of peaceful transformation are right, such as the compulsion to an internationally coordinated crisis management during the world economic and financial crisis in 2008. But this did not do away with the competition of the imperialist powers. During the Depression phase it came to the fore again. Other aspects such as the tremendous militarization of imperialist politics, the fascistization of the state apparatuses, the open economic war, the failure of a joint climate policy owing to the imperialist rivalry, and so forth, they think they can ignore as inessential. In short, they pretend as if the class society of state monopoly capitalism has vanished due to the reorganization of international production, and as if this has rendered the struggle for power, the essence of every revolutionary change, superfluous. Their pretentiously original, undogmatic, and innovative theories have forerunners in the theory of Social Democrat Karl Koski. At the beginning of the last century, Koski said the growing international interweaving between the various cliques of finance capital has caused me to consider whether the present imperialist policy cannot be supplanted by a new, ultra-imperialist policy, which will introduce the joint exploitation of the world by internationally united finance capital in place of the mutual rivalries of national finance capital. Of course, Koski said, the new phase would bring the proletariat new misfortunes, but for a time, ultra-imperialism could create an era of new hopes and expectations within the framework of capitalism. Koski quoted in The Collapse of the Second International, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 21, pages 223 and 224. Why not dish up the reactionary utopia of cooperative imperialism once more, seeing as the international interweaving and mutual dependency of finance capital are more pronounced today than ever before? Lenin exposed the pseudo-Marxist theory of Koski as petty bourgeois, illusionary wishful thinking. What Koski calls an economic trend towards ultra-imperialism is just a petty bourgeois exhortation to the financiers that they should refrain from doing evil. Ibid. p.229. But Negri definitely goes further. He believes international finance capital not only capable of refraining from doing evil. The fact that international finance capital subjugates all sectors of society, of the production and reproduction of human life, nationally and internationally, to its profit production, appears to him as a communism of capital. Now it is necessary, he says, to reappropriate the described relations. And reappropriate means, to invent democratic structures, grassroots structures, structures that enable a competing in the sense of coming together, a consensus in the sense of an intellectual coexistence, structures of communism that revolutionize the communism of capital. Antonio Negri and Raf Valvolasulci, Goodbye Mr. Socialism, postscript to the German edition, p. 228, our translation. Negri seemingly starts from new phenomena and essential changes in reality, but then twists them around in his pseudo-creative, theoretically roundabout, intellectual language so that this reappropriation is not to take place antagonistically through the conquering of political power, but by way of intellectual consensus between rulers and ruled, who embark upon a joint path of communist policy. The brain of the petty bourgeois, his reactionary desire for class conciliation, his insistent endeavor to disregard irreconcilable antagonisms, produces some strange ideas. Negri's illusionary concept of reappropriation only shows that he and his petty bourgeois parrots have long since made their sweet peace with the prevailing social conditions despite all their revolutionary rhetoric. What is presented in theory as a radical break with tradition reveals itself in application to the concrete situation to be open support for imperialist policy. In a 2009 postscript to the German edition of the book, Goodbye Mr. Socialism, Negri discovers that in the Western Hemisphere, For the first time since the 1930s it can be observed that the movements bring forth a political leader, Ibid, p. 239. Modest as he is, he does not mean Antonio Negri, but, lo and behold, the President of the USA, Barack Obama. As regards government action in the crisis, I would say, worldwide, Barack Obama stands very clearly for a left force. Indeed, Obama has launched a program that, along with attending to the banks and the immediate interests of capital, at the same time addresses important concerns of the proletariat, for instance when he supports the workers of the automobile industry or generally makes assistance available for mortgage loan takers. For the first time the program calls a part of the revenue in question, it is an attack on ground rent, on real estate income. To me, what is emerging here is one of the central elements of a future left-wing policy, a communist policy, also in Europe and other advanced capitalist countries. Ibid, pages 221 to 222, our translation. The top crisis manager of U.S. imperialism, Barack Obama, as precursor of a communist policy. This is incredible. Didn't the supposed support to the auto workers from Obama consist in making the U.S. automotive monopolies, which had been thrown far back in the international competition, competitive again through mass layoffs and wholesale intensification of the exploitation of the workers? And is it already left-wing policy today when the USA wages war in the old imperialist manner for spheres of influence and raw material supplying areas, as against Iraq or against Afghanistan, voices reactionary threats against Venezuela and Bolivia or pulls the strings backstage of military coups as in Honduras? In his books, on hundreds of pages Negri really only plays sophistically with the concepts of revolution, communism and popular rule in order to deceive the masses, who seek a social alternative, and to impress at least a few intellectuals with his muddled terminology. Negri employs the method of using confused concepts to put his readers in the role of dolts who fail to understand the text correctly and thus are incapable of understanding the professor, the genius, let alone criticizing him. Theoretically, he joins the ranks of the petty bourgeois defenders of the capitalist social order and the out-and-out opponents of the international proletarian revolution. His message is, worship of spontaneity, at any price, trust in the self-movement of capitalist society, which will lead all by itself to communism, whatever that might mean in the thinking of an Antonio Negri. The social root of left opportunism in all its shades lies in the petty bourgeoisie, and its essence is prostration before imperialism and capitulation before the tasks of preparing the international revolution. The debate with such theories is a necessary ideological preliminary skirmish. It will become hotter as the class struggle intensifies. In the progress of their struggle for a society without exploitation and oppression, the international proletariat and the broad masses will pass over these modern defenders of imperialism just as they did their historical forebears during Bernstein or Koschei. 62. Bertold Huber was involved for more than 10 years in a leading position in rebuilding the revolutionary working class party in Germany. Up until 1980 he was a member of the KABD, the forerunner organization of the MLPD, and responsible for work in the factories and trade unions in the Baden-Württemberg Regional Party organization. He rejected the KABD's critique of Deng Xiaoping's policy of the restoration of capitalism in the People's Republic of China after the death of Mao Zedong and fought against the line of the KABD, breaking party discipline and displaying behavior grossly injurious to the party. For this reason he was expelled in 1980. In connection with his union career he later joined the SPD. In 2007 he was elected first chairman of the Metal Workers Union at the IG Metal Congress. 63. In science a paradigm is a doctrine, thought pattern, or model. 13. Revolutionary party building and international revolution. If there is to be revolution, Mao Zedong taught, there must be a revolutionary party, revolutionary forces of the world unite, fight against imperialist aggression. Selected works of Mao Zedong, Volume 4, p. 284. The preparing and carrying out of the international revolution stands or falls with the existence of ideologically and politically consolidated Marxist-Leninist parties deeply rooted in the masses, steeled in struggle, and willing and able to lead the masses into decisive class battles. Since the 1960s, in the struggle against the revisionist degeneration of the communist world movement, numerous parties were formed which passionately defended Marxism-Leninism. Despite great efforts, however, the construction of new revolutionary parties could not keep pace with the objective development, with the new historical period of transformation from capitalism to socialism. There are a variety of reasons, objective reasons too, why party building lags behind in most countries of the world, and some attempts at party building even have failed. Great respect is due to the many years of intensive efforts of the Marxist-Leninists in the whole world. Enormous efforts were necessary to advance party building against grossest discrediting of socialism, against repeated liquidationist attacks, against massive persecution and suppression by those in power, against the anti-communism which is partly widespread also among the masses, against skepticism and defeatism. The tremendous fragmentation of the international Marxist-Leninist and working class movement, and also the lack of funds in many a party after the Soviet Union or the People's Republic of China discontinued their material support, have made party building difficult. The situation was compounded by the extraordinary complexity of the development of imperialism and class struggle. Innumerable new phenomena and essential changes had to be grasped in good time, scientifically analyzed and correctly qualified. All this called for a high degree of independent theoretical orientation, practical flexibility, and moral strength, requisites which many of the young revolutionary parties could summon up only with extreme difficulty. These conditions must be taken into account in assessing the development of the international Marxist-Leninist and working class movement. However, the main cause of the obvious problems in the construction of revolutionary working class parties has proved to be the penetration of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking into the Marxist-Leninist parties and organizations. If they failed to recognize it and were unable to deal with it, splits and liquidationism, the severest form of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking in party building, were the inevitable consequence. The MLPD had to develop its proletarian line of party building in a struggle over the mode of thinking. It had to deal with a great many manifestations of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. General neglect of revolutionary party building. Disregard for the winning and systematic development of revolutionary workers as leading force in Marxist-Leninist party building. Tendency to follow the ups and downs of the spontaneous mass movements without concrete Marxist-Leninist strategy and tactics, and when the spontaneous movement declines, to fall into resignation and capitulate. Blind, unprincipled action for action's sake and failure to conduct the struggle for reforms as a school of the class struggle. Scant regard for the ideological struggle against modern revisionism, for the defense of Marxism-Leninism, neglect of the creative assimilation of Marxist-Leninist theory and its implementation in practice. Scant regard for the theoretical work of analyzing new manifestations and essential changes, and for training the ability to draw creative conclusions without slipping into opportunism and sectarianism. Scant regard for a Marxist, scientific style of work in revolutionary party building, for the conscious application of the dialectical method. Underestimation of patient, unspectacular, systematic rank and file work, particularly in non-revolutionary periods. Tendency to dogmatic copying of historical experiences without a concrete analysis of the concrete situation, combined with a rigid and sterile or eclectic know-all behavior, remote from the life and struggle of the masses. Persisting in self-isolation, adherence to routine and one-sidedness in the reciprocal relations with the self-run organizations of the masses. Left adventurism in the petty bourgeois striving of some leaders for careers and prestige, combined with subjectivism, vanity, and high-handedness. Rejection of democratic centralism as organizational principle of the Revolutionary Party, or bureaucratic centralist handling of democratic centralism. Scant regard for the Cotter question and the systematic self-renewal of the party. Petty bourgeois culture of debate and inability to practice principled criticism and self-criticism, to practice proletarian control and self-control. Contentment with national party building and scant regard for and even discrediting of international cooperation and of an internationally organized learning process in the Marxist-Leninist and working class movement. From this whole range of experiences the MLPD drew the conclusion, Marxist-Leninist party building must take place on the basis of the proletarian mode of thinking. A characteristic problem that must be solved in the process of the systematic building of the new type revolutionary party is the worship of spontaneity. The 7th Party Congress of the MLPD in 2004 dealt self-critically with the effects of an entire system of the worship of spontaneity in the work of the party. Its basis in terms of world outlook is the vulgar materialist illusion that the sharpening of the situation automatically results in a higher development of class consciousness and the consolidation of the proletarian mode of thinking. Its policy pursues the reformist guideline to alleviate the worst evils and effects of capitalism here and now and to lose sight of the strategic tasks of the revolutionary struggle for power. Its methods are rule of thumb, hectic activity, proxyism, short-windedness, and disorganization. Its feelings are molded by vacillations between euphoria and panic, the strong desire for more calmness and harmony, and nagging skepticism concerning the party and the masses and the prospect of revolution. Its motive is the capitulation before the intensification of the class struggle, and reconciliation with capitalist society. For developing party work on the way to the party of the masses, there is nothing more liberating than coping successfully with this system of the worshipping of spontaneity. Document de 7. Partijdigster MLPD, pages 70 to 71. Proletarian class struggle and the building of the revolutionary party constitute a fundamental unity. Any deviation from this principle must give rise to right opportunist or left sectarian mistakes. All revolutionary parties have found or will find that it does not suffice to defend Marxism-Leninism. It must be further developed creatively through concrete analysis of the concrete situation and applied to the practice of class struggle and party building. From the historical defeat of the socialist working class movement, the revisionist degeneration of the old communist parties and the restoration of capitalism in all formerly socialist countries, conclusions must be drawn so that a new upsurge of the struggle for socialism can materialize. Chief characteristics of the party building of the MLPD. With the elaboration and further development of the doctrine of the mode of thinking and its creative application to the new problems of party work, the MLPD has taken a successful path. Little by little, all important aspects of party work were grasped as conscious application of the dialectical method at the level of the doctrine of the mode of thinking and fought through in theory and practice in a principle-based debate against the influences of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. This realignment aimed at avoiding mistakes, keeping a clear orientation even in complicated situations and leading the masses. This was the only way in which the MLPD could become a force which puts its stamp on the militant opposition, and a significant factor in German society as a whole. From this, lessons can be derived which can be of fundamental significance also to other revolutionary parties and organizations, although, of course, the building of the revolutionary party remains a task which the revolutionaries in the various countries must accomplish on their own. The chief characteristics of the party building of the MLPD are: 1. A stable proletarian character of the party, not only ideologically and politically, but also in practice. The great majority of the members is of proletarian class origin and lives in a proletarian class situation. The party leadership and the body of party functionaries bear a proletarian stamp and are most closely linked with the party rank and file. They actively participate in the everyday work of the basic units. The main fighting line of the party is the revolutionary work in factories and trade unions, strategically, systematic rank and file work to conquer the core of the industrial proletariat in the 500 biggest monopoly enterprises and in other centers is the focus of attention. The proletarian class consciousness of the industrial workers and their families is systematically awakened and raised. The main task is the preparation, initiation, and leading of workers' struggles. The party finances its work independently, its funds coming solely from membership dues and donations of the members and the masses. The principle of the party maximum applies. The income of the full-time officials is oriented to the average worker's wage as maximum amount, and this is verified. This proletarian character had to be fought through, especially in the early years of party building. The MLPD overcame the danger that petty bourgeois intellectuals and students who carried petty bourgeois mentalities and behaviors into the young revolutionary working class movement might overgrow the party. Any straying from this basic strategic line onto supposedly easier paths would have destroyed the proletarian substance of the party. Class militant workers in growing numbers could be trained to become Marxist-Leninist workers and party leaders. 2. A sound theoretical foundation, systematically worked out since 1969 through creative application of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought to actual, concrete reality, always with the aim of re-establishing the unity of theory and practice. This theoretical work could only be pushed through and secured by constantly and consciously fighting against the neglect of this work in party building, which gives free rein to the influences of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. The system of the theoretical organ revolutionärer Weg gives all members and functionaries of the party sure ideological political orientation in all theoretical and practical issues of party building and the class struggle. New phenomena and essential changes in the development of society, in the class struggle and in the class consciousness of the working class and the broad masses get analyzed in good time. In this way the party can unify its mode of thinking and work, develop guidance to action and prepare itself for future developments. 3. The new type of system of organizing and cadre work serves to realize the dialectical unity of the determination and further development of the ideological political line with the guidance and control for its critical and self-critical assimilation and creative implementation in practice. In this unified system the party's leading bodies, from the Central Committee, the land and county leaderships down to the local branch and group leaderships, play a crucial role. The Central Committee concentrates on its main task, determining and further developing the ideological political line in dialectical interrelation with the guidance and control of the party. With the intermediate leadership levels, land and county leaderships, the new type of system of organizing and cadre work ensures a flexible, discriminating guidance and control of the party rank and file for the critical and self-critical assimilation and creative implementation of the ideological political line in practice. In the process a constantly growing reserve of cadres must be developed who are able to move masses and lead mass struggles. The new type of system of organizing and cadre work realizes the scientific organization of work to lead party building on the basis of the proletarian mode of thinking. Its introduction in 1997 marked one of the most far-reaching organizational policy changes in the building of a revolutionary party in Germany since the Bolshevization of the KPD in the 1920s. It set up a solid barrier against departmentalism and against any separation of ideological, political and organizational responsibilities between rank and file and leadership. 4. With a system of revolutionary rank and file work and organic interaction between party and masses, between practical experience and Marxist-Leninist theory is organized. This revolutionary rank and file work does not depend on whether struggles are taking place at the moment, whether the spontaneous movement is on the upswing, stagnating or even on the decline at the moment. The systematic rank and file work in clearly defined fields, target factories, neighborhoods, universities, and other, is necessary for the party to plant firm roots among the masses. 5. Decisive is the unity of party building and promotion of the überparteiliche self-run organizations of the masses, with party building as leading factor. This is a basic condition for the masses to deal better and better with modern anti-communism. Class consciousness develops in stages, from the simplest stage of spontaneous proletarian consciousness to the highest stage of socialist consciousness. Each stage corresponds to a certain form of organization. Organizing in self-run organizations of the masses corresponds to an awakening, spontaneous class consciousness. Membership in the Marxist-Leninist Party represents the highest, socialist consciousness. The Revolutionary Party of the masses is the product of all-around interrelations between systematic party building and self-organization of the masses. 6. In appropriate situations, for instance in solidarity campaigns or when participating in elections, the party organizes tactical offensives of revolutionary party building and genuine socialism. Such offensives have strategic importance because they combine, as a dialectical unity, the winning over of the decisive majority of the working class, the inclusion of the broad masses in the struggle against government and monopolies, and the self-transformation of the party with the goal of becoming the party of the masses. 7. Marxist-Leninist work among youth is the mass tactics of party building because this work is the most important source of new generations of revolutionary fighters and leaders. Marxist-Leninist parties must promote and organize the rebellion of the youth against everything reactionary and at the same time educate the rebel members to be Marxist-Leninists. Marxist-Leninist work among youth must have the result that the Revolutionary Youth League not only becomes a school for life of the proletarian mode of thinking, but also a self-run organization for the rebellion of the youth and the main reservoir of party building. 8. Thoroughgoing, patient education of and care for cadres who can think and act on their own. The systematic establishment of the unity of thinking, feeling, and acting is an essential source of the development and strengthening of the cadres' proletarian mode of thinking. The ability of a growing number of cadres to apply the dialectical method consciously and comprehensively is a necessary condition for the party to gear up for coming developments in good time. Education of and care for cadres strengthen the cadres' proletarian self-confidence and revolutionary ambition. Dialectical materialist thinking must be especially trained because, spontaneously, bourgeois society spawns a metaphysical idealist mode of thinking. Complex tasks call for the mastery of systemic dialectical thinking and acting. A developed organizational life and the practicing of unswerving solidarity will give the comrades the practical and moral support to handle even the most difficult situations. 9. Party of Women's Liberation. The MLPD organizes independent Marxist-Leninist work among women. Women comrades of the MLPD work actively in the militant women's movement and develop close ties with the masses of proletarian and non-proletarian women. Social inequality, difficult family situations and bourgeois traditions and moral standards often make it harder for women to take the road of organized revolutionary work, and harder for men to support and encourage them, without reservations, to take this road. For this reason, the MLPD consciously promotes revolutionary girls and women in the party and youth league in order to develop leaders. Where this succeeds, the party's power is immensely enriched. The successes of the MLPD's Marxist-Leninist work among women only could be achieved in conscious struggle against resistances and a latent underestimation of the struggle for the liberation of women within the revolutionary working class movement, as well as against the influences of petty bourgeois feminism, which reduces the struggle for women's liberation to a struggle for equal rights within the capitalist social system. 10. Organized proletarian control and self-control is the fundamental method by which the MLPD ensures that it successfully comes to grips with the encroachment of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking among its members and cadres. To organize the superiority of the proletarian mode of thinking in the struggle against the petty bourgeois mode of thinking, the MLPD developed its system of self-control of the party. The supreme goal is to avoid mistakes in party building and in the class struggle. The party's system of self-control combines three types of control: from above by independent control commissions, from below by the members, and through the cadres' control of self. The party's system of self-control is led by the Central Committee and independently controlled by the Central Control Commission. With the method of proletarian control and self-control, the party can recognize and prevent misguided developments or even a revisionist degeneration of cadres in good time, and has repeatedly provided proof of this. 11. The proletarian culture of debate is the decisive method for the correct handling of contradictions in the party and between the party and the masses. It has become a characteristic feature of the MLPD's party-building work. It is the main method by which the MLPD organizes its relations vis-à-vis other party-ish self-run organizations and by which it works together in unities of action or united fronts on a basis of equality with forces having different party political orientations and world outlooks. The proletarian culture of debate is also the most suitable method for coping successfully with the effects of modern anti-communism among the masses, but also within the party. 12. Principled, creative criticism and self-criticism is a fundamental principle of successful party building. Criticism and self-criticism as dialectical process is a method of scientific cognition and law of development of the Revolutionary Party and its cadres. In special situations the party organizes limited criticism and self-criticism campaigns or more comprehensive criticism and self-criticism movements. It mobilizes the party members to deal creatively with new problems, to carry through far-reaching self-transformations of the party, or to rectify misdirected developments in an all-around way. In criticism and self-criticism campaigns and movements the masses of the members become active. 13. The decisive condition of all these features is that every revolutionary, every Marxist-Leninist develops a proletarian ambition. Willy Dickhut wrote in his work, Fight Liquidationism. Proletarian ambition puts the cause of the proletariat into the fore and hates selfishness. Better than average performance in organizational work is intended to be an incentive and model for others, combined with one's own modesty and with striving for a collective style of work and leadership. It conducts open, honest, and comradely criticism irrespective of the person concerned and practices frank self-criticism. It strives to do and sacrifice everything to serve the working class movement and the revolution. Revolutionärer Weg, number 15, pages 18 to 19. Forward with the international revolution instead of worshipping spontaneity. In 2009, in accordance with the decision of its 8th Party Congress, the MLPD conducted a tactical offensive for genuine socialism in conjunction with participation in the federal elections. Its great success was based on the realization of all main characteristics of party building. Its essence, in terms of world outlook, was an offensive against modern anti-communism in combination with the struggle for the most important economic and political demands of the working class and the broad masses and the furtherance of their organized activity. It was the offensive answer to the anti-communism campaign launched by the EU in 2006 to contain the trend to the left and prevent the revolutionization of the working class, people's and youth movements. In consciously organized interaction between work in breadth and work in depth, at factories, in residential areas and city centers parades were held through the streets, campaigners went from door to door, activities were organized at the factory gates, campaign materials were distributed. The party organized rallies, open-air discussions, and fests and participated in demonstrations. The attraction exerted by the MLPD not only issued from its clear political position and socialist perspective, but just as much from its imaginative cultural work and its optimistic, peppery, solidarity-stressing style. The guideline for inter-party discussion in preparing and carrying out the tactical offensive was the decision which confronts every revolutionary today: forward with the preparation of the international revolution instead of worshipping the spontaneous movement. The 8th Party Congress in 2008 reaffirmed, the MLPD must be ready for everything. The basis for this statement was the analyzed general transitional situation that had evolved in party building and the class struggle and was characterized by essential transitions. From relative stability to the increasing destabilization of state monopoly capitalism, which strategically will lead to a revolutionary crisis. A general tendency for the first stage of class struggle, the non-revolutionary situation, to resolve into the second stage, that of the acutely revolutionary situation, with the development of the working class offensive on a broad scale as leading factor. From the relative isolation of the MLPD to the effective breaking of this isolation in the transition to the party of the masses on a national level. From mainly struggle over the mode of thinking as foundation of party building to mainly struggle over the mode of thinking of the broad masses. From the building of the revolutionary party of the working class on a national scale to the coordination and revolutionization of class struggle and party building on an international plane. From the mainly national form of class struggle to the increasing interpenetration of national and international class struggle. From the predominant influence of the petty bourgeois reformist and petty bourgeois revisionist modes of thinking in the working class movement to the predominant influence of the proletarian mode of thinking. Document de Hamburger Partzeitig der MLPD 8. Partzeitig, pages 107 to 108. 14. The necessity of a new level of proletarian internationalism. Marx and Engels established proletarian internationalism, which means, in the national struggles of the proletarians of the different countries, they the communists point out and bring to the front the common interests of the entire proletariat, independently of all nationality, and, on the other hand, always and everywhere represent the interests of the movement as a whole. Manifesto of the Communist Party, Marx and Engels, selected works in 3 volumes, Volume 1, p. 120. Proletarian internationalism is the prerequisite for the working class movement to be able to take the path of international proletarian revolution as traced out by Marx and Engels and concretized by Lenin for the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution. Every victory of proletarian internationalism was the result of a struggle against bourgeois nationalism and the influence of opportunism in the working class movement. Lenin saw in proletarian internationalism the chief reason for the victory of the 1917 October Revolution. The chief reason for our victory was that the workers of the advanced West European countries understood and sympathized with the working class of the world so strongly that, despite the lies of the bourgeois press, which in publications issued in millions of copies showered disgusting calumnies on the Bolsheviks, despite all this, the workers were on our side. Speech delivered at the first, inaugural, All-Russia Congress of Mine Workers, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 30, p. 496. Under Lenin's and later Stalin's leadership, the Soviet Union was able to construct socialism despite the most arduous conditions because together with the communist world movement it made proletarian internationalism the leitmotif of the proletarian class struggle in every country and the general line of Soviet foreign policy. That meant, first, that the interests of the proletarian struggle in any one country should be subordinated to the interests of that struggle on a worldwide scale, and, second, that a nation which is achieving victory over the bourgeoisie should be able and willing to make the greatest national sacrifices for the overthrow of international capital. Preliminary draft theses on the national and the colonial questions, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 31, p. 148. In the Second World War, German imperialism, which as Hitlerite fascism sought to subjugate the entire world and, as bastion of the international counter-revolution, inflict a deadly defeat on communism, was vanquished in heroic struggles by the Soviet Army and the Allied armies of the anti-Hitler coalition. This victory went down in human history as one of the most glorious culminations of proletarian internationalism. The victory of the Socialist Soviet Union was followed by a tremendous strengthening of the international revolutionary and working class movement and the emergence of the socialist camp. But just a few years later the international communist movement suffered its worst defeat when starting from the 20th Party Congress of the CPSU in February 1956 the restoration of capitalism was ushered in the Soviet Union. The revisionist degenerate party replaced the general line of proletarian internationalism by the revisionist line of peaceful coexistence with imperialism, and the Soviet Union developed into a social imperialist superpower. Under the leadership of Mao Zedong, the Communist Party of China defended proletarian internationalism and developed it further. It selflessly supported a number of countries which had just recently achieved their political sovereignty to fight imperialist attacks on their independence. Above all, it encouraged revolutionaries all over the world to defend Marxism-Leninism against modern revisionism and gave decisive impetus for a revival of the international Marxist-Leninist and working-class movement. But after Mao Zedong's death, when capitalism was restored also in China, a wave of revisionism and liquidationism again inundated the international Marxist-Leninist and working-class movement. The international monopolies went over to promoting the petty bourgeois internationalist mode of thinking among the masses to build up a barrier to the proletarian internationalist mode of thinking. Many thousands of NGO staffers, though willed to help the exploited and oppressed, were instrumentalized for the foreign policy of the imperialist states. They provided their humanitarian aid often with a sense of superiority over the peoples of neocolonially dependent countries, pronounced them incapable of taking charge of their own affairs, and distracted from the true causes of the misery, the imperialist system of exploitation and oppression. Petty bourgeois internationalism limits itself to supporting progressive movements and struggles against imperialist exploitation and oppression in neocolonial countries, while simultaneously refraining from participating in the revolutionary class struggle. It negates the complete material preparation of socialism, the international industrial proletariat as leading force, the class struggle in one's own country, and rejects mutual support in party building and class struggle. Petty bourgeois internationalism has become an integral part of the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. Despite this, the international Marxist-Leninist and working-class movement has made progress in its struggle to give proletarian internationalism a new attractiveness. In this protracted process, for many years the defense of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought against revisionism and the building of new revolutionary worker parties were in the fore. With the founding of the MLPD in 1982, the revolutionary working-class movement in Germany achieved an important victory over modern revisionism and modern liquidationism. The successful construction of the Marxist-Leninist Party was its most important contribution to the revival of proletarian internationalism. Since the reorganization of international production and after the collapse of the social imperialist Soviet Union, the international Marxist-Leninist and working-class movement began to form anew. A number of international seminars and conferences were organized which served mainly ideological political discussion, the exchange of experience and international solidarity. They helped build confidence among the parties and organizations with their still very different ideological political orientations. The participating organizations thus were able to try out new forms of cooperation, on the basis of equality, mutual respect, and non-interference in internal affairs. In this phase a constructive international discussion developed about new manifestations and essential changes in the social development of imperialism, about Marxist-Leninist positions on the most important issues of the period, and about party building and class struggle. The practical connection and international solidarity were established mainly through bilateral relations. In the new millennium, the working class, many times written off as dead by the petty bourgeois anti-globalization people, came back onto the scene, very much alive, and the struggle for national and social liberation picked up. With the trend to the left, worldwide the need grew for closer practical cooperation of the revolutionary organizations and parties, transcending ideological political differences of opinion. For internationalism, says Lenin, consists of deeds and not phrases, not expressions of solidarity, not resolutions. The crisis has matured. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 26, p. 81. The time was ripe for a new level of proletarian internationalism, for the organized practical cooperation of revolutionary parties and organizations in party building and class struggle, across national frontiers. Proletarian internationalism had to take on a new quality, the conscious application of the dialectical method at the level of the doctrine of the mode of thinking in the preparation of the international revolution. In a dialectical process, national and international class struggle had to be connected, the revolutionary working class movement and mass movement in the individual countries had to be united with the international revolutionary working class movement and mass movement. Seasoned and newly emerging Marxist-Leninist and revolutionary parties and organizations had to be strengthened in interrelation with militant mass movements and self-run organizations. This extremely contradictory and complex problem called for the capacity for systemic thinking in the conscious application of the dialectical method. What does systemic thinking actually mean, and why has it become so important today? It means thinking things through theoretically, paying attention to and analyzing all-around connections and the laws governing complex overall processes. The necessity of systemic thinking has to do with the development of the productive forces and the demands of party building and class struggle, whereas in the first stage of the class struggle we have to do with individual struggles, in the second stage mass struggles increasingly develop. The complex process of preparing the international revolution, the development towards the party of the masses with its manifold relationships, all this can only be handled with the aid of systemic thinking. It serves to think through such complex problems from all sides and creatively put the results into practice. Evaluation of the 8th Party Congress of the MLPD. The progress of the new stage of proletarian internationalism could be measured by the way in which manifold international forms of organization, Joint struggles and activities on a variety of levels and in a variety of fields developed. The focus of interest is the cooperation of revolutionary parties and organizations and the coordination of their practical activity in party building and class struggle. In close interrelation with this, the discussions towards the ideological political unification of the international Marxist-Leninist and working class movement must be continued. The revolutionary parties and organizations must specifically promote an internationalist consciousness in their systematic rank and file work among the masses. Proletarian internationalism then will become a principal driving force of the international revolution. The leading role of the international industrial proletariat in the preparation of the international revolution, and international working class unity, must be realized by promoting international associations, corporate cooperation, conferences, action days, cross-border joint struggles especially in the international production systems. The Marxist-Leninists must work so that the self-run organizations of the masses develop an internationalist profile. That applies especially to the trade unions, the Überparteiliche women's organizations and the forms of organization for the struggle to protect the natural environment. Militant internationalism needs a mass organization. The Marxist-Leninists must systematically support its construction. In Germany, above all the development of Solidarity International into a broad, Überparteiliche solidarity and relief organization must be furthered. The Revolutionary Party must develop special rank and file work aimed at winning migrants and encourage all revolutionaries to get organized in the Marxist-Leninist party of the country in which they live and work. In the development of mass struggles, particular attention must be paid to the international aspect in order to go over from national to international mass struggles if the occasion arises. Joint international projects must be developed in keeping with the particularities of the individual countries in order to strengthen international solidarity. Revolutionary youth work needs a forward-looking internationalist orientation because proletarian internationalism exerts a special attraction on the youth. The revolutionary parties and organizations everywhere in the world must make mutual support in party building and class struggle an integral part of their political practice. They exchange ideological, political and practical experience, organize political, material and moral solidarity as well as extend invitations to each other's cadres. Lenin declared as early as in 1919. Capital is an international force. To vanquish it, an international workers' alliance, an international workers' brotherhood, is needed. We are opposed to national enmity and discord, to national exclusiveness. We are internationalists. We stand for the close union and the complete amalgamation of the workers and peasants of all nations in a single world Soviet Republic. Letter to the workers and peasants of the Ukraine apropos of the victories over Denikin, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 30, p. 293. 15 International forms of organization for the coordination and revolutionization of the class struggles. A first step to overcome the many years of fragmentation of the Marxist-Leninist and working class movement was the International Conference of Marxist-Leninist Parties and Organizations, ICMPO, called into being in 1988 on the suggestion of the MLPD. In the course of time, well over 40 Marxist-Leninist parties and organizations from 5 continents have participated in this international discussion forum. They were able to advance the ideological political unification of the parties and organizations oriented also to Mao Zedong thought and to give important impetus to international solidarity. This remains its indisputable merit. An opposite concept to that of the ICMPO was developed by Ludo Martens. Ludo Martens, then chairman of the Workers' Party of Belgium, drew from the collapse of the Soviet Union, the revisionist center, the conclusion that the former divisions between Marxist-Leninist parties can be overcome. 64. In 1995 he put forward proposals for the unification of the international communist movement. From the doubtless existing fragmentation of the Marxist-Leninist movement, which had lost its revolutionary center twice, he drew the conclusion that unification now could take place, on an unprincipled basis. Martens took the neo-revisionist view that the 20th Party Congress of the CPSU was indeed the starting point of negative developments, but that the qualitative leap to the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union did not take place until the years 1989 to 1991. This gave him the opportunity to hold seminars every year in Brussels since 1992, at which revolutionary, revisionist, and neo-revisionist parties, including even ruling parties of bureaucratic capitalist countries, were brought together. Instead of utilizing the bankruptcy of modern revisionism to propagate revolutionary conclusions, international associations on a neo-revisionist basis merely organize the continuation of unprincipled politics. The distinctions between capitalism and socialism are blurred and the crimes of social imperialist governments ignored. In contrast, the cooperation in the ICMPO was based on clear principles: independence and equality, mutual respect, mutual support, and cooperation. Non-interference in internal affairs as well as in the bilateral or regional relations of any party or organization with other parties and organizations. Every organization is sovereign in its conclusions. Consensus and unanimity in decision-making. Achieving gradual unity step by step, principled debate and cooperation among parties/organizations, and no public attack by any party/organization on another. Obligation of all participating organizations to prepare and conduct the 8th International Conference jointly in accordance with their possibilities. Financial independence and self-financing of the common work according to the possibilities. 4th ICMPO in 1994, amended and again adopted by the 7th ICMPO in 2001. These principles have stood the test of time and decisively contributed to the success of the ICMPO. Without binding agreements on a joint revolutionary practice, however, the effect of the ICMPO necessarily remained limited. The preparation of the international revolution calls for international forms of organization which correspond with the increased theoretical and practical tasks of the revolutionary parties and organizations. More and more often the struggles of the workers and the masses extend beyond national frontiers. Struggles in one country interact with struggles in other countries. It is therefore urgently necessary to set a superior power of international revolution against the international collaboration of the imperialists, against the organizing of counter-revolution. A large number of organizations and parties have long strived for constructive cooperation on equal terms on a revolutionary basis. What is needed is a system of international forms of organization for coordinating and revolutionizing the struggles of the working class and people's movements. It must encompass forms of organization of the working class, youth and women's movements, as well as unions of forces in the struggle for world peace, for saving the natural environment, for defending and extending bourgeois democratic rights and freedoms. The leading factor in promoting the class struggles in different countries and uniting them into an international class struggle can only be the close cooperation of revolutionary parties and organizations. The international revolution is a project of utmost complexity. The struggles that prepare it sometimes take a gradual course, sometimes proceed in rapid leaps, and differ from country to country. The revolutionary movements that lead these struggles differ in character and scope. They have differentiated forms of organization and struggle, manifold historical and cultural particularities. The fragmentation of the revolutionary movement subsequent to the revisionist degeneration of the old communist and working class movement has not yet been alleviated. The wounds caused by the splits have not yet healed. For this reason, a monolithic international form of organization, for instance in the shape of a remake of a world party, is out of the question today. All projects that dream of the return of a communist international of the type that existed in the 1920s and 1930s, or that dream of solving the complex process of the gradual unification of revolutionary parties by decree, are doomed to failure. Likewise, forms of organization must be rejected that give scope to a petty bourgeois claim to leadership, for example that have a leading party at the top to which all others must subordinate themselves. Today, in contrast to 1919, when the Comintern was founded, there is no international center of the world revolution. But there is the hard-earned, growing unity of the international revolutionary and working class movement, a valuable asset that must be cultivated and strengthened, because in the further process of development there will be many high hurdles to take. Every Marxist-Leninist must use all his energy to advance the unification of the theory and practice of the involved revolutionary parties and organizations step by step. This is the basic line pursued by the International Coordination of Revolutionary Parties and Organizations, ICOR, which was founded on October 6, 2010. Almost simultaneously with the discussions on the founding of ICOR, other projects were put up for discussion which, in view of the deep crisis proneness of capitalism, called for increased international cooperation and set themselves as goal a socialism. Hugo Chávez's Fifth International. In November 2009, Venezuelan President Hugo Chávez submitted to an international conference and the First Extraordinary Congress of the United Socialist Party of Venezuela, PSUV, the proposal to build a new, Fifth International. His concept shows the characteristic contradictoriness of the trend to the left in Latin America. On the one hand, he calls for internationally coordinated anti-imperialist activities, the mobilizing of the masses, a new internationalism and revolutionary enthusiasm. That is entirely justified. On the other hand, his concept is influenced by the idea of socialism of the 21st century. It is composed of bits and pieces of revolutionary, reformist, revisionist and Trotskyite views and methods. The very expression socialism of the 21st century is an attempt to get around a historical analysis of the betrayal of socialism in all formerly socialist countries. A socialist international cannot be limited to anti-imperialist activities with goals confined to the politics of the day. Its decisive basis must be the unification for the strategic goals of the international revolution, for the victory over the imperialist world system. Chávez does not target the imperialist world system as a whole, but mainly the empire, his term for U.S. imperialism. European imperialism, whose neocolonial influence prevails particularly in the Mercosur countries of Latin America, is not even mentioned in Chávez's proposal. Venezuela has concluded military agreements with Russian and Chinese imperialism. Mao Zedong was right in warning the neocolonially exploited and oppressed countries not to chase one imperialism out the front door and let the other imperialism in through the back door. Chávez emphasizes his commitment to a new socialism by praising scientific socialism. In fact, his government has had millions of copies of the Communist Manifesto distributed in Venezuela, explicitly for the purpose of combating the bureaucracy which has spread in the Venezuelan state apparatus, and against the increased external threat. Chávez plugged Lenin's The State and Revolution at the First Extraordinary Congress of the PSUV. But in one breath he advocated, in stark contradiction to Lenin's work, the thesis of partially reactionary and partially revolutionary sectors of the Venezuelan state machine and the thesis of the possibility of a gradual transformation from repressive to liberating state. Here men and women are present as governors, mayors, ministers. We have succeeded in taking important sectors in the government, so it is necessary to maintain this in order to continue transforming government and state. In this case, this is a state of the people, a liberating state, not an oppressive, repressive state subordinated to the bourgeoisie, subordinated to imperialism. It is the bourgeois state, to which one must put an end. It is used by the ruling class to steamroller the working class, the working people and to protect its own interests. And a part of the state is still intact. Hugo Chávez, speech at the First Extraordinary PSUV Congress, November 21, 2009. www.aperia.org. Our translation. Lenin passionately polemicized against the thesis of the gradual remodeling of the bourgeois state apparatus by revolutionaries in leading functions, for example socialist ministers in the bourgeois state apparatus. He observed that even in the ministries headed by the socialists, save the mark, the whole bureaucratic apparatus is in fact unchanged, is working in the old way and quite freely sabotaging revolutionary measures. The State and Revolution, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 25, p. 429. Even if Venezuela has an anti-imperialist government, it remains a capitalist country with a bourgeois state apparatus. Therefore, without qualification the quintessence of Lenin's work, The State and Revolution, applies. The suppression of the bourgeois state by the proletarian state is impossible without a violent revolution. Ibid, p. 405. Chavez's ideological political foundation is a mixture of a large variety of ideological currents. He calls himself a Leninist sometimes, then a Maoist, or a Trotskyite too. He explicitly roots his proposal for the Fifth International in the tradition of the First, Second, and Third Internationals and also the Trotskyite Fourth International. He thus completely blurs the differences between the proletarian socialist organizations and the anti-communist, counter-revolutionary Fourth International. With full justification, the PCMLM Bolivia writes on the proposal for a Fifth International that the Trotskyite Fourth International was founded in opposition to the Third and not as a continuation of the general process. Accordingly, its orientation is basically counter-revolutionary and does not in any way merit either political or doctrinal consideration. Statement of PCMLM Bolivia dated November 21, 2009, our translation. New international forms of organization cannot be created on the basis of idealist wishful thinking influenced by reformism and revisionism, but only on a common revolutionary and anti-imperialist foundation. The founding of ICOR. In 2010, for the first time in decades, a worldwide organization of revolutionary forces could be founded again. The founding members of the International Coordination of Revolutionary Parties and Organizations are 41 organizations from 33 countries, 65 and 5 continents. With the founding of ICOR after 3 years of intensive preparatory work, the revolutionary parties and organizations have come a big step closer to their goal of accelerated development of the subjective prerequisites for an international revolutionary liberation struggle to overcome imperialism. A speech given at the International Culture Fest on the occasion of the founding of ICOR states, "The time is ripe today to take a significant step forward to a permanently organized cooperation of the revolutionary international working class movement. That revolutionary forces, revolutionary uprisings, and heroic liberation movements can be suppressed due to their national isolation, lack of international solidarity, and an international counter-revolution must not be allowed to happen again. This is what the creation of the International Organization for Coordinating the Practical Activity of Revolutionary Parties and Organizations is all about. The unification of the revolutionaries is a great act of proletarian internationalism, about which Lenin said on the occasion of the founding of the Third International that it can find actual fulfillment only if it is carried by a common international organization." Stefan Engel at the International Culture Fest on October 16, 2010. The joint ideological political fundament of this international organization and its strategic objective are laid down in the founding resolution. The ICOR stresses as conditions to recognize the necessary revolutionary transformation of the societal conditions of capitalism/imperialism with the claimed goal of a socialist society and the necessity of establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat as democracy for the broad masses and suppression for the deadly enemies of humanity's liberation from exploitation and oppression. To draw a clear dividing line to revisionism, Trotskyism, and anarchism and any form of anti-communism like the hostile attacks and the bourgeois smear campaign against so-called Stalinism or Maoism and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Founding Resolution of ICOR, October 6, 2010. In the polemic on the general line of the international communist movement, in 1963 the Communist Party of China called for the convening of a world conference of all communist and workers' parties. The Soviet revisionists and their vassals reacted to this with economic, financial, and political sanctions against the People's Republic of China, including even open oppression of Marxist-Leninists. When afterwards Mao Zedong objected to a new international organization of Marxist-Leninists, in the concrete situation this was a protective measure against revisionism, which fought tooth and nail against the building of new Marxist-Leninist parties. In addition, Mao Zedong strongly criticized parties that mechanically followed the Chinese example instead of using their own heads to apply Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought to the concrete situation in their countries. To turn this tactical proposal by Mao Zedong for a certain period into a fundamental rejection of binding and permanent international forms of organization is to oppose a basic idea of Marxism-Leninism. Proletarian internationalism only will become a material force, only will bring about the strategic superiority of the world proletariat in the struggle against the capitalist world system if it is realized by an international organization. Rejection of any binding international organization on account of negative experiences and mistakes of the first, second, or third international would be petty bourgeois, skeptical negation. The task instead is to draw constructive lessons from history. Upon the disgraceful collapse of the Second International, Lenin did not for a minute doubt the necessity of an international revolutionary organization and immediately spoke out in favor of a new working-class international freed of opportunism. In constructing ICOR, one must pay attention to the distinction between the organizational principles of coordination and democratic centralism. The still existing ideological political differences between the revolutionaries of the world require that decisions be made according to the principle of consensus. In this phase it would be harmful to decide ideological political issues by majority vote or to build up comprehensive democratic centralist organizational structures. For that a universally unified ideological political basis is lacking, as well as a bond of trust between the members of ICOR made firm in practice. Marx and Engels already distinguished between the form of organization of communist parties of individual countries, which had to be democratic centralism, and the form of organization of the International Association of the Workers, which could have only a coordinating character. In the Communist Party, unified discipline must prevail. It had to be different in the International Working Men's Association, the First International. Its rules expressly emphasized the independence of the communist organizations in their respective countries. While united in a perpetual bond of fraternal cooperation, the working men's societies joining the International Association will preserve their existent organizations intact. General Rules of the International Working Men's Association, Marx and Engels, selected works in 3 volumes, Volume 2, p. 21. This autonomy included common principles and binding forms of cooperation within the International Working Men's Association. The First International had joint rules and a general council with executive powers which had the task of informing the member organizations, rendering public account at the association's congress and organizing practical steps of cooperation. Lenin further developed democratic centralism in the struggle against opportunism. He worked out the dialectics of unity in programmatic and tactical matters and unity of organization, important not only for national communist parties, but also for an international revolutionary organization. Unity on questions of program and tactics is an essential but by no means a sufficient condition for party unity, for the centralization of party work. The latter requires, in addition, unity of organization, which, in a party that has grown to be anything more than a mere family circle, is inconceivable without formal rules, without the subordination of the minority to the majority and of the part to the whole. 1 step forward, 2 steps back, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 7, p. 385. However, the unity and cohesion of the organization require the unity of fundamental ideological political views. This unity of views is the basis of the discipline and concerted action of the Marxist-Leninist Party. At the present stage of the building of ICOR, this unity exists only in a few essential ideological, political and organizational questions. The organizational principle of coordination makes it possible, already on this foundation, to conduct joint activities in party building and class struggle. They help to develop the ideological political unity to a higher level if they are combined with a lively process of discussion and clarification among all those involved. The principle of coordination also enables an open-door policy towards other revolutionary forces. They can gradually be drawn into the joint practice and into the ideological political discussions. But above all, the principle of coordination ensures that democratic initiative can unfold and consensuses can be reached in ICOR. The autonomous, self-reliant parties and organizations which participate in ICOR decide themselves which projects they support. On the other hand, they obligate themselves to reliably carry out the tasks they accept and assume full responsibility for them. Important elements of democratic centralism already had been created when ICOR was founded: joint principles and decisions, equal rights and duties of all member organizations, a coordinating center. Additional elements can be agreed on by the ICOR World Conference. Such binding agreements are necessary from the start to enable tackling the joint strategic objective, overcoming the imperialist world system and establishing socialist societies. The successful coordination of the cooperation of international revolutionaries will have the result that in the process of the preparation of the international revolution and the maturing of the revolutionary world crisis, coordination as form of organization increasingly will adopt democratic centralist structures. When unity in all essential ideological, political and organizational issues has been reached, democratic centralism then can become the main organizational principle of ICOR. The process of preparing and carrying out the international proletarian revolution proceeds in a law-governed way, in stages. This objective dialectics is the basis of the proposal of the MLPD to divide the building of ICOR in interaction with the class struggle into 3 periods. These are 3 stages of the unification of the revolutionary forces, 3 stages on the way to the strategic goal of creating a powerful revolutionary world party for the operational leadership of the international revolution. In the first period, internationally a non-revolutionary situation prevails. Accordingly, in the foreground are the creation of the joint ideological, political, and organizational prerequisites for founding ICOR. Ideological political unification regarding the joint foundations of ICOR, regarding the content and method of work. Initial experience in practical cooperation in party building and class struggle in single joint international projects. Gradual improvement of the organizational facilities and creation of new organizational facilities, securing of an adequate financial basis. Coordination of regional and worldwide cooperation with different contents, methods, and participants. In the second period, internationally a general revolutionization of the working class and people's movements begins. Revolutionary movements grow, revolutionary uprisings become more numerous and increasingly dominate the scene. New revolutionary parties emerge while others develop into parties of the masses. The necessity for cross-border cooperation grows and the opportunities for it increase. Coordination of practical cooperation in increasingly more tasks of party building and class struggle and gradual unification on all essential ideological political issues which come up in the process. Stable practical cooperation with other internationally active mass movements and mass organizations. Gradual supplementation of the coordinating methods with democratic centralist methods in the approach to a revolutionary world crisis. In the third period, the revolutionary world crisis matures. The revolutionary struggle against the old system of rule is in full swing or has already gained victory in individual countries. In the other countries, the strategic decision in the proletarian revolution draws nearer. The international coordination and revolutionization of the class struggle have become universal reality. The United Revolutionaries prepare to constitute United Socialist States. Creation of a revolutionary world party with democratic centralism for the operational leadership of the international revolution based on self-reliant and autonomous revolutionary parties and organizations which now have reached unity in all essential issues. Determined collaboration of the international revolutionaries to establish the dictatorship of the proletariat in the form of the United Socialist States of the world. Elaboration and adoption of a joint general line for all essential tasks of the international proletarian revolution. Even in the third period there will be no homogeneous, centrally determined strategy and tactics of the class struggle for all countries. The individual revolutionary working class parties bear responsibility for concretizing and implementing the jointly agreed tasks by their own efforts. They take into account both the differing conditions in their countries and the joint ideological political basis and joint decisions. How long these periods of the building of ICOR, the transitions between the periods, and the stages of the international class struggle last, depends mainly on the economic and political developments, the development of the class struggle and the initiative of the participating organizations. The founding of ICOR gives rise to a new feeling of solidarity. More and more revolutionaries feel themselves to be part of an international organization. They mutually support each other with revolutionary enthusiasm, principled convictions, and intrepid tenacity so that problems of practical cooperation can be gradually overcome. An international process of self-transformation has begun which all participating organizations and all their members must face up to without abandoning principles and falling into opportunism or sectarianism. The strategy and tactics of the building of ICOR is the conscious application of the dialectical method at the level of the doctrine of the mode of thinking for coordinating and revolutionizing the international class struggle and for mutually supporting party building. The tendency to the internationalization of the class struggle has grown significantly with the big world economic and financial crisis since 2008. The readiness for systematic practical cooperation on a revolutionary basis is growing very visibly. The common aim is the overthrow of the imperialist world system and the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The union of autonomous and independent revolutionary parties and organizations to prepare and carry out the international revolution has become a historic current. 64. Proposals for the unification of the international communist movement, Ludo Martins, 1995, documented at www.ptb.be/icm/95nprop.html. Archived at www.webcitation.org/5ulrlwaza. 65. Africa, Organisation Révolutionnaire du Congo, an organization from Morocco, Communist Party of South Africa, Marxist-Leninist, /CPSA, ML. Asia. Marxist-Leninist Organization of Afghanistan /MLOA, Communist Party of Bangladesh /CPB, Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, /CPI, ML, Provisional Central Committee Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, /PCC-CPI, ML, Ranjay Baran Party of Iran, Communist Party of Nepal, Unified Marxist-Leninist, /CPN, UML, Nepal Communist Party, Mashal, /NCP, Mashal, All Pakistan Trade Union Federation /APCHA-F, Working Women Organization /WWO, Pakistan, Indonesia Revolutionary /Indo-Rev. Europe. Bolgarskaya Rabochaya Parsha, Communisti, /BRP, K, Bulgarian Workers' Party, Communists, Dvijheniya Saprotova 23 September Bulgaria, Resistance Movement September 23, Bulgaria, Marxistisch-Leninistische Partei Deutschland /MLPD, Marxist-Leninist Party of Germany, Komunistiki Organosi Elitas /Co, Communist Organization of Greece, Communistisk Organisation Luxembourg /Cole, Communist Organization of Luxembourg, GML/Rode Morgan, Netherlands, Tijan Foket, Communistic Verbund /TF, Serve. The People, Communist League, Norway, Marxistsko-Leninskaya Platforma, Marxist-Leninist Platform, Russia, Marxistisch-Leninistisk Gruppe Schweiz /MLGS, Marxist-Leninist Group of Switzerland, Partijgerada /PR, Party of Labour, Serbia, Spoloknost Videkaho Komunizmu, Society for Scientific Communism, Slovakia, Komunistika Strana Československa, Československa Strana Press /KSCCSSP, Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, Czechoslovak Workers' Party. Svaz Mladých Komunistů Československa /SMKC, Union of Young Communists of Czechoslovakia, Marxist-Leninist Communist Party Turkey /Kuzi Kurdistan /MLKP, Marxist-Leninist Communist Party, Turkey /North Kurdistan, Turkey İdalalsi Komünistler Birliği /TİKB, Union of Revolutionary Communists of Turkey, Bolshevik Party, Kuzi Kurdistan Turkey, /BP, NKT, Bolshevist Party North Kurdistan Turkey, Koordinatchnij Soyuz Rabochevo Dvijheniya, Ukraina /KSRD, Coordination Council of the Working Class. Movement of the Ukraine, Grupa Komunistikov Revolutionarov Krasny Klin, Belarus, Group of Communist Revolutionaries Red Wedge. Latin America. Partido Comunista Marxista Leninista Maoista de Bolivia /PCMLM, Partido Comunista Chileno, Acción Proletaria, /PC, AP, Proletarian Action, Chile, Partido Comunista, Marxista Leninista, /PC, ML, Dominican Republic, Nouveau Parti Communiste Haitien Marxist Leninist, ML, /NPCH, Haiti, Partido Revolucionario de los Trabajadores de Colombia /PRTC, Partido Comunista, Marxista Leninista, de Panama /PC, ML, Partido Comunista Paraguayo, Independiente, /PCP, Y, Partido Marxista Leninista del Perú /PML del Peru, Partido Proletario del Perú /PPP. North America. Revolutionary Organization of Labor /Role, USA. Outlook. From the analysis of a new historical period of transformation from capitalism to socialism, the Marxist-Leninists must draw the conclusion to do everything to speed up the process towards the international socialist revolution. Socialism cannot prevail unless an organized power develops which is superior to international finance capital and the imperialist world system and is able to gain victory in the end. The organized development of the strategic superiority of the revolutionary working class movement in the moral, ideological, political, and organizational sphere has become the central problem of the historical period of transformation. It can only be solved by taking the road of proletarian internationalism. Proletarian internationalism will become an overwhelming force when the international working class in the entire world unites and enters into an alliance with the broad masses of small and middle peasants and the petty bourgeois intelligentsia, and with the anti-imperialist struggle of the peoples and nations. The international working class must know how to take clever advantage of the contradictions between the imperialists, between the international monopolies and between the various bourgeois forces. The Marxist-Leninists of all countries must know the essential concentration points of the international class struggle. They must form closest bonds of solidarity with militant workers and people's movements on all continents. Unreservedly and respectfully they must learn from each other and evaluate both positive and negative experiences in order to coordinate and revolutionize the struggles of the working class in different countries. Such a joint historical task has never before immediately confronted the Marxist-Leninists. In the world historical revolutionary process which lies ahead of them they will experience both the fire that burns when they charge forward and the bitter cold of serious setbacks and tragic defeats. They will also have to accept tactical compromises. In order to evaluate these experiences critically, self-critically, and creatively, the unity of theory and practice must be organized internationally, and joint processes of cognition are necessary within the framework of the practical cooperation, on an equal footing, of the international Marxist-Leninist and working class movement. This would be unthinkable without deep trust between equal partners, coupled with revolutionary vigilance. The ideological, political and organizational questions which must come up in the process of the international revolution can only be settled in a principled way with a proletarian culture of debate. All controversial theoretical questions must be answered and all practical problems solved with the common aim in mind. This requires the conviction that the class struggle in all countries has a common point of reference in the preparation of the international revolution. This conviction is growing, but it must become firmly established and consolidated in well-founded ideological political discussions. The Marxist-Leninists may still be small organizations in some countries, hardly perceived as a social force by the public. But today they already have an advantage which the broad masses do not have, namely the clarity of their critique of the capitalist social order and their revolutionary perspective. They can show the international working class and its allies the revolutionary way to liberation from exploitation and oppression. With the strategy and tactics of the international revolution they are in the position to unite the struggles for social and national liberation taking place worldwide into a mighty flood which tears down all the barriers of the old society. By unleashing the international productive forces, the reorganization of international production has ushered in the Götterdämmerung of international finance capital. At the beginning of its crusade around the globe, international finance capital still reveled in fantasies of omnipotence and dreams of eternity. Today, their mood is one of general hangover. The crisis-proneness of the social system proves irreversible. But the turn of a new era already looms on the horizon. The dawning of the international socialist revolution becomes visible. And yet, the old masters will not make way voluntarily, even if they drag the whole of humanity with them into capitalist barbarism. The decision for the international revolution must be made by the workers and the masses themselves. To help them make this decision and together with them sweep every obstacle out of the way so that they can fulfill their historical mission, that, in a nutshell, sums up the tasks of the Marxist-Leninists in the whole world today. Forward with the international socialist revolution. Forward to the united socialist states of the world. Workers of all countries, unite. Workers of all countries and all oppressed, unite.